Heyo. Ooh, excuse me. How's everyone doing? Oops, I restarted the song. That's fine. How's everyone doing? Happy Saturday. Happy 4th of July weekend if you live in the USA. That means you got Monday off. And happy Canada Day if you're in Canada. So we are finally here. It's a Saturday. We got a lot of time. I got a couple drinks ready. We're going to finish Raging Loop. Tonight is the night that we finish Raging Loop. I don't know how much of it we have left. We shall see. And but we're gonna go until it's done. I would show my schedule now, but I actually am gonna have to cancel tomorrow's stream. I have a prior engagement that's coming up, but we will be streaming Monday, and it's likely that we will be streaming DNF Duel on Monday. So we're gonna do Raging Loop tonight. We're gonna go all the way to the end, and then tier list all the characters and talk about it and wrap up. And then Monday will be DNF Duel. Okay, I think that's it for preamble. So just, the typical spoiler warning. This is the last Raging Loop stream, so if you haven't stumbled in here up till this point and are just joining for the first time with Raging Loop, this is full spoilers. We are at the end of the game, at the end of the visual novel, so everything's pretty much been exposed. Well, not everything, but like many of the main things have been exposed. If you do want to experience it firsthand, full story, I do recommend playing it. It was a lot of fun. But alternatively, you can watch all of my playthrough on YouTube, right on stream. Yeah, I think that's it. Model reveal is well underway. I can actually show how much of the model we've revealed. That's kind of exciting. Hold on, let me add that image real quick. Might as well show it, right? Live 2D. We got up to the waist. Whoa, it's huge. Let me shrink that down a little bit. But we've revealed about half of it. Exclamation point reveal in the chat if you haven't contributed to the retweets for this. You can see it's still me, but it's going to be a live 2D me. And as you can see, there's a little bit of a difference starting to show its way through, particularly on the torso. So more changes are above that. And I'm excited. I think we're at like 22 retweets right now, so we don't need that many more to get the torso. And then from there, it's just smooth sailing all the way to the full reveal, which I'm very excited about. I believe it will be done end of July, and then you'll be able to see me with that different model. Okay, enough talk. Let's get to Raging Loop. Hello, Raging Loop. There it is. Okay. So, probably need the game volume. Okay, so we are currently experiencing a bit of a lore dump. We're at the Nosato mansion. Nosato, we've looped around, and we're effectively omniscient right now. We are just deciding we're going to keep dying and looping until we figure this thing out. We had a long thing with Chemi, and we learned that she maintains her memories from every loop. So Chemi was remembering everything, and she's looped hundreds of times before we even came into the picture. So this is something that is not exclusive to us. It's been going on here for a long time. And we lived out many loops with her, just spending time with her. Then she kind of went crazy and started killing us in every loop, and then looping back around and killing us again. And it was interesting. It was an interesting I don't know if that's quite the end of Chemi's arc, but that was kind of where, things got left with her. Now we've moved on to Nosato, and there are a couple other branches we can take regarding, like, this new, like, re-looping, omniscience style path. Hold on, my eyes are kind of bugging out. I'm just trying to fix that real quick. Okay, sorry. All right, let's see. Oh, and also we learned that we are in someone's dream. There is someone known as the Dreamer. That is kind of the reason all this is happening. All right, let's move on. The great-grandfather seemed to have noticed these hidden words, too. The reports that followed generally described Fushiyoshi as it was. Though, their strange practices were now considered rituals, and it seemed to prosper as a cult village. It was a mountain village far from the rest of civilization, yet it prospered through the money left behind by guests who made the trip regardless. There were now two types of guests here: the ones who visited the place to hunt, and the ones who came for religious reasons. The writings from the later dates included lots of those left by monks who'd come here to study the culture. All of them were surprised by the strange faith and legends of Fushiyoshi and praised the strength of their belief. Some wrote about the faith in detail. Many of them clearly named the four-head families and the legend of the five guardians. The hunters, however, didn't leave many writings. Or rather, it wasn't even their writings. Besides a couple reports by local lords of someone hunting down large beasts on Mount Shinai, there were also those that simply mentioned men who went hunting in Fushiyoshi and never returned. One of them clearly stated, "Do not hunt in Fushiyoshi in the summer. The people of Fushiyoshi speak of the curse of Yasumizu." I see. Fushiyoshi has changed a lot over the century. Yes. It's fair to assume that all the local names and stories were created during this time. Yasumizu seems to be leaving a different impression, too. The hunters who visit this place don't come back. That must mean that the feast of the Yomi Purge had begun. The history continued. Hi, Eggplant. You smell pennies? After a while of prosperity, due to the Shinai cult, Fushiyoshi began to deteriorate come Meiji. The new government centralized power, rural areas began to be developed, and the religious reforms established Shinto as the state religion. The anti-Buddhist movement of that era planned a complete separation of Shinto and Buddhism, destroying many Buddhist temples, customs, and cultural assets, dealing another blow to the village and its faith. This could easily be found in Nosato records, but it was admitted here that the Uematsu were particularly damaging for them. Well, there was no denying that the Uematsu culture seemed Buddhist in nature, and the prostitution part must have made them targets of harsh prejudice. The Shinai faith, which had many strange rituals, had to either cease and discard them, or turn them into something more culturally acceptable. How is this game? Is it a light novel? Yeah, basically. It's like a visual novel, light novel. I like it a lot. It's long-ish. This is session number 14, and each session has been 2 or 3 hours, so it's like a 30-hour read. Lots of fun. It's very interesting in the premise. There's not a whole lot of decision-making that matters, but that's part of the gimmick of the game. Like, you're not disappointed that the decision-making doesn't really matter. However, they did keep a few of them. As long as the story is good. Yep, exactly. And it's entirely, like, the story has to do with why your decisions, well, for lack of a better word, like, loop back around on themselves. So, yeah, I like it a lot. It was a recommendation from Imperius Club, and it was a pretty good recommendation. Before moving to the next chapter, we put together the region names of Fushiyoshi, which the great-grandfather rediscovered from the archives. When did this come out? 2015, 2016, sometime around there. According to him, Fushioshi had several districts, each one under the jurisdiction of the village heads. The Miguruma had Fushiki, where the Shinai Shrine was built. The Higuchi had Hoshizuki, where people gathered. The Nosato had Tomeguchi, the medicinal plant field right beside Kagegawa. And last, the Uematsu were given the Hacho, the lodging area. According to Kyonosuke-shi, these regions remained in Kamifujiyoshi to this day. In fact, the names of these regions had existed from the era when the name Fushiyoshi began to spread to the outside, as was the designation Kamifujiyoshi. On the other hand, places aside from Kamifujiyoshi had already been clearly identified and named, such as Yasumizu. Oh, excuse me. Not Yasumizu spelled with the kanji for rest and water, but rather rest and lord. I see. My great-grandfather reached the same conclusion as us then. This was a phone game? That's wild. I mean, it's obviously not terribly technically intensive, so that makes sense. If you swap the kanji for fushiki around and combine them into one, you get comb for hair. With Hoshizuki, you do the same trick and combine to get liver. Comb, liver? Kagegawa was originally written as that, but put the first kanji on top of the latter and you get bone. Comb, bone, liver. Tomeguchi is a no-brainer. Put the guchi on top of tome and you get foot. Oh! Is it like the head, the liver, the foot? I don't remember what the other one was already. And with Hacho, you place the second kanji between the first and get claw. So the region names of Kamifujiyoshi were divided up based on body parts. And then we get to the real spelling of Yasumizu. Break the first kanji down and you're left with person, tree, and lord. Combine the latter two into one kanji and put the full word together and you get human sacrifice. Ooh, I bet this is like super mind-blowing if you are native Japanese. Like if you actually could visualize that in your head, all the kanji like interacting that way. I obviously can't. His great-grandfather seemed to have no clue about the purpose of these names. However, he did guess that the oldest one was either Fushiyoshi or Yasumizu, while the other names were new. This will be the finale for sure, Prage? Yeah, this time for sure. He concluded that link between those names and the words werewolf and human sacrifice were related. There was another thing here. He guessed that Kamifujiyoshi was named after body parts to represent a single human as the way of responding to or opposing Yasumizu. Oh, LOL, I found your channel on YouTube today? Oh, no way! That's awesome! Welcome! Man, I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by. Man, that like makes my day. Another guess was that, by burying the sentiment in the name instead of burying people in the ground, they'd avoid killing their own. Honestly, it seemed to me like we didn't have enough to understand the true intention behind this. Though, the fact that they hid the words human sacrifice in Yasumizu was pretty shady. You could assume that it was named that because it was a human sacrifice, meant to help the area, including Kamifujiyoshi, prosper. Well, hold on a second. If they're representing the whole region by like a person, and the other place is human sacrifice, there might have something to do with that, where like that place is meant to take out the place that's represented by the human. Or perhaps it was related to the human sacrifice from the origin of the village. Regardless, there were definitely ulterior motives behind the names. As one who knew Yasumizu's feature, I was certain of that. So glad that people gave this game some attention. Yeah, it was recommended by a friend, and I started it, and then I've been enjoying it a lot since I started, so I'm hoping we finish today. Fushiyoshi and Yasumizu had become Fujiyoshi and Yasumizu. It's still Yasumizu. Okay, I'm not. It's just with the different kanji. The mizu is the water, rather than the one for Lord, during the Meiji period, and became a part of a single area. The great-grandfather concluded that the naming was based on local conventions, and it was meant to hide the village's past. He had nowhere to continue from here, and his writing in the diary ended. Good friends. Yes, very much. The next section was started out by Kinosuke-shi's great-grandfather, but after his writing grew worse and worse and finally stopped, his son took over. Oh, that far already? Already? This is session number, 14. According to Kinosuke-shi, his great-grandfather had gotten a mental illness and began acting eccentric. He'd seen it with his own eyes. Hey, Red Creeper. Happy Saturday. The final reasonable bits of writing left behind by him cursed his deteriorating mind and hoped that his descendants would take over his research. His wish was fulfilled when Kinosuke-shi's grandfather found this room and took over. This section was primarily made to give detailed descriptions to the outdated rites and customs of Fushioshi. Well, it was kind of easy to find you since I'm a little obsessed with this game. Ooh. You probably know so much about it then. Please forgive me if I glaze over stuff. I'm not the sharpest. Naturally, the lack of historical accounts was a hindrance. However, the documents owned by the Nosato family and the knowledge he gained as the head made it possible to do it. He was also married to someone with ties to the Miguruma, so he also gained access to some Miguruma records. Having gathered info from various sources, he reached some reliable conclusions. Though his efforts to gather information made him the target of the other head families. I've gotten into playing Cody from Street Fighter. Ooh, Cody's a cool character. Oh, excuse me, taking a drink of water. Cody's a neat character. He has a lot of unique mechanics, and there's a lot of different ways to play him. He's like the mid-range of that game, where you can choose to play him a lot of different ways. The final bits of writing in the diary seem to scream his fear of death. Oh. He died on May 1, 15 years ago. The text here made it evident that he died in the Feast of the Yomi Purge, so there was also a feast 15 years ago, not just 8 years ago. As the hand of the supernatural looms over us and takes our lives, I realize that I am losing control of my mind. Now that I have seen the might of the god I was to venerate, what duty do I have to continue the previous head's research into our homeland of Fushioshi? I will probably be hanged tomorrow, and, in all honesty, it seems like a favorable outcome at this point. What if the irresistible urge to sleep faded, and I opened my eyes to see that wolf-faced god? I would be unable to bear the fear. The wolf's bane I shall use to end my life lies in my hand. Oh wow, he killed himself. And that was it. Kinosuke-shi's voice was shaking. From what he said, his grandfather was an intelligent gentleman that he knew personally and respected immensely. Anyway, the text here could be summed up as thus. Fushioshi had several strange rites and customs. When combined with the ones unique to specific head families, that number grew exponentially. It revealed all the details about these things, and even had info we really didn't care about right now. The content about Uematsu was particularly harsh, even though it was noted that not everything was here. Info about the Miguruma, however, was extremely limited. However, it was said that horrible screams could be heard from the storehouse. Oh yeah. I playfully opened the iron door to the basement of the third lookout. I was told never to go there, and the door had that symbol on it. And it was morbidly interesting. It was a morbidly interesting read, but there was only one thing that mattered to us. It was the custom of lynching in Yasumizu. It was basically describing the Feast of the Yomi Purge. The old Kami-sama would return from Yomi to get revenge for being killed. That story was the same. A morbiously interesting read. There were two notable points here. One was that it had apparently begun about 500 years ago, after the village closed itself off from the world. And the other was that Kami Fujiyoshi was mostly uninvolved in the feasts of that era. Kinosuke-shi's grandfather examined the feast's origin from various angles. He investigated the stones in the Hanging Pines graveyard, looked at the records of Kami Fujiyoshi's mason, and concluded that Kamifushiyoshi were making the grave. Excuse me, I've been saying it wrong this time. And according to the Mason records, the Okiba were placed in Yasumizu at this time too. 500 years of history was enough to make it a historic landmark, but there were no megaliths from the millennia BCE. They were simply put there to help turn the village into a great Lord Shinai worshipping holy ground. The words left behind by the elders of Kamifujiyoshi and Yasumizu gave us even more info. There was the legend that, in a time when samurai still existed, Yomibito poured out of Yasumizu and attacked Kamifushiyoshi. That coincided with rebellion Kinosuke had mentioned, the reason why the head families oppressed Yasumizu. Looking at both the documents and word of mouth, the rebellion had happened 5 centuries ago, shortly before the village became isolated. In Yasumizu, Yomibito were said to be scary creatures completely covered in blood water. You could find the word blood water by playing with the kanji in the name Saranaga. Oh yeah. Bloodwater Rapids. The stream was considered corrupted even half a millennium ago. Anyway, though the legend was warped by superstition, there was no denying that Kamifujiyoshi was attacked by people covered in Saranaga mud. The grandfather concluded, without a doubt, that this incident is what made Kamifujiyoshi people so afraid of Yasumizu. This rebellion was the very cause of the decades of isolation, the creation of the Shinai faith, and the start of the Feast of the Yomi Purge. As for what that meant, it was all planned for the purpose of holding the already discriminated Yasumizu down and preventing further rebellion. Damn. The grandfather thought that Yasumizu was purposely created to be discriminated against. It was a bad, dangerous place to live in. The reason why it wasn't abandoned wasn't mentioned here, but anyway, people continued calling it home. In governing, intentionally creating a lower class and treating them poorly satisfied the upper class, and thus made their governance easier. It was something you saw all over the world. Even in Japan, there was a complicated historical discrimination that left its mark even in the current era. Thus, the presence of a settlement meant to be looked down upon was good for the leaders of that era. However, they didn't want any more rebellions. So how could they stop it? One way was to make them fight against themselves. Another was to make them so superstitious that they wouldn't even think of rebelling. Basically, they had to make them believe the lie that there were wolves among them who were killing people, causing them to kill each other. By doing that, they would sap any strength Yasumizu needed to rebel. They also prepared a background story to make them believe that anomaly was actually real. The grandfather guessed that it was the true purpose of the 5-century-old religion. His sources for that were the documents gathered by his predecessor, which claimed that people from the local temples and shrines were called into the village. He assumed that the incomplete or intentionally destroyed records were those regarding the scholars they summoned to help create the religion. That seemed absurd at first, but after thinking about it, it was entirely reasonable. The settlement they looked down upon had bared their fangs at them. What did they do? Call smart people for help. That was natural. The wolves among them? Maybe I'll play the Wolf Among Us next. And so the scholars teamed up, creating a new religion, and made the settlement fight itself. And if they'd given the head families roles in the legends to ensure proper control, man, it sounded so messed up, but it didn't seem impossible. It's the other way around. It's that the people of Kamifujiyoshi wouldn't have to look into the eyes of the people of Yasumizu, who may or may not be Yomibito. They wanted to avoid eye contact, not only because they thought they were corrupted, but also because they were afraid. Kamifujiyoshi was afraid of Yasumizu. It was a possibility I wouldn't have considered before, but it also seemed likely. It'd be pretty scary if the people they looked down upon finally let their grudge take over and become fearful marauders, ready to enact their revenge. And because they were aware of how badly they treated the settlement, the guilt grew even larger, and they started controlling and discriminating against them even further. When you looked at it that way, they made a whole religion just to protect themselves. And boy, was that insane. Now, with the feast's origin revealed, what was that about the head families not being involved in it so much? Apparently, the first feasts were a lot simpler than the current one. There was the purification, sheltering, dreaming, and the limit of one per day, but there was no actual punishment for breaking these laws. They'd probably set it up to prevent indiscriminate massacres. Also, there was no wolf selection, and there were no guardians. The heads, or Fushioshi leaders of the time, only circulated the Yasumizu legend that the wolves came back. By spreading the local legend along with a lie, they motivated the people to kill each other whenever the mists appeared. It was successful, and the people started killing suspected wolves every time the mist showed up. In response to that, those who spread the suspicions were brutalized at night. This weakened Yasumizu, left the place a breeding ground for future problems, and too weak to rebel. I wish this game gets a sequel. That'd be cool. Or like even just the same like team makes another VN. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Why would they kill each other just because of that? How could there be murders without any real threat? The past isn't the present. There were times where superstition alone could make people murder one another. Your grandfathers used the word lynch right from the start. I think that's important. I think that the Feast of the Yomi Purge was actually useful to the people of Yasumizu too. What do you mean? Well, let's keep reading. Sure enough, the grandfather seemed to believe that, to the people of Yasumizu, the feast made the killings into a just cause. According to this, the feast wasn't considered a paranormal event, not even by the Yasumizu people themselves. It was just a justification for lynching. Ugh, gross. The hand of the law didn't reach this backwards village, and Yasumizu was even more isolated, a settlement for the ostracized. Of course, there had to be conflicts and wrongings, and the social system to solve them was rather limited. Thus, there was a demand for solutions beyond the law, and the feast fit the bill perfectly. When the mist came, they could easily just get rid of the people they didn't like. However, that came with the risk of being targeted by their friends and family. This continuous cycle of lynchings and revenge eventually destroys the minority and leaves the majority wounded. The feast ends, and law returns to Yasumizu. It seemed like the ostracism they'd done in ancient Greece. Anyone who was against the law of the village had their names written on pottery and voted to be exiled. A backwards but effective way to keep order. Though while the punishment there was an exile, the feast came with a death penalty. It was clearly unjust, but they found it better than nothing. By having these occasional unlawful disputes, they actually prevented the settlement as a whole from crumbling. There's some kind of spin-off called Love Deathmatch Comedy, and it has a character from this in it. Oh, that's cool. I might look into that. Those who participated in lynchings had their guilt lessened by considering the legends and myths. Superstition had real-world effects. By telling people that they'd be hanged if they were bad, the renegades among them would be silenced. Exclusive to Japan. Unfortunate. I'll have to get my NordVPN sponsorship so I can VPN over to Japan and play it. So yeah, the Feast of the Yomi Purge had its perks for both Kami Fushioshi and Yasumizu. Also, apparently, it was a long-running tradition for Kami Fushioshi to do certain things immediately before the mists come. They summoned the children of Yasumizu to Kami Fushioshi and called the women to help them with the food. There was no end to these records. It was much like the Mountain Festival, the carrot for the stick that they constantly provided the settlement. But it was also a form of population control. They didn't want Yasumizu to be completely depopulated, so they protected the children. This tradition was alive to this day. Even 8 years ago, Tai-san, Kaori-san, and the children had been saved from the feast when they were called. So, while it had its roots in superstition, the Feast of the Yomi Purge became a kind of social tool. Oh, it's just in Japanese only, unfortunate. I see. Controlled lynching. Or perhaps capital punishment by popular vote? It's only useful to us Kami Fujiyoshi people, and it doesn't spread outside of Yasumizu. Mudo and the youths are right. The village heads are the bad guys here. I'm not sure about that. The leaders from the era might have intended this to be a kindness meant to ensure stability. The problem is that it continues even to this day. Yes, that is something that shouldn't be happening in Yasumizu today. Is that what it says? It says that there were 3 feasts during and after the war. The feast meant to manage society had ended with the one that began at the start of World War II. When Kiyonosuke-shi's grandfather wrote this, he called it the previous feast. The ones who survived it said an actual wolf had appeared. Also, rules like sheltering, which had been ignored until then, now came with a supernatural punishment. So wait, is this supernatural though? Cause like, it wasn't always supernatural. So what brought the supernatural element in? Is it the dreamer? The legend had gone from mere story to reality. The grandfather himself had witnessed some paranormal things too. Wait! Is the old wolf guy the dreamer? There's no shot, right? That's too random. That's too random, right? There's no way. I was gonna say though, like he would have come around. He would have come around that time. That's just like no way though. The grandfather himself had witnessed some paranormal things too. There was a pile of dog corpses that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Though the thorough, violent deaths given to the rule breakers, the wolves who could come in through locked doors and brutalize the ones inside, and finally the unity between the wolves, hell-bent on killing the humans even if it meant their own death. That was the feast I knew. The next text was written by the previous head, Kiyonosuke's father, and he'd observed the third feast of the recent times. It was the one that had happened 8 years ago, and its survivors mentioned impossible paranormal events that actually happened. It was the same, the exact same. The feast had been supernatural 3 times in a row, starting with World War II. That's interesting. And this was the 4th one. That meant that something had drastically changed the feast that happened during the war. The reason for that wasn't given here. Are you okay? It must be shocking. Should we take a break? No, I'm fine. Let's keep reading. Next is the text left by my father. Like Kiyonosuke said, the final section of the diary was written by the previous head of the Nosato family. He'd inherited the will of his predecessors and tried solving the mystery. Though, unlike them, he seemed to prioritize documents that had been released to the public. For one, there were cutouts of articles. He'd taken various clippings from newspapers and magazines to create an extremely large scrapbook. There were bits from local newspapers, national ones, and both general and specialized magazines of varied renown. Basically, he'd gathered all the info regarding Fujiyoshi, no matter how minor. Of course, we didn't have the time to look through all of them, so we relied on the index in the diary. We found out that this small village had a number of unexpectedly major events happen in it. They were so big that they actually made it to national newspapers. Some of the oldest and more notable ones were the articles about the serial murders here that had happened over 60 years ago. There were a number of articles with titles like 20 deadly break-ins in Fujiyoshi, murders in 20 houses in a mountain village, and I found that number to be significant. Though the number of places that had been attacked was 20, the number of casualties was 17. 8 more were injured. Regardless, it was definitely big enough to put a mark on Japanese history. This event was well covered for something that's happened on the eve of World War II, and it ended with the culprit being sent to Tokyo and quickly executed. The incident was reported for 2 years, from when it came to light right up until the capital punishment. It could be summed up like this. On December 27, 1940, in Fujiyoshi village, Kami Fujiyoshi, Hochizuki, a man covered in mud, invaded a private dwelling. He quickly used the kitchen knife he had to attack 2 of the people inside, destroy the property, and then escape. One of the victims went on to die. The culprit went on to continue invading houses in Hochizuki, murder, and destroy property. After 30 minutes of this, he escaped Fujimura by foot. Fujimura. The crime was so sudden that the inhabitants and the local police couldn't do anything about it before it was over. The incident came to light when the local police reported it to the Metropolitan Police. Since cars weren't widespread in this area yet, the doctors from the surrounding villages hurried over with their horse-drawn carriages. That was how much of a big deal it was. I'm sorry, big yawn. The police had gathered a number of officers and established a perimeter to surround the culprit, but in the end, they failed to arrest him. The witness, bloodstains, and the lost items made them conclude that the culprit had changed his clothes somewhere up the mountain, and then escaped by going down the river. They followed after him, but since it was at the end of the year and it was hard to get around, it took them time to find proper footprints. On January 3rd of the following year, the prefecture police noted that the perimeter was broken, but this wasn't reported. The investigations that followed bore no fruit, and the newspapers and magazines wrote a lot about the escaped or hidden murderer. But then, at one afternoon at the end of January, a man showed up in a police station in Mangetsubashi, Tokyo, and said that he was the murderer who'd escaped Fujiyoshi. There hadn't been much speculation about where the culprit was from, but it turned out he was actually a local, which raised a few questions. One of them was, why couldn't these locals figure out who it was? Hi Koyo, how's it going? This question was left unanswered, and the man who turned himself in, Kihei Tochitani, 30 years old, became the subject of significant controversy. From this point on, the major newspapers simply reported how the trial was going, while the magazines just had a ton of opinion pieces. Kiyonosuke-shi's father commented that the Miguruma were actively keeping journalists from entering Yasumizu. At the same time, they didn't resist the police and in fact were highly cooperative. But in the end, Yasumizu wasn't really mentioned in the trial reports. They could have been the weak legislative system of the time or the result of the Miguruma's efforts. Under such circumstances, they held Kihei Tochitani's trial. He insisted on several things: that he was too drunk to remember the details. However, he was certain that he was the one who murdered them. He'd lived in that area and was on bad terms with his neighbors to the point of holding a serious grudge. When he sobered up, he became scared and ran away. And since he knew he couldn't keep running forever, he just turned himself in. He was too afraid to return to Fujiyoshi. Oh, God. I'm yawning. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm yawning. Someone found his statement that he'd attacked 20 households in 30 minutes questionable, but it was a trial under significant public scrutiny. And since Kihei Tochitani admitted to the crime, he was executed based solely on that. It happened 2 years after his arrest. The capital punishment was carried out, and he departed this world without further comment of note. The news agencies were now all covering World War II, so the serial murders ended up being forgotten. Also, Kiyonosuke-shi's father noted something about him. 3 years before the incident, Kihei Tochitani had been sent to Yasumizu because of trouble with his neighbors. Well, this is interesting. It is. Kihei Tochitani probably based his crime on the Yomibito legends. He wasn't in Yasumizu for long, yet he went and did something so awful. All of Fujiyoshi is afraid of Yomibito, so maybe he turned it around and tried becoming one with them to seem scary. Or perhaps he'd heard of the old rebellion that the village heads know about. I'm mostly curious about the timing. The feast during the war, the first real one, happened about 2 years after this incident. Is he haunting the feast? Is like the ghost of this murderer haunting the feast? It's like a repeat. Yes, it's like that time 500 years ago when they created the Shinai faith to keep the rebels in check. Of course, there were no mentions of the feast in the articles. The next notable thing was the time when the war ended and the soldiers returned to Fujiyoshi. These news articles were accompanied by village PR notices and photos. One of the men in the photos had the name Shosaburo Makishima. The face, that expression, I had no doubt that he was related to Kanzo Makishima. Many from Fujiyoshi had departed for the war, and naturally, some of them were from Yasumizu. Also, according to the reports, they had notably good survival rate. They'd also achieved a lot on the front lines, and the PR said it was the blessing of the Okami-sama. In a different document, it was said that they had charms that resembled the Okami symbols used in the mountain festival. Wow. This was a photo that showed one of those crests, wrinkled from wear. The shape was new to me. However, the 3 diamond-like symbols made me think it was related to the one I was familiar with, which was actually pictured here. The text next to it said, some chose to wear ominous symbols instead. For reference, there was the divine crest of Great Lord Shinai. It was actually my first time seeing it, and apparently they couldn't use it as a good luck charm because it was just too important. Well then, if it was that sacred, it made sense that I hadn't seen it in Yasumizu. It was a bad place after all. Next, we skipped the unimportant bits, such as the election results and major staff changes. We went ahead a few decades and arrived on articles from the 80s. This was pretty bad. Cholera outbreak in Mountain Village, 4 dead. It was a pretty simple incident, apparently. Someone who'd gone on a trip overseas had infected the whole village. The name of patient 0 was hidden, but it had to be one of the village heads. They were the only ones who could travel to other countries. It was damn awful to read about, but apparently the disease spread through water contaminated by the first victim's vomit and excreta, and there were victims in both Fujiyoshi as well as Yasumizu. Also, it was only reported after the disease had subsided, which was probably caused by the Miguruma intelligence work. Looking at when it happened, you should have been alive during this, right? You were in middle school, I assume? Yes, I know about it too well. I was infected myself, after all. Oh, you had cholera? Yes. In fact, it got to a lot of people, especially here in Yasumizu. What? Even those still here? It happened to Sir Makishima, Yamawaki-san, and... oh yes, even Muro had it. The outbreak must have been pretty big. It was! Oh. Sorry, I froze. Later on, I found out that the Nosato quickly identified it as cholera, but the Miguruma... Huh? What? They made the absurd claim that Shinai-sama's protection would make short work of the cholera, and perform some strange ritual while attempting to prevent the Nosato from applying the proper treatment. Thanks to that, the situation grew worse, and I, who got infected late, had my treatment postponed because I was one of us. I see. The Nosato are a family of model doctors. As if. We simply adhere to the order established by the Miguruma. Of course, Yasumizu was low on the list, and that caused the death of 2 infected, and 2 Uematsu were treating the people. Oh, 2 Uematsu? The Uematsu still had a few members back then, but most of them were infected while trying to make use of their folk medicine. Once that was found out, the disease had advanced so much that they were beyond help and died soon after. It's safe to say that the event sealed the fate of the Uematsu. If the Miguruma had handled things properly... No, that's not it. If the Nosato had done what any proper family of doctors would do, and simply ignored them and done the right thing... By the way, was Rikako Uematsu-san affected? She was only 9 at the time. Surely you understand that she was too young to partake in the, family trade. Ah, naruhodo. I knew what he meant. But, something didn't feel right. His eyes betrayed a sense of confusion, and his tone lacked confidence. Are you hiding something? No. It's nothing. Anyway, though this shows how warped Fujiyoshi is, it's not directly related to the feast. Something happened. Something happened between him and Uematsu back then. They were both in like middle school. Yeah, you're right. This is probably why he's obsessed with Uematsu. Why he's Lord Simp for her. I wouldn't push any further this time. Another major article was one about a corpse that had washed up on the local part of the Saranaga, officially known as Saranagawa, apparently. It was a woman from Chiba, and she had a search party out for her. It said that she'd simply committed suicide. Is this related to the feast? No. The date doesn't match any of the feasts so far. She must just be some unrelated suicide victim. Then there's the idiots from the city, coming here just to hang themselves or get eaten by wild beasts. Me and the old man always have to deal with the mess. It's not rare for Saranaga to bring us corpses either. I don't know if they're mountain fishers or something, but it's dangerous upstream, damn it. A city person who'd gone all the way here just to die, huh? Well, maybe one of the village heads had her killed, but if that's the case, he would have not left her in the Saranaga. Okay, let's ignore that. What's this about a heavy rain from 8 years ago, though? That doesn't seem related to Fujiyoshi.
I feel it's important that Fujiyoshi's not mentioned there. There's reports of landslides all over the area, but none for Fujiyoshi. Ah. I see, so even the ones who'd supposedly died in the landslide were hidden from the public. Besides that, there's not much of note. Well, what about this? Serial fires in Minato-ku. Possibly arson. Why is that here? It's explained in the diary. It's not reported, but all the 7 buildings set on fire belonged to the same person. And what does that mean? It's the Miguruma. They have real estate outside Fujiyoshi as well. Ah, I see. So they gain funds that way too. But why would they do that? Because the religion is profitable, no? A faith with half a millennium of history behind it can't be considered a new religion. There must be a lot of Shinai believers outside as well, though they're probably not as fanatical as us. I imagine that some of their families have been donating to the shrine for generations. Are the Miguruma a recognized religion? I don't know that much, but I imagine the country would be pretty involved with them if it was, no? I don't know. I'm not well versed in that. Now, this seems to be the end. Yeah, we'd read the entire diary. A whole 3 hours had passed since we'd started. The mist would come soon. I'd learned a lot from this, but if you ask me, all I'd gotten here were maybes. Nothing was certain yet. Even so, I thought it was more than enough for this loop. Key? Oh, what to do? It looks like even Father went insane and drank poison without reaching the truth. If you are right and I'm about to die in the feast, my brother would probably have to follow in his footsteps. Or, wait, if you die, will all this have never happened? Oh dear. Looks like there is nothing we can do. His wry grin pained my heart a bit. I had to say it. I'm sorry, Kyunosuke no Sato-san. It's nothing you must apologize for. It's Fujiyoshi's fault for doing something so absurd. But what is the cause of the madness controlling everyone here? Is it really just a fear of superstition and rebellion? No. That's not it. It's God's fault. You too? You are going to shift blame to the divine, just like my forefathers did? Also, you still haven't given an explanation for your paranormal happenings. I'm sorry, but I actually think I can give a scientific, or rather reasonable explanation for God. Nani? Though, I still need to properly process this. Instead, I can give clear explanations for everything else. I'd missed my chance to properly apologize here. How much time did we have? I wondered. Would they wait that long? Then explain the mysteries of the feast. How do you explain the inescapable corruption? How does it find and punish you no matter how well you hide? Cameras and listening devices? Huh? He stared blankly for a moment and then laughed. Of all the answers, camera? There's no way they'd had those in the war. Wait, oh, maybe? Oh, shit, hold on. So, World War II was the start of the supernatural stuff. Yeah, that would explain, like, technology was probably good enough. Technology probably became good enough to actually manipulate the feast that way. And people would just, like, I don't know, let's see what he says. I'm not saying that they did. In fact, I'm not sure if they were right, if there were any 8 years ago either. Though, there might have been something basic back then. Hell, it could have been 2 cans and a string. Or perhaps they just put a spy in here. Now that would be excessive. What I'm saying is that all of Yasumizu is being observed. It can't be. The village heads are far too busy for that. But they're the same people who would spread unbelievable amounts of effort to create the foundation for Shinai's faith. I understand how you feel. You find it absurdly hard to believe. But the
Oh my god, I'm sorry. But the incredulity? I'm sorry, chat. Incredulity. But the incredulity you're feeling right now is exactly how magic tricks are kept secret. When you look at what magicians do, you find out that they're either things that were too silly for someone to fall for, or extremely complex setups that made you believe they just couldn't have prepared them. Oh, excuse me, I sneezed. The ones where the audience turns into cherry blossoms is a good example. I'd actually been suspecting that all of Yasumizu were the targets of a really bad prank ever since I'd come here. Well, wait. How do you explain the severely damaged corpses? Oh, they just carried them away and destroyed them with machinery or something. This doesn't seem right. That doesn't make sense. You yourself said that you can't leave Yasumizu once it's covered in mist. Oh, there must be secret underground passages or something. Wait, no, wait. So they actually let loose some dogs, kill their targets, use the secret passages to bring the corpses back to Kami Fujiyoshi, then waste time to damage them and bring them back to Yasumizu. That's absurd. That's too absurd. And that's exactly why everyone believes them. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Then what about the doors that open when you touch them? Must be electronic, remote-controlled locks. In those shabby apologies, simple-looking dwellings in Yasumizu? Even the worst buildings can have electronic locks. It makes for a good camouflage, even. Then, how do you explain the Guardian marks drawn in blood? The results of the snake's investigation are also delivered in blood text, right? You'd definitely know if it was a human. Anesthetic gas gets the job done easily. Surely you know a mix of nitrous oxide and a type of octogen creates the perfect anesthetic. It also has no smell. It's dangerous because of this, so people often add something with a scent to it. But in this case, that's a benefit. Don't be stupid. Well, I'll admit you know a bit of medicine, but anesthesia is so difficult that there are even specialists. Well, there are specialists here besides the Nosato, right? Even if there are, and even if they modified the dwellings here enough to create isolated spaces, there's no guarantee that anyone could safely come back from a forced loss of consciousness in a place without any life support. Exactly. They don't have to come back. Even if someone ended up dying, they could just destroy the evidence, toss the body outside, and make them look like rule breakers who didn't shelter. No. That's so absurd and vile. I know. I have a hard time accepting this too. But if it's possible, then it's not the work of a god. If something mysterious can be explained using mundane means, then it was caused by mundane means, Nosato-san. Okay, I understand that it's possible to make it happen. Why do you believe that is how it is? And why you apologized? Oh god, this music. The fact that this room was left as is means that they either didn't find it or couldn't enter it. But now that we've made such a show of searching and arguing so loudly, they must have noticed us. Assuming they, as you said, have cameras and listening devices. Wait, is this... this is... No, bro. No. Yo, wait, what? Dude, has this just been, like... I'm losing it. Has this just been, like, a white bear situation this whole time? And if they noticed us, they cannot let us live. They must kill us before the feast starts. This is... Yes, my consciousness began to fade. The irresistible drowsiness took over my body. You win. See? But didn't you have a better way to go about this? I'm sorry. Unable to stand, I fell to my knees. I hit my forehead on the desk, but the pain was minimal. It didn't kill me, huh?
I know you have one. Old man. There. This is it. He could still move. Crawling on his hands and knees, he opened a drawer and took out a small glass bottle. If you die, it will all be undone, won't it? Then take this aconite. It'd trouble you if they caught and interrogated you.
I appreciated that. I reached out, took it, and put it in my mouth. Delicious poison.
I'll have some too, even if this will all be erased. Wasting all my forefathers gathered would be a sin.
Dead. Just one last sentence. I won't waste it. I promise. Just had to say that much. I now had a duty to fulfill for this awkward man. With every loop, I gained not only memories, but one-sided responsibilities as well. That meant that I really had to save everyone, right? Death came quick. That was nuts! I was not expecting that at all. Oh my god. Will of the Crow. So there's a completely different... What number was that? 13? No. Where is it? 8. So that was completely different. So there's two completely different phenomena going on right now. There's the looping and the dreams, right? Which has to be supernatural. There's a looping phenomenon, and the feast itself is literally all orchestrated. And there's a real kaiju. Well, that's part of the dream, right? Like, that's part of the dream. So there's that. That's the supernatural stuff. But the feast is not supernatural. The feast. So how did Rikako go berserk? And how did Rikako actually heal somebody? Because that's real, right? I'm just confused. I'm gonna go grab a soda. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, and we're gonna pick it up from the next loop. Okay, I'm back. The folk Medi are real. I think once Rikako became a Yomibito, that's because of the dream. Either that or that wasn't Rikako, but someone else. Oh, yeah. What if they just killed Rikako and then smeared Saranaga mud all over themselves and acted as a Yomibito? That's totally possible, right? Man, this game keeps getting like super good. As I thought, Kinosuke was a reasonable man. With his help, I was able to learn the head's perception of the feast, the Yomi Purge, as well as the long historical background behind it. Through death, I learned the Miguruma are using a cutting-edge surveillance network and are intervening with Yasumizu. This will be a huge clue in resolving the incident. All right, here we go looping again. Where are we going to, kids? Let's go to... So I have 8 now. Let's check this first loop. I think I did everything I could on this first loop. Let's see. Yep, I did all this. This was meeting up with Chimmy again. Oh, okay. I need 19 for this one. So this we had to do the Chemi loop. We had to do the Nosato loop. We'll get 19 at some point. And this is waiting. This is where we could leave the outhouse. So this is probably where we know that Chemi remembers all the loops. We know that because Chemi's outside, right? She's like calling for us. So we know that Chemi remembers all the loops. And then we know that the surveillance technology is there. So we got to learn one more thing to deal with that big wolf. And then we probably go try to stop it. So now let's go to this loop. This is where we are right now. Are we going to talk to the Miguruma? Oh, I bet we could. I bet we could go back to... I bet we could go back to the city. No, we can't. Okay. So what if we go this way? Okay, this is the route Hashimoto lived in. So we did all that. Okay, we can get here. We can go here. Where is here is the question. I guess this is where we're going. Let me just double check if there's anywhere else we can go. Hello, Wreath. Let me just see if there's anywhere else we can go. Because I think that'll get us key 19, the one up above there. So... Shoo, 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 shoo. Yeah, and then once we get 19, that's probably how we get 9. And then that's probably how we go through here. Oh, we also need 1 for that? Yikes. Okay, so that was the route Hashimoto lived in. So what if we do the route that Hashimoto dies in? And this is where Chiemi and... oh my god, I'm losing my mind. It's where Chiemi and Mochi were the wolves. Which was here. We can go this way now. See if there's anything to do on this route. Ah, this is also something we can get. Yeah, so there's how to pass time. So there's the route. There's the route where Chiemi and Mochi are the wolves. And we can go do something. And this is probably just a death. And there's a route where Hashimoto is still alive that we can go do something. Let's do this one first. This one actually, no cap, I think this one will just kill us. This is the Rikako route, yes. This is where Chiemi and Mochi were wolves. This is... Oh, maybe we talk to Rikako here. Yeah, I bet we talk to Rikako here. Maybe this doesn't get us killed. Well, let's try it. Let's just try it because we're here. Okay. If the real story behind the feast made people into that, couldn't that have happened to Kanzo-san? I don't know what's happening here. Ask Hisako a question. Okay, so this is like... This is where Hisako was a wolf and fucked up or something. Let's see. All right. We're remembering all this. Ask Mamiya. Oh yeah, it just came back to me. It was the me that had been crushed by a million sheep. I'd somehow forgotten that. The looping was kind of irregular this time, so my memories weren't maintained properly. Anyway, since I remembered it now, I figured I had to ask her something. What is it, Fusaishi-kun? I said I was going to get some fresh air and caught up to Mamiya-san. In this timeline, she was a wolf, so she wasn't very stable right now. And with the whole snake act she'd pull tomorrow, she'd go completely out of control. I'd have liked to talk to her in a timeline where Hashimoto-san was alive, but I imagine it'd be hard to have a chance to talk to her then. I remembered it at a decent time though, so whatever, I'd make it work. I have more questions about the old stories here. About the badger? I don't think that'd ever leave the realm of imagination. No point in talking about it, is there? Acting like she didn't know, huh? No, I'm interested in something that came up before that. You gave some examples of wolf, snake, monkey, and crow shrines, right? Even named some snake gods? What about spiders? Oh, ahaha, you noticed. She giggled in a somewhat creepy manner. Apparently it was easy to talk to her if it was about her specialty. That's me in fighting games. If you try to talk to me about anything else, I'm like a weirdo, but if you talk to me about fighting games, I get like giddy.
I actually don't know of a single place worshipping a spider servant. I would need to read up more. But it's not like spider gods are common, right? Yeah, I know a bunch of spider yokai, though. Oh god, I'm sorry. I made myself laugh, and now I can't stop. Oh. It's these stupid voices. It's these stupid voices. That's the way I said yokai. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it together. Okay, hold on. Deep breaths. Okay. I know that. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Alright, line. I know that centipedes are Bishamonten servants. You know about Shingen Takeda's centipede army, right? Yeah. It was popular. It was a popular military symbol because centipedes can only go forward, right? Yeah. Isn't that good enough? They're close enough to spiders, right? I would not say so. Thought so. Spider gods are rare, even if you look at the rest of the world. Oh, they are? Yes. There's African Anansi, the North American Iktomi. Besides that, there's a lot of spider-based stuff in Native American myths, and I have a theory about that. Oh? She looked behind me, so I turned around and saw Yasunaga-kun. Sorry, I was just wondering what you were talking about. Oh, we're just continuing the occult lesson. I asked about it. It was hard to continue in the dining hall. I see. But you shouldn't have secret chats in this situation. That's true, but unraveling the legends is important, and I'm just interested in it too. I know what you mean. Is that what you would call folkloristics? No. The actual specialists would get mad if you called it that. It's more like mythology nut talk or folklore gossip. If you're interested, you can join us. It'll make it less suspicious. Good point. I guess I'll hang around for a bit. We weren't saying anything that was worth hiding anyways. Were you talking about spiders? Yes, I have an outrageous theory about them. The Uematsu family is actually descended from Ojibwe Native Americans. What? What is that? What did she mean by this? Yeah, what do you mean? You abandoned me the moment you realized that joke didn't click. Oh well. You know about dream catchers? Dream catchers? Is that an attraction or something? Oh, I know. It's the net thing made of string and wood. The mobile-like decoration. That's right. Those things were first crafted by the Ojibwe Native American tribe, and it's actually based on a spider's web. Wait. That makes so much sense. The bedroom woman servants are dream catchers. We're looking for a dreamer. Rikako is a dream catcher. And is Meiko the dreamer? If Rikako is Meiko's guardian and she's the dream catcher, is Meiko the dreamer? Like it says in the name, it catches all the bad dreams and only lets through the good ones, so that children can sleep well. Also, the story about the dream catcher speaks of a spider woman called Asibakashi. Sounds like the Uematsu, right? It does. The spider was said to protect people from the dreams of the Yomi. Amazing. Then,
The Uematsu are actually Native Americans who came here centuries ago? Yasunaga-kun, don't be fooled. Well, there's the faintest sliver of a chance that that's true, but it's probably just a coincidence. Yeah, that's why she guards Mako. There are similar legends all over the world, and it's hard to argue that they're actually all the same thing. There are even theories that Japanese are actually Jews and that Minamoto no Yoshitsune is actually Genghis Khan. What? Genghis Khan? Don't just believe it. The theories have as much basis on one as says that the T and, I think that's Te, have similar origin because they're similarly shaped. Ah, I see. There are many people that get to those things out of boredom, delusion, over a grudge. They're often the loudest ones, too. I will admit that people's delusions are a source of dreams, but you should enjoy them with discretion. Oh. I went on a tangent there, but anyway, no, I don't think she has Native American blood. But I do believe that it's not unlikely that it could be related to some very old folk tale. I see. By the way, do you know Jung? He was one of the fathers of psychology. Oh, Jung. He was one of the fathers of psychology, and he proposed some fantastical concepts. I think he was in one of my ethics workbooks. Are you talking about the collective unconscious? It's related, but I'll leave the complex stuff aside for now. Jung believed that similarities in legends and myths are born because of mental images, and that most of them humanity can relate to. Race and era don't matter here. It's a universal image of all mankind understands. And that's why similar myths can be created in different places and different cultures. That's a bold assumption. I actually think that what you said about history being the prime influence here is more likely. He has detractors, of course, but that's what he believed, and he gave the name archetype to those common images. Archetype Earth. And he defined several... Magic, are you watching right now? Hold on, I gotta screenshot this shit. Hold on. Sorry, folks. This is too much of a coincidence. This is way too much of a coincidence. I just have to screenshot this for Magic later. Okay. And he defined several such archetypes himself. Trickster, anima, etc., etc. Long story short, Magic and I are looking to start a collab group, a VTube collab group. And no shit, literally 2 of our names were Trickster, and we have like 5, 6 potential like group names, and no shit, those 2 are on the list. Like literally straight up, those 2 are on the list. So that it's just too weird. It's just too weird of a coincidence. Among those, the spider is considered to symbolize a great mother. Great mother? Yeah, the mother that gave birth to all, loves and cherishes all, as well as the one that binds all, obsesses over all, and consumes all. Only birth to them again. It's like an Earth Mother sort of entity. An archetype Earth! It's Hime! She's talking about Hime! Humanity collectively sees in the spider, or thinks of such things upon seeing it, apparently. If there really is such an archetype, it'd be no surprise that something embodying the idea of a spider weaving a net protecting the sleep of the children. Yeah, Rikako is archetype Earth. She's got the 5-way mix. I was born in both America and Japan, with no real connection between the two. I see. I'm guessing that's a psychology subject? Hey, well, my role here is just presenting some weird, fantastical theories. Don't take that too seriously. But the fact that there are many ways to approach these theories is new to me. I know what you mean. I'm sure I'd have a lot of fun if I could analyze the local faith properly. Would saying it's fun make people mad, though? But really, if I could make money off of it, I'd investigate it myself. Where can you study this kind of thing anyway? Did you learn it in college or something? Huh? Didn't you want to be a lawyer? Yes, of course.
My teacher always used to say that college is a place where you learn what you want to. If you change your mind, I'll introduce you to a cultural anthropologist from XX University. Hey, thank you. Mamiya-san left him a business card and said he could contact her anytime. He continued to ask her about folkloristics, looking really passionate about it. I really appreciated how people could bond over academic subjects in the most unexpected of places. Well, I actually had another question myself. Nii-chan, what are you doing here? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm heading back. Sorry about that. I'll talk to you again, if you don't mind. Not at all. You sure get around. Hold on. What do you mean? Perfect timing from Haru-chan. I feel like I might have ruined the future of a promising youth. Ruined is a big word, though I won't deny that being an occult writer isn't actually an ideal occupation. Wow, so rude. But I can't deny it. But if he wants to be a scholar, I don't think anyone would make fun of him. You're in sciences, right? Oh, there's the lie. The eto, that's always a lie. I guess you could say that. Let me just tell you that you shouldn't underestimate how little money liberal arts majors make. I'm a liberal arts major. I do okay. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. Now I'm annoyed. Anyway, we should go back too. Before that, you said you know spider yokai, correct? Could you name some? Well, there's the Jiragumo. Depending on the legend, the image it gives off is a creature that commands fire, embraces children. But mostly, it's an enchanting woman that does something to men. Oh? Is God a Jiragumo? The Tsuchigumo, defeated by Minamoto no Yorimitsu, was just a huge spider, but it could transform into a beautiful woman. Oh god, I'm so late. What the fuck did I miss? Oh, Captain. A lot. Do you want the quick recap? Like, did you see the end up until the end of the last stream? I can give a quick recap. Yeah, okay, so we were studying with Nosato and all the lore that his, like, grandfather and great-grandfather wrote about the feast. Turns out the feast itself is completely orchestrated by Kami Fujiyoshi using technology and surveillance and, like, smoke and mirrors. All the stuff that seems supernatural is not. And the feast itself is completely like orchestrated. So that the reason that came up was after World War II, the feasts got a lot more supernatural, and that's because technology advanced enough such that they could like surveil the town, see who cheated and broke the rules, go kill them. They got like electronic locks on the doors. It's all a scam. That was most of what you missed, just the explanation and revelation of that. We looped around again, and now we're talking to Mamiya, and basically she's saying that the spider mythology, she was talking about how there were like, you know, wolf gods and how there were wolf gods and snake gods and crow gods and all that, but she didn't say anything about spider gods. And so we're talking about what spider gods have existed. Did we win the last loop as wolves? No, a giant kaiju ended the world. But that was 2 streams ago, right? Was it not? Yeah, that was last stream. This stream was only studying with Nosato, because we ended the wolf loop on a previous stream. So I don't remember, because then you must not have seen the Chiemi loop as well, where we went back and Chiemi keeps all her memories. Chiemi is also looping and remembering everything, which you must have also missed. Yeah, you missed a lot. Okay, you missed a lot. Yeah, there's a lot going on, Captain. Game went off the rails real fast. Yeah, so
essentially we won the loop as the wolf. A giant kaiju appeared. The sheep appeared. The sheep told us that we are in someone else's dream, and the sheep is the guardian of that dream and trying to keep it stable. That's the reason we're looping, is because Yasumizu is contained in a dream. And, you know, basically if the if the dreamer has their way, a giant kaiju is going to destroy all of Japan. And like, we don't know anything about that yet outside of quote unquote it's a dream, and that kaiju is going to destroy everything. So we loop back around to try to figure out how to stop that. We run into Chiemi, who tells us she is also looping and also has all her memories. We go on like a million death dates with her, basically. We live out like a whole bunch of... I don't remember what movie or series this is like similar to, but basically we just live through a whole bunch of timelines with Chiemi. And like, you know, in this one we go explore over here, in this one we go, you know, die over here, in this one we jump off a cliff together. Yeah, it was great. And so there was that timeline. We learned that Chiemi's looping. We went to Nosato, where I explained everything. We learned that the feast is a sham. And then now we're in this loop, and there's another one where we're gonna learn something either. All you need is kill. So yeah, that is everything you missed. The Tsuchigumo, blah blah blah. Sounds to me like the spider's archetype is evil woman. I know what you mean. There are black widows too. We laughed a bit. Chatting with Mamiya-san was always entertaining. Yeah, Mamiya-san has actually leveled up a lot from my original tier list, which we're also going to complete tonight, by the way. There's also some legends about minor spider yokai, I guess. For something more modern, there's the spider's thread. Kanata spared a simple spider, but the one who let the thread down was Buddha. I see. The Uematsu's clothing has Buddhist influences too. I don't know if that's relevant though. Oh, sorry, I didn't say what we learned here. We learned that the Uematsu, the spider god, is actually probably based on some Native American folklore. All right, I'll bail out and catch him on YouTube because I'm fucking lost. Okay, yeah. Okay, bye, Captain. No worries. Besides that, all I have is pure fiction, like Outlaw Nacha. If you go there, you'd have to rethink all the other guardians too. That's true. The Hound of Tindalos. Balusa Serpentman. Monkey. What's good for a monkey? Wendigo? I wonder why there aren't that many Japanese spider gods. Because they're creepy? Ending up as monsters must have been the best they could do. Unexpectedly shallow for the country that came up with the concept of Yao Yorozu. Wait, that there's a god in everything. If you think about this more seriously, then it might be because Japan is the country of the Amatsukami. Amatsukami? Yeah, the lineage started with... game, you're killing me. The lineage started with Ame no Minakanushi. Ame no Minakan... Oh my god. Ame no Minakanushi. Then going to Izanagi and Izanami. And then Amaterasu. The heavenly grandson, Ninigi. Last I saw, we murked Fat Reporter, and now we've got a million sheep, kaiju, the End of Tomorrow plot lines, and Edge of Tomorrow plot lines. Yeah. The first emperor of Japan, Jinmu, came 3 generations after Ninigi, so the current imperial family would be the descendants of the Amatsukami. Huh? There were gods before Izanagi and Izanami? Tons. They created the country and lots of other gods, but those are gods born alongside the creation of heaven and earth. Anyway, gods with roots in heaven, Takamagahara, are considered Amatsukami, while those who left Takamagahara and ended up living on earth, like Susanoo or Kunitsukami. Then there's Amatsukami. Then the Amatsukami said that they'd lost control. I'm dying here, folks. I am dying with these long words. It's like, oh, I'll have a beer or two before I play Raging Loop tonight because it's Saturday and it'll be more fun. And then they throw these words at me like, come on. uh, that the Amatsukami said that they'd control Ashihara Nonakatsu Kuni. Okay. Then the Amatsukami said they'd control Ashihara Nonakatsu Kuni. That's Japan, by the way. Why don't you just say Japan? After much wrangling, they ended up striking an agreement. The Kunitsukami ended up living a secluded life in the Izumo Grand Shrine and handed control over Ashihara no Nakatsukuni to Amatsukami. Ah! After that, Emperor Jinmu traveled the east to make his city and then defeated powerful enemies like Naga Tsunehiko and the numerous Tsuchigumo. I don't even remember what we're talking about anymore. That's not like the yokai, by the way. It's a derogatory name for the clans that used to live here. Anyway, he conquered them. So wait, what did she say? The Tsuchigumo was a name for the clans, a derogatory name for the clans that used to live here, the Tsuchigumo, which is also a spider yokai. So is that symbolic that the Uematsu are like that? And finally built the foundation that's current Yamato. That's why the Kojiki says about the creation of this country. How does she know all this? She's actually OD with lore. Huh? It was that complicated? I only knew Izanagi, Izanami, Amano Iwado, and the defeat of Orochi. Well, it's a pretty authoritarian country, so its myths represent that. That's kinda disrespectful, isn't it? She went to college, I guess. Is she smart? Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Though Kunitsukami married the Amatsukami, in some cases, they're rarely considered to be the main ones. In the world of Japanese myth, the male lineage takes precedence, so it means that this country belongs to the descendants of the Amatsukami. Consider the aforementioned snake god, Omonoushi. He's a Kunitsukami, and you can see that Amatsukami are more prevalent. The story you mentioned, the one about Susanoo, is pretty vague in that regard, but you can still interpret it as an Amatsukami story. That's true. So yeah, they're spider gods, but they've been all categorized as Kunitsukami. And if you ignore Kuninushi and Mononushi, they're all very minor. I see. Yeah, and me nodding. What's that image? It's like me nodding in agreement and then like an arrow and it's like doesn't get it at all. That's me right now. Well, that was interesting. I see. Sorry, I couldn't give you a proper answer. I'm just killing some time here. Sorry to bother you. Don't worry, I enjoyed it too. Maybe you should tell it to Chiemi-chan and Mochi too. Naruhodo. They're interested in myths? They're the wolves in this timeline. I guess so. But man, I don't want to go back there. That dining hall is too tense. Anyway, I left a line that pretty much implied that I knew who the wolves were. Yeah, Naruho don't. Maybe she'd start panicking and kill me. That'd make things easier. Nothing? I turned around and saw no one, so she ignored it. Or maybe she just broke things off for her own safety. I might have underestimated her. She clearly wasn't the type of person to panic and kill someone in daytime and suffer the corruption. I had no choice then. Time to jump. I considered trying something or another in this timeline again, but in the end, I decided to just jump into there we go. I decided to just jump into the Saranaga. The things I'd learned today made it impossible for me to sit still. It was such a major key to this mystery. I had to bring it to me in the next loop as soon as possible. After gathering my resolve, I took a step forward. Gravity vanished, and right before I died, I thought about my one regret. It was the chat from before. Talking about history and the occult alongside Mamiya-san and Yasunaga-kun was a lot of fun. Yasunaga-kun seemed to be enjoying himself a lot too. What a waste. I got to talk about the settlement's interesting history, had a lot of fun doing it, and shared this pleasure with Yasunaga-kun, yet it had all be gone now. I felt like I'd just gained another reason to end this nightmare. I'd love to chat with them about the occult as normal people, not as potential wolves or humans.
Maybe we drink over it too. Oh, right. Yasunaga-kun was underage. Ow. Doink. Why didn't we go talk to Chiemi in this loop? Are we just, like, done with her for now? Because she's, like, too unhinged. Myth and archetype. So there's actually another place I can go now. Hisako taught me some useful knowledge about mythology and psychology. The story about the spider divinity was particularly impressionable. The Amatsu-kun, the Great Mother archetype, dream catchers. Now, what could be the spider of Fujiyoshi? So now we can go to that last one, right? Because we can't go here. Hold on. We can't go here till we have one, right? Please. Please. Oh, we can go here. Oh, no. We can't go here until we get 19. So we got 9, which will probably go get us 19. Which one needed 9? Was that the end game one? Need to BRB. Hope nothing giant happens. No worries. Can always catch it on YouTube. So we'll go to this last one with Hashimoto still alive. I don't know if it actually has to do with Hashimoto, but we'll go to this last one in the Hashimoto loop. And then, yeah, we need 1 and 19. So we probably get 19 here. And then we'll get 1 when we go through the hide in the outhouse one that needs 19. Perfect. Wait, which one needed 9? Did anyone exclusively need 9? I don't think so. Please forgive my slow scrolling. Okay, we're going here. Select trap. So what was going on here? You're shady, but that's got nothing to do with being a wolf. A considerate response from him? Something wasn't right here. What was I to do here? Got it. Oh, so this is where we fell in the hole. This is where we fell in the hole. And Kanzo helped us out. And we could ask about Haru's love life. Or, oh, hold on, I got these. Ooh, okay. Or ask Kanzo about Haru herself. So I guess we'll ask about Haru's, like, condition. And we needed 3 here, too, so we needed to see Chiemi first. All right, we're remembering everything. All the sheep. Well, then again, this would be the first time memories didn't carry over properly, so I should have counted myself lucky for remembering it all. I had tons of things to think about. About the beast in the village, the giant monster, the dream enveloping Fujiyoshi, as well as the looping the sheep had told me about. But this wasn't the time to worry about all that. The old man before me was the one who'd survived the past tragedies in Fujiyoshi. With the old wolf guy being a pain to talk to, I had to rely on him instead. But how was I supposed to talk to him? It looked like there was only one way. It's me. I'm a wolf. Upon hearing that, you're a wolf? He didn't take out his gun. His expression showed nothing but total confusion. I know. From your experience, wolves never reveal themselves. Of course, the humans don't lie, so you can't even imagine why anyone would say something so suicidal. Shut up! He finally pointed his gun at me, but his lateness told me just how hesitant he was to do so. I controlled the pace of the conversation. I revealed this because I'm someone who grew up outside the village. I'm not bound by God's curse. Not yet, anyway. You don't understand? Okay. Well, just keep in mind that the feasts from before were isolated and didn't have any outsiders. Your experience doesn't apply to a feast with outsiders. Don't be so concerned, though. I mean no harm. I sat down on the ground, extending my hurting leg forward. Shoot me if you want. Though, I'm sure you're aware that a murder without a majority's approval is against the rules, even if it doesn't break the 1 per day law. I'd confirmed that during my looping with Chiemi. Hey, get to the point. That's why we had to know Chiemi. That's why we had to talk to Chiemi first. There's no point. I just feel bad for you. I had to apologize to the Kaori-san and Haru-chan of this timeline. It must be awful for a grandfather to have to kill his granddaughter. I wouldn't want to be the only survivor in such an awful situation. It's too heavy a burden. That's why I came here to talk to you. What did you just say? It must be awful for a grandfather to have to kill his granddaughter. Oof, ow. He didn't fire, but he sent a solid kick flying in my solar plexus, knocking the wind out from my lungs. You're a wolf. You gotta be lying. Well, if that's the case, I wouldn't have revealed myself at all. Well, I understand, though. I'm a wolf, and all I'm saying here is true. Then why'd you say that? Will you get it if I say this? If you don't want to kill your granddaughter, kill everyone else. Another kick. It came from my face and hit my head, making me see stars. I'll hang all the wolves, even my granddaughter. Yeah, I thought you'd say that. I don't mind if you choose that. But are you really sure? I'm putting my life on the line here. And it's only because I want to open up to you. I love you, Kanzo Makishima-san. No, I'm kidding. So could you please respond in kind? I just want to understand before I die. That's why I want to ask you something. Specifically, about your experience with previous feasts, and whether you'll sacrifice the laws that have supported you, or your granddaughter. Please tell me, Kanzo Makishima-san. I can't trust you. I hate this guy so much. Of course he couldn't. But he couldn't ignore or kill me either. Why not sit down? I can't move right now, and we still have time. He silently sat down right before me, cross-legged. The conversation was slow and sporadic. He asked if I and Haruchan really were wolves over and over and over again. Well, what he was mostly conflicted about was whether or not to harm his granddaughter after all. Thus, I said this. I'm relieved. Why? You're actually conflicted about this. Haruchan didn't hesitate to murder the moment she became a wolf. Really? Yes. Kaori-san too. I was against it, and I almost died because of it. Anyone who becomes a wolf ends up a wolf to the core. Even Haru. Why? You were human in the other feasts, right? Can you tell me more about them? Thus, he started talking. He'd participated in two feasts in the past. This was his third. But as far as he knew, there was another feast before that. It had happened about 60 years ago, shortly after he was born. The mists came and many died. It had coincided with World War II. Youths from both Kami Fujiyoshi and Yasumizu were drafted to the battlefield, so most of the ones who died in the feast were the elderly, the women, and the children. After that, Yasumizu, which had once had dozens of people, quickly deteriorated. Deaths weren't the only cause. Some just fled. I don't know much about that time, but the elders said that it wasn't supposed to happen. What do you mean? I had no idea. They just said that the wolf should have never actually appeared. His explanation was so full of holes that I didn't really understand. However, it seemed like, until the event during the war, the Feast of the Yomi Purge wasn't considered a paranormal event. Most couldn't believe that the Okami had actually appeared. It shocked everyone. They began to think that they'd angered the mountain. Some of the elderly believed that Fujiyoshi blood spilled in the war had awakened the wolves. It happened just 60 years ago, but it greatly spread the darkness of local superstition. Apparently, something that had happened in Yasumizu at the time helped too. Kanzo-san just said that people were killed, and I couldn't tell whether Kanzo-san didn't know the details, or if he found it so detestable that he didn't want to say it. Whatever the case, the main topic of conversation happened a while after that. It was the other two feasts, the ones that he had participated in. He said that there were no myths a whole 40 years after the feast and the war. The war ended during this time, and though some tried to fix it, Yasumizu was in an awful state. People died, the workforce was lost, poverty became worse. Some still living went to work away from home, causing the place to deteriorate even further. However, Kanzo-san felt like the main cause of this awful state was the darkness of superstition surrounding the locals' hearts. Kanzo-san could remember how, when he was young, everyone just worked the fields with cloth over their faces, constantly afraid of something. These cloths were an item used in the mountain festival. Their purpose was to prevent eye contact with the Yomibito. Though Kanzo-san himself used it to keep the sun out of his eyes and to prevent his game from sensing his vision. But at the core, it was an unreasonable tool born of superstition. Anyway, as the village became more and more unreasonable, the mist came. It happened about 15 years ago. At that time, Tai-san and Chiemi, who was still in her first year of elementary school, were participating in an event in Kamifujiyoshi, so they ended up avoiding the incident. The two village heads who were in Yasumizu right now weren't here to begin with, while Takumi-san was already an adult working away from home. Haru-chan was born just a year before, and since her parents were on vacation, she had also avoided the tragedy. They were on a trip away from Yasumizu with a small child? My son's wife was a teacher from a nearby town. She went back to her parents. I see. I'm impressed he decided to marry someone from outside of Yasumizu. She was pretty much an outsider, huh? Some complained about it, especially Tai. And you weren't against it? The opposite. I'd rest easy knowing they could leave Yasumizu at this time of year. It was the only time they'd ever escaped, though. Anyway, the only ones who'd experienced that feast that were still alive were Kanzo-san and the old wolf guy. It was a feast like this one. No one wanted to hang anyone the first day. Then the wolves killed someone. You had a fake for every guardian receiver. No one trusted anyone, and they voted. Go against the rules and get the corruption. Hold on, I just want to make sure this message isn't too important. Some tried. They died in the mountains, or because they didn't shelter. The feast killed the Higuchi heir, Oribei's, Yasu and Yoshi's dad. I heard of that. He was killed by the wolves on the first day. It was either wise enough for the wolves to see him as a threat, or they just hated him. Both were likely, but I didn't care about that now. Why would a village head come to Yasumizu? He came here by himself to make a proper watering hole. The Higuchi family fought over who'd get to do this dirty job. And it coincided with the feast? Was that planned? Many get sent here at this time of year. Hey, you're one too. I see, but wasn't it unusual to invite outsiders at this time of year? That's true. It's also the first time a journo came to Yasumizu. The fact that the outsiders were invited at all was way more suspicious than the timing of it. Anyway, about 10 people died in the feast, and Yasumizu lost a third of its population. It was awful. Kanzo-san was just a human without any guardian. Half of the participants were old people who'd either experienced the last feast or were in the war. Naturally, they could make awfully cruel decisions, and some tried to go against the rules, leading to severe punishments at the hand of the corruption. I couldn't do anything. I just hid from the scary stuff and didn't say a thing. The eldest there told me to watch and learn, because I'd be the one running Yasumizu if they died. He got brutalized by the wolves soon after. Who were the wolves? We only found out one of the three, but the last one we hanged was a girl about as old as Toru, my son. Remembering it still gives me the chills. As she got the noose on her and fell, that well-behaved girl cursed us with the face of a demon. I knew that feeling well due to all my looping, but I couldn't really say it. After that, we'd finished up the feast. The old fart's been like that back then too. The old wolf guy. When they came back, I told Taiba, my son, and everyone else that there'd been an accident, but there was nothing to worry about. Lil Chi was scared and got all quiet for a while. She even asked me to go with her to the bathroom at night. Weird. Takumi came back right after, and Higuchi's wife was sent here with Yasu. She had Yoshi inside her. That was the first feast. So they said they only found one of the wolves, but survived? That doesn't make sense. I might have misread. If I may ask, did something happen in Yasumizu before the feast began? What do you mean? Anything big enough for the village heads to
take notice. A few years before that, there had been an illness here. It was hell. Dozens died, and I was on the verge, too. Everyone caught that cholera. What illness was it? I don't know. Gave everyone bad diarrhea, though. Was that relevant? The others may have died. Oh, yeah, just like rule breakers or whatever. What about the next feast? 8 years ago, after a bad rain, the mist came again. It started after the landslide in Osato's construction site buried some people. I already knew some things about that feast. During it, the children, Tai and Kaori, were in Kami Fujiyoshi and had killed Haru's parents. Gensan, one of the survivors, mentioned something about the badger, and Haru-chan somehow survived the mist. Kanzo-san added more information to that. Takumi-san had been working away from home again, and Kanzo-san was the crow. He was absolutely certain that his son was a wolf. My son said he was the crow. Tomiko, his wife, cried as my son and I shouted at each other, saying that the other was a wolf. In the end, there was a vote. He was the one who ended up hanging. Damn. He kept saying it until the end. He said he was the real crow and that I was a wolf. There wasn't a bit of lies in his eyes. If I wasn't the crow, I would have believed him. Back then, only the elders voted for him, and it was really close. I almost got hanged. And someone got brutalized that night. And Tomiko, thinking that I was a wolf, tried to kill me at night and got the corruption because she didn't shelter. The next morning, the mist cleared. What? It cleared, though you didn't do anything after that brutalization? Wait. The wolves don't have to die for the mist to go away. Just the people that Kami Fujiyoshi want to be dead have to die. So who do they want to kill in this feast? Rikako. They want to kill Rikako in this feast. That's what, that has to be it. I bet that's what it is. I bet because Rikako is the last of the Uematsu, they want to get rid of the Uematsu. Because they also have some kind of magic powers. I bet the Miguruma want to get rid of the Uematsu. They sent Rikako down here. But they had to already. When they replaced her with the Yomibito. Yeah, but the feast ended. The feast basically ended then. Right? Didn't the mist... Well, the mist didn't disappear. They just murdered everybody. But, like... What I'm saying is in previous feasts, I bet they wanted to kill... Gen. Or whoever. Maybe not Gen. I'm just saying, like, the whole feast is just a planned murder of somebody that the Miguruma want to cover up their death of. And so, I'm just trying to think out loud, who would the... Gen survived? No, he didn't. He talked about the badger and fucking exploded or whatever, right? He survived the feast, but, like... Yeah, I don't know who they wanted to kill. Maybe they wanted to kill Kanzo's kids, because it seems like as soon as they were all dead, the mist disappeared. They didn't hang the last wolf, right? Haru-chan's parents' final moments sparked some emotions for me, but I had to comment on that. Was it really a brutalization? Are you sure the wolves didn't mess up and suffer the corruption? Yeah, he died afterwards. No, it was a clean axe kill. How many wolves did you kill until then? Out of the 3 wolves, only my son. I was the crow, so I knew. The mist cleared with 2 wolves still alive? That was supposed to be impossible. The feast rules didn't allow that. This game is so sick. Wolves could only... I'm just thinking of who hasn't died yet. I think it's Rikako. I think that they want to kill Rikako. Yeah, it could be a combination of people. Who else got... Nosato and Rikako. They're two heads. They're 2 candidates for heads. So I bet they sent them down there waited a year or two or however long Rikako's been there, and then those are the ones that they want to kill in the feast. Because I don't think at any point were they both dead during a feast and then it didn't clear up. Wolves can only die during the day, and since one of them killed somehow during the night, the wolves had to be alive. Yet the mist cleared despite that? That was supposed to be impossible. Or maybe it was unnatural to assume that the mist, a natural phenomenon, was directly linked to the feast, a man-made one. If the mist was actually somehow controlled by humans, then maybe it wasn't unlikely for it to clear due to some mistake. It would make sense if it happened this time. It would also explain the Gensan thing. If he'd been a wolf and accidentally survived, it would solve the contradiction of Kanzo-san, a human, still being alive, while a wolf was able to leave a crucial bit of info. There was a way to control the mist. It probably wasn't linked to the control of the loop. Still, maybe it'd be useful, so I would keep this in mind. What about Haru-chan? I only know what I heard. She might have entered Yasumizu the evening my son was hanged, but no one saw her. Huh? The mist cleared after that, right? Hmm? Had the mist cleared because of God? So the mist ended there. And I'd called Takumi to help clean it up. Then Haru-chan became weird. I told her it was an accident. That her parents got lost in the mist and fell off a cliff. I couldn't say it. I couldn't tell her that her dad was a wolf or her mom got torn apart, right? Kanzo-san was unusually talkative now. The strange wolf before him made the rough, silent old man reveal things he'd wanted to take to his grave. You were right to do so. Still, the girl lost her parents. So, she got weird. Wolf possession, right? That's one thing. She'd also been a good, cheerful girl. And that made her all edgy and selfish. She started wearing those clothes, and still carried around that bottle she had with her at the time. I'm not sure about that. I don't know about the possession, but I feel like the changes in her behavior and tastes are just in your imagination. Maybe it's only happening because you built a wall between you and her, and she did the same. Don't act like you know. I do. We're both wolves. I saw glimpses of her true personality. You'd be surprised how honest she is. I'd almost call it greedy. She's a good, honest girl who takes in whatever she hears and matures like the teen she is. I'd call her talented just for that. I can honestly call her a good girl, a good person. If it weren't for the situation, I'd ask to be in a relationship with her. Bro? She's that charming. Then there's you. You were afraid that she might find out the truth, so you distanced yourself from her and refused to give her anything. Right, Kanzo-san? He didn't get mad at me. They shouldn't have made Haru, like, as young as she is. Yeah, they shouldn't have made Haru as young as she is, because it really takes you out of the moment when, like, Haruaki's like, I'm in love with her. And, like, the other two make perfect sense, but Haru, like, just make Haru, like, fucking, I don't know, freshman in college or something. Like, you know, I guess you can't really make her, like, attending a university. I don't know how you would do it, but because you wouldn't just want to make her a second Chiemi, but I don't know, come up with something. She could literally just be like, just graduated high school, ready to go off to college or something. Yeah. I don't know. It's whatever. That wasn't the energetic, strong hunter I knew, but an old man caught in the throes of regret. What a shame. It was so sad that this would become nothing but a dream. This exchange, that could perhaps remove the wall between the old man and his granddaughter, would be gone. Oh well, I'd have to solve it all anyway. I'd try to fix their family relationships too. It wasn't necessary for Haru-chan and I to be wolves for my words to resonate with him. Out of the 3 wolves, only my son. I was the crow, so I knew. Is she not last year? No, yeah, she's like 15. Yeah. She started wearing those clothes and still carried around that bottle, blah, blah, blah. I also solved a few more mysteries. This was a good time to end it. Now, Kanzo-san, you need to go back. Everyone's worried. Give me your shoulder.
I'll take you. What are you saying? Your only choices are killing the wolves or betraying the humans and killing them. That's why you can only kill me, or leave me here and kill everyone else. Right? Huh? I know full well that Haruchan is important to you, but so are the others, right? If you kill Kaori-san, Haruchan, and I, you will win this with minimal casualties, by vote or by bullet. I'm sure you can do that. She's already kind of diet Chiemi anyways, so I wish they had rewritten that somehow. Yeah, I feel that. The Oribe brothers, Takumi-san, the elders, and the village heads are blameless here. That's why you have to decide right now. Don't act like you care about whether the feast happens today. Well, I know that you'll suffer the corruption if you don't get the others to agree, but I'm sure that you'll choose to massacre either the humans or the wolves, even if it means getting the corruption yourself. Dying for Haruchan is an option, and so is killing Haruchan, but surviving yourself. And I know you won't pick either option. I don't get it. What are you after? Would the sheep get mad at... Oh, sorry, I thought that was him talking. Would the sheep get mad at me if I just said I wanted to die quickly and naturally and move on to the next loop? That was the absolute truth. But the thing I really wanted to say now was... Kanzo Makishima-san, I need you to be a good person. Please do what you believe is right. With that done, I closed my eyes. Bluu! The blick blick. After a long period of hesitation, I heard a metallic sound come from his rifle. His breathing was already steady. He'd made his decision. It'd be bad for me if I just died here and there was no loop. However, I did find that it's sad that this man's resolve would become nothing but a dream. It's like the Fortnite Naruto where he does like the hand signs and then pulls out the gun and shoots the other guy. Obtained key 19, Hunter's Confession. That's all of them. Let's just read this one really quick. By revealing my true self to Kanzo-san, I managed to have a heart-to-heart with him. As a survivor of 2 previous feasts, the most important thing he told me was, though the feast wasn't over, the mist cleared. This implies 2 things. First, the clearing of the mist can't always be perfectly controlled. And second, that there was definitely a wolf who survived the feast in Yasumizu. Also, I may have grasped some hints at the reason Haruchan entered Yasumizu 8 years ago and returned alive. Yeah, I may be out of chakra, but I ain't out of options. So now we just have to get... I think 14 is just like... I think 12 and 14 are just like snake investigations. So we really only need 1 key, right? We really only need to get key number 1. Y'all, we are here. We are like at the end. So now we go get key 1, which we can get by not like staying in the outhouse, which I think is here. Yep. Okay. So now we are flashing to the first loop where we weren't involved in the feast. There probably won't be a feast though, because we are going to leave the outhouse, or we're going to do something when the big wolf was outside. This is where it all started, y'all. The big wolf was outside, and like we just hid in the outhouse. I think Chiemi tells us to hide in the outhouse, and we're going to tell her no. We made it to a simple outhouse. This should be fine. Seriously, what's going on? Okay, listen, there's no time to explain. Please just do what I say, and only that. Let's look for him. Who's him? At that moment, my head was flooded with information. Are we going to look for the person starting the mist? It felt like my mind was crushed by a million sheep. Yep. Crap, again? What, this timing? At such a chaotic moment? I had lots of things to think about, but it'd be a waste of this loop. Well, I would start by calming down. Chiemi-chan. Chiemi-chan. What? You still don't remember? Nice to meet you, Chiemi-chan. Oh, yeah, right. I'm late, but nice to meet you, Haruaki-san. Don't make a sound. Oh, God. Stop. I was being serious. Since we'd started sharing memories, every loop, one of us, mostly Chiemi, always forgot something, leaving it to the other to remember. What are you going to try next? I'm not great at night, as you know. Huh? Yeah, don't force yourself. I have an idea. Will you come back? Probably not.
What are you gonna do? I'm thinking of killing myself right here and now. Man, that's not a good habit to pick up. What if we have it by the time everything's solved? Yeah, it's not a good trend. I'll try whatever I can. Sorry, what you'll try? Making a move on Yasukun, maybe? Oh. Go right ahead. Are you mad? No, it'd be weird if I was. Yeah. Yeah. That was a joke. I wouldn't do that. I see. Bye. Had I been attacked just now? I got mixed. It was no big deal. I could easily control my feelings towards other people. Man, why was I so mad? Oh, she's the true one. She's the realist. I need to get a hold of myself. I was now by myself. What was there for me to do? I just remembered. I'd try to solve that problem. Though it probably won't be a solution. But if I didn't try, I'd felt like there'd be a trap waiting for me when I least expected it. Oh, she's the best, Eggplant. And so, I went to the north of Yasumizu. This thicket near the graveyard was where that person supposedly lived. We're looking for the old wolf man? Wait, is he in on it? Hold on, is the old wolf man working for Kami Fujiyoshi? Naturally, it was empty. Then again, not much time has passed since the mist came. I hid in a bush not far away and watched the dwelling as the mist covered it. Just as I expected the corruption to come after me. I have no idea what any of these words mean. Who the fuck is the old wolf man? He's the old man who cried wolf, is literally his name. He showed up. He might be the spy. He might be like literally, he could be anyone. There he is. The old man who cried wolf. He'd done some strange things over these loops, but always ended up dying. I'd assumed that his senility was just an act, but I still didn't know the truth. Though I'd gained more reasons to suspect him recently. I'd love to expose him for who he was. I continued holding my breath and watching him. Apparently, in the hut, he was carrying around a lot of dirty cloth bags. I saw it from behind the shabby wall here. The state of the place was one of the reasons I suspected him. Could this place, which had more holes in it than the outhouse, really be used for sheltering? Think about it. Excuse me. Over the many loops, I realized that there were two primary dangers here in Yasumizu. One was the bringers of corruption, as God said, the rabid dogs. And then there was the werewolf-like creatures that were probably Great Lord Shinai's servants. You could beat the former, but not the latter. Normally, the dogs upheld the order of the night. But if the rule breakers dealt with the dogs, then that thing appeared, killed the rule breakers, and set things straight. I hadn't escaped that thing once so far. The dogs would definitely kill you if you slept in a place so damaged, and that was another thing I found suspicious about him. As it turned out, he really didn't have any intention of staying in his house. Yasumizu was deathly quiet, so it wasn't a good situation to try and tail him in. I had a feeling any rustling I made would tip him off. Is this where the underground tunnel is? Wait, is this... Bro, is this where the agents of Kami Fujiyoshi sneak in from? I couldn't just watch him leave. Is that why he knows that the wolves are coming too? Because they, like, tip him off? Whatever. I just trust that he couldn't hear that far. Even so, I got on all fours and followed him, careful not to step on any leaves or loose twigs. I climbed over a collapsed Okiba, too. I could only hope that that wouldn't mean I was cursed or something. Well, if I was, I felt like God would have punished me by now. No comment on what this is. Weren't we outside of Yasumizu by now? The Yasumizu area was like a scar cut out of the land, surrounded by cliffs. Was it okay as long as we didn't cross a cliff? In that case, I really should have looked in this overgrown area a bit more. There were still many things I could try, and it wasn't the time to despair. But damn, the old wolf guy seemed to know exactly where he was going. Was this his hideout nearby? That sound. Was that water? Is there a river here? I looked around to find the source of the sound. It felt like it was straight ahead. And there was a river? In Yasumizu? Wait. Where did he go? Hatch? Did he hatch? 3-kill hatch? Survivors win? It was pretty dark right about now. Had I lost sight of him? But I should have still been able to hear him walking around. Did he suddenly vanish? Though, if he could actually do that, it explained a lot of things about him. I had to find him. Carefully, though, I couldn't forget that he'd killed Mochi once. What if he'd already noticed me and I was walking into an ambush? That wasn't the case. He just wasn't here. I had to find him. I hate how the cloud spawns and starts floating from the left every time. No way. There were two main things I found out as I walked out to this area. There were no people here, and the sounds of water were coming from below. Apparently, this was an underground waterway beneath here. When I stomped on the ground, it made a hollow sound. It was probably used for the paddy fields. Water came from here, from the settlement above, and flowed into the Saranaga. It must have been dug a long time ago, and was still in use today. Or perhaps this place was inhabited before. Wait. Even if they couldn't get drinking water from the wells, paddy fields needed a richer source of water, didn't they? What was its source? Again, there was no river in Yasumizu. It only had little ponds. The documents from the Nosato mansion mentioned that Yasumizu had its waters carried via irrigation from Kami Fujiyoshi. Was this it? In that case, it was a pretty major piece of property. How did they maintain it? Even if it was buried underground, didn't it get blocked every now and then? Would it be possible for there to almost be no people going in and out of it? About the wolf guy's disappearance, could he have entered the waterway? If there was some sort of secret entrance here, and he went through it when I wasn't looking, is this the waterway that Uribe's dad made? Maybe. It was already dark out, so I took out a flashlight from my bag and pointed it at the surface. The dogs would arrive soon. I had to find it before then. Is this it? There was a patch of ground that was higher than the rest. It could easily be mistaken for just an irregularity in the terrain. But if it wasn't... I put my finger in and felt something made of stone inside. It felt like something was messing with the ground here. Someone was messing with the ground here daily. Would this open if I turned it? I did it. The stone plate that had covered the waterway was lighter than expected. I can now hear the water clearly. This waterway was unexpectedly large. A single person could easily walk through it if they crouched a bit. Had that old wolf guy gone through here too? Even if he hadn't, surviving the night by hiding here would be a new thing for me. I could try it. Flashlight in my mouth, I went inside. I returned the plate, though. I didn't know if the dogs would come after me, but I could probably fool the thing. And in I went. It'd be completely dark here if I didn't have my flashlight. The water here was only about 3 centimeters deep, but the flow was pretty fast. There seemed to be a lot of stones on the bottom. It was unexpectedly well designed. The hard surface made it impossible to slip, but it'd be pretty dangerous for me here if the current got any faster. I'd be carried straight to Saradaga. It'd be a water slide of death. I had to start by searching the opposite direction. The waterway slightly curved as I continued walking. I could breathe normally, but the tunnel was extremely claustrophobic. Where was I right now? I'd walked 100 or so steps, so I had to be at least under the plaza. Suddenly I realized something. The flow had stopped. The water that had been flowing below me was just a small trickle now. There had been a decent flow coming from up ahead. Had someone stopped it? I had a bad feeling about this. It was night, so if someone was controlling the water, it couldn't have been someone from Yasumizu. I tried pushing up, but nothing happened. The stone plate from before was the only place that could move. Also, going to the surface at this time meant certain death at the hands of the wolves. I had to continue. Oh god, I'm getting scared. As I pressed on, the dry tunnel began to widen. I could walk normally now. It was a large underground passage that they'd created by digging through bedrock. Like I'd expected, there was a major irrigation setup here. As I thought that, I saw a tunnel to the side. It started at about my waist level. Even if the water was running, it wouldn't flow into there. I felt like I could crawl inside, but just for now, I'd try going forward. Please no old man jump scare. Please no old man jump scare. I will cry if you do that to me tonight. There were more and more tunnels at the sides. The main waterway became more complex, with 90-degree angles and steps and stuff. When I got to a waist-high step and took a break, I heard a sound. This game has jump scares. It's only had like 2. And they were very, very minor, but They weren't like massive or anything. It was coming from far away ahead. It was familiar to me. The sound of claws on heavy floor. Ragged breathing. Growls full of uncontainable bloodlust. Is this old guy a werewolf? The feeling that there was a pack nearby. Dogs. Crap. What could I do here? Enter a tunnel? I looked inside a tunnel and lit it up with my flashlight. I couldn't see anything inside. No. There were dogs in there too. There was no safe space here. I had no choice but to run back. That was when... Oh shit, here he is. What's wrong? That voice. Youngin'? You lost? I directed the flashlight at the source of the voice. It's bright. In one of the tunnels about as high as my waist, the old wolf guy looked at me and the light made him cover his eyes. Yeah, we jump scared his ass. That's right. Get out of there. Get him out of here. Sorry, are you okay? It's dangerous here. Ah, it's safe here. It's safe here. This is the most safe place. That's why I'm here. Really? You'll die if you stay there, though. I knew it. Please help. Ah? Please help me. Come in. The old man turned around and crawled deeper in the tunnel. I was supposed to follow him in, huh? Felt like I was getting close to the truth. There were many beasts behind me. I gulped and, tense as hell, crouched and entered the hole. I had to crawl for about a minute while lighting up the old guy's ass like we were in some theme park attraction. Hey, there we go. With those words, he entered a larger space. I followed after him. It was a room. Neither large nor small, it was about the size of 4.5 tatami mats. It seemed to be made of wood. The humidity in here had made everything all moldy. It looked like antique workmanship to me. I crawled inside. Once I stepped in, I felt something other than rock under my feet. It was really unstable. Confused, I tried to use my flashlight to see, but that was when the wolf man lit a match. A match? He used it to light up a lamp. That made the place bright. I finally realized that this place was a literal dump. There were pieces of cloth, vinyl bags, and plastic bottles filled with liquids I didn't want to know about. The entire floor was covered in such things, and we were walking on them. This is one of those, oh yeah, you can just push that aside and sit anywhere type beats with the... Damn, dude, you live like this? This had to be the place where he slept. As I looked around, the wolfman pushed me away from the entrance. One, two... Then he pushed the heavy-looking stone object back over the door, shutting it with a heavy thud. We're safe now. Sit. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. He went deeper in and sat down on a pile of garbage, so I did the same. I felt myself sink into the floor. Eat? Eat. Here. He took something out from a cloth bag he'd brought and extended it to me. It was a bread roll inside a plastic bag. Specifically, one made by the most famous makers of the stuff. You could get this anywhere. However, it was weird to see it in Yasumizu. It was a settlement detached from the outside economy, so it didn't fit at all. Yet this place seemed to have tons of such stuff. I'll have it then. I looked at the surface of the bag. It was made less than half a month ago. It wasn't even past its best by date. Where did you get this? Eat, and here, drink this. He gave me a cracked teacup. In it, there was a transparent liquid. What's this? Drink. No shot. What is this? Sake. Okay. I took it and smelled it. I wasn't sure about it. It did seem like alcohol, but I wasn't sure what to think of the little bug in there. It's piss. I didn't mind drinking it, but I had to make my position clear. Thank you for helping me. I came here to talk to you. Drink. You act like you don't know anything, but you really do, right? I came here to ask about the feast of the Yomi Purge. Huh? You survived the previous feasts, and I wanted to ask you about that. Drink. Okay. I gulped down the contents of the teacup.
It was rotten. Ugh. But I was able to gulp it down without vomiting. Thank you, old wolf guy. Or should I call you the main culprit behind the 20 murders This guy is the murderer? Oh, shit. So you know that. Look at that face. So you know that, eh, youngin'? I knew it. According to the info in the Nosato mansion, the murder incident was concluded with the trial and execution of the self-admitted culprit. However, the trial wasn't based on a thorough examination of the circumstances. One of the largest murder sprees in Japan history was said to have been done in half an hour, with only a kitchen knife. People of that time questioned this as well, but the confession took precedence above all else and was considered enough evidence to deliver the punishment. I couldn't really blame them, though. It was that time of chaos, what with the war and all. What does this mean? However, if you consider the idea that there were multiple culprits, some things made more sense. Due to the distance and difference in quality of life, the people of Kamifujiyoshi didn't know much about Yasumizu and what kind of people lived there. And there was also the fact that his supposed murderer, Kihei Tochitani, wasn't mentioned in Kamifujiyoshi at all until he turned himself in. That meant that the witness in Kamifujiyoshi hadn't known about what Yasumizu's people were up to. When the police went to Yasumizu to investigate it after the confession, the people only said that they supported the idea that he'd done it. This meant that the people of Yasumizu weren't aware of these actions, and that those who weren't suspected could easily have been complicit in it. The old wolf guy had been considered not of sound mind for a long time, so he'd been ignored. That hadn't changed even now, and it had gotten to the point where no one cared if he just vanished into thin air for no apparent reason. Considering his character alongside the timing of the incident, he'd have been in his 30s by then, and that his mental state was just an act, I could easily conclude that he was the type of man who could commit murder. He was the true evil hiding in Yasumizu, a serial murderer who'd escaped divine punishment and survived. Did the Miguruma finally... Bro! Did the Miguruma finally come to get me? Nah, that'd be weird. You don't know jack about this tunnel, huh? I don't get you. Are you a cop or something? Huh? I'm someone who wants to stop the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Stop? Stop? Heh, ain't that brave. You want to fight the Miguruma, huh? Damn fool. I know that the Miguruma are directly responsible for the feast, and that this won't be easy. I'm not here to expose your past crimes. I just need your opinion. You're someone who broke the laws of both Yasumizu and Fujiyoshi collectively, after all. He went quiet, and... that ain't fun for me at all. He made an expression that was new to me, a display of unconcealed malice. What? The next moment, I heard a sound behind me and turned around. Hehehe. They're here. It was the sound of claws scratching on the boulder covering the entrance. It was accompanied by growls. The bringers of the corruption. You know that much and you still came here? I don't get you. He probably wouldn't understand if I told him that I had nowhere else to go. You plan to avoid the situation by closing yourself in like this? Yeah. I'm safe right now. I just eat, sleep. I don't have a care in the world. If the feast comes, I'll just play around and hide here. I ain't uncomfortable. Not one bit. He intentionally twisted his laughter as his shoulders shook. You'd be uncomfortable if people found out about the crime, though, wouldn't you? Also, why are you so confident that it's safe here? You think you can hide from the Miguruma for that long? Hide? You don't know shit, do you? The Miguruma already know about me. You know about the eye of the Miguruma? Then why'd you ask? You're trying to bait me, huh? He was right. This guy was even sharper than I imagined. I already confirmed that the Miguruma had a surveillance network spanning all of Yasumizu. There were these tunnels, too. The scratching dogs behind me made it clear that they were commencing the feast. In that case, there was no way they didn't see this place. That meant that they already knew about this man, who was hiding underground. Hell, the fact that he'd been given the role of the Badger made it clear that he was involved in the feast. His situation wasn't like mine from the first time, when the Miguruma simply didn't see me and didn't put me in the feast. There can only be one answer to this. The Miguruma know about you and use you for the feast.
But they aren't trying to take your life. Is that because your death would be bad for them? Heh, you can talk good, huh? When you're my age, even that makes me jealous. Well, can you answer me? Sure. The sleepiness ain't coming yet. Well now, I silently prepared myself. His story could be summed up like this. He was indeed the culprit, a serial killer who'd killed about 10 people in the incident back in 1940s. However, the one who had the idea was Tochi Tanishi, the one who would get executed. Tochi Tanishi was a Kami Fujiyoshi person sent to Yasumizu, and though he wasn't the violent sort, being sent to Yasumizu left a deep-seated grudge. He constantly grumbled about it and couldn't get used to life here no matter what. He was an outcast to everyone except the old wolf guy. Tochi Tanishi often told him, the outskirts of Yasumizu, that he'd get back at Kami Fujiyoshi, eventually. So I threw fuel on the fire. I told him to do whatever he wants and all that. If that had really been all he'd done, then Tochitani had been pretty murderous to begin with. It was bad enough that he'd actually went through with his feeble-minded friend's idea. Anyway, that led to a plan, if you could call it that, to kill as many Kami Fujiyoshi people as possible. Now, on the day it was time to kill, the old wolf guy had given Tochitani lots of divine sake he'd stolen from the hall. Once they were drunk, they both covered themselves in Saranaga's mud and moved out. I asked if it had something to do with the Fujiyoshi/Fushiyoshi myths, and the answer was yes. It matched what I'd learned in Nosato's mansion. The origin of the Yomibito legends was the Yasumizu rebels. The old wolf guy was probably the reason why an ex-Kami Fujiyoshi person found out about Yasumizu's legends so quickly. Anyway, Tochitani-san, still drunk and looking like a Yomibito, began the murder. The old wolf guy, covered in mud himself, secretly watched as he stole valuables from all the places. He mentioned that the burglary was his main objective. Since he didn't want to leave any evidence and wanted to make it seem like the massacre was the goal, he only took the bills from wallets as well as various envelopes. I had a hard time deciding whether using a mass murder to get rich was subtle or blunt. Though at that moment, something he didn't expect happened. It was damn good. Everyone who saw us was so scared they pissed themselves and fell. No one resisted one bit. So I figured I'd try to kill them. It'd be his fault after all. That's the human thing to think, right? No. I had a good time there, youngin'. No comment. The fact that no one resisted was related to the absolute loyalty and the faith that the Nosato looked into. The God problem. Anyway, he went on to kill 12 people, steal lots of valuables, and escape before things escalated. As he washed off the mud, returned to his place, and looked through his spoils, he found something really noteworthy. It was a piece of paper he'd found inside an envelope with money. He quickly understood what it meant, and it was huge. Tochitanishi escaped, turned himself into the police in Tokyo, claiming it was all his own doing, and the story ended with the execution. He was small and petty. He must have realized what he'd done after he sobered up. He did have the guts to run, though. However, while the national reports on the serial killing subsided, things had started to change within Fujiyoshi. The village heads and their associates had begun visiting Yasumizu more and more often. And for unknown reasons, more and more people were sent to Yasumizu. And a while later, a real feast of the Yomi Purge began. The old wolf guy hadn't participated in many conversations in Yasumizu, so he only found this out during the first feast. Apparently, the Miguruma had been acting shady, and it was because they were searching for something. That something was stolen from one of their murder scenes. They talked that it might have been something necessary for their rituals, like a talisman or something. They'd even speculated that the old kami returned because it was lost. As the rumor mill churned, the old wolf guy was the only one who knew the truth. It was the thing he'd found, and it was something that'd be bad for the Miguruma. What was it? A copy of a human trafficking contract. Human trafficking? But that wasn't so uncommon back then. It wasn't. But still, no one knew that the Miguruma were buying people. What do you mean? The people they bought aren't anywhere, and there's no job for them to do. What do you think happened to them, huh?
They used them for their messed up rituals and experiments. Oh, you know your stuff. I don't know the details, but it wasn't something they wanted others to know about. Families like the Miguruma don't want that stuff made public. That's why they started the farce of the feast. I knew that, so I wasn't scared one bit. That meant that the old wolf guy was the only one who knew that the phenomenon that started it all were just a Miguruma conspiracy. Is that why Mako is here? Oh shit, maybe. It had been bad for them if scandal spread throughout Fujiyoshi. It could possibly undermine both the local faith and their influence. They frantically debated how to preserve their secret, and with it, their authority. If you looked at it from a certain angle, it was to prevent another Yomibito rebellion, so the main cause of this was basically just God again. I saw how it was now. Wow. Anyway, the old wolf guy knew the truth. Thus, he'd used his guile, got into his targets' heads, and tried to figure out what they were doing. That was how he found this waterway. Everyone knows that this waterway is underground, but it belongs to Kami Fujiyoshi. They just loaned it out. No one in Yasumizu knew what that kind of thing this was. Didn't even think about it. Those who did find it ended up killed. But I prepared for that. That was the core of this matter. He'd somehow established contact with the Miguruma and told them that he had the contract and that it'd go public if he died. And if they didn't want that, they had to ensure his safety. He used the info as a hostage to protect himself. It was an action movie plot, but could it work in real life? Fujiyoshi was a small village. If he'd asked someone here to reveal the truth if he died, they could just take care of that person too. I asked about that, and he said that he had a contact in Tokyo. That was when I found out he wasn't born in Yasumizu. He was probably like me, who had tried to move to Yasumizu. He'd arrived here as a drifter and got sent there. He was pure evil, a scumbag who'd come here just to deceive people and commit terrible acts. Anyway, the villains and the prey villain met to create a villainous pact. Every year, he went outside the village and secretly reached out to his contact in Tokyo. If he didn't show up even once, the contact would reveal the Miguruma's secret to the public. And if they didn't want that, they had to keep him alive. Of course, I had questions. What would happen if the wolf guy died a natural death? Or if Miguruma became unable to keep their end of the deal because their leader changed or something? In response to that, he said that it was a battle of wits. The Miguruma weren't actually certain that the old wolf guy's death would mean their secret would come out. They probably didn't think that his weapon had survived a whole 60 years and made it to the modern era. Also, it was a question whether the old scandal would deal much damage to the modern Miguruma. They were still afraid of the worst case scenarios, though. To allay their fears and buy more time, they left the old man alive. It was a small price to pay for the feeling of safety. If it cost anything more, though, he'd have been removed a long time ago. Old wolf guy's own words. It showed a skill in negotiating particular to villains, and he was proud of it. I see. So you can enter this place because you're on a secret contract with the masters of the feast. And you can do things against the laws of the feast because the corruption won't apply to you. Is that how it is? Yeah. Interesting, ain't it? You're the only one I ever told this to. He whispered that, then drank some rotten booze. How was I to process this? That it was possible to negotiate with the Miguruma? No way. Like he said, his deal was only accepted because how small a price they were paying. They'd never agree to stop the Feast of the Yomi Purge. They wouldn't tolerate my goal. I can only achieve it by making an enemy of them. In fact, stopping the feast wasn't even my ultimate goal at this point. That meant that this time, the only thing I'd gained was physical protection in the form of this underground waterway. Oh, there was another thing. I realized that I couldn't let my guard down around this person. That was good enough for me. So, when will it start working? I mean, the booze you gave me was poisoned, right? What are you on about? Don't play dumb. Keeping you safe is cheap. As if. You're an insane villain who can break the deal at any moment. No normal villain would just let you be. Such exchanges normally involve a mediator of sound mind, and end without anyone feeling wronged. And there's another reason why they kept you alive, such as something that made your life beneficial to their projects. For example, You could have been assigned to take care of anyone who saw things they shouldn't have, or went somewhere they didn't belong. Having cameras wasn't enough. You also needed an on-site operator to dole out punishments. Otherwise, you'd have to send out people every time it happened. And it was better if less people knew about these dark happenings. In that case, it was best to leave the protection of the secret to Yasumizu's traitor. Basically, he was... There's no poison. It's just something that numbing for whoever's not used to it. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't feel my legs, and it wasn't because I had been sitting for too long. As I tried not to let it show on my face, he started rummaging through the garbage. Well, I'll get at it again later. He took out something I could never forget. It was the mask piece of the wolf outfit. After tossing it aside, he put his hands in another mountain of trash. He took out something else. It was a dagger. Youngin', you're like me. That's the face of a villain. You see stuff, you know stuff. You must have pulled some shit outside. Now you escaped because you're bored? You remind me of me when I was a youngin'. Oh, how I wanted him to spare me that shit. Give up, though. I'm enough for this village. He was right. Anyway, time for my first kill in 8 years. You were a wolf 8 years ago, weren't you? That's how the feast ended without all the wolves dying. No, that doesn't make sense. Hee, that was fun. How many wolves did you kill until then? Yep. In the feast 8 years ago, the mist had cleared with only one of the wolves dead. If Gensan, the one who knew about the badger, was one, the third one had to be around too. It wasn't guaranteed that it was the old wolf guy, but as it turned out, the truth was always the worst possible option. One more question. Have you met God? He had to have. It didn't matter that he was an outsider. Even Kaori-san, who'd come from Tohoku, had been inflicted by it. He couldn't have been an exception to that. If he really was a scumbag like me, admitting that he'd submitted to a god must have been extremely humiliating for him. He didn't reply. This is God's garden. If you're that smart, you could have escaped far away from here. You have no future. I hoped that my words would help me get back at him a little. I didn't want to lose completely this time, but... Ooh. He laughed. Listen, youngin', this ain't God's garden. This is my fortress. Run wherever you want, but there's no safer place than in your own fortress. You need a fortress for protection. Things haven't changed since samurai times. It's people that don't get what they're scared of. It's people that don't get that who are scared of... Whoa. Sorry. It's people that don't get that who are scared of stuff you can't see, like gods. Then, the numbness was starting to get to my lips. You were never afraid of God? God ain't scary. There was no fakery in his words. Anything made up by people can be killed. He said that and swung down the blade. You said I ain't got a future, eh? I'm 95. Hearing shit about the future from a youngin' that's about to die makes me laugh. Oh, he had a point. I'd really underestimated him. He was right. You needed a place for protection. And then there was this idea that you could kill God. His serpentine wisdom had let him survive for several decades all by himself. He really was pure evil. The evil I discovered many loops ago was incomparable to him. He was a true villain. Well, I really didn't mind what happened here. His fate was to die at the hands of Chiamiya Kanzo-san, one of the foolish Yasumizu people he so looked down upon. I had no reason to tell him that, but it really was humiliating to die at the hands of such a cartoonish villain. Key 1, true evil. The old man who cried wolf turned out to be the killer behind the Fujiyoshi murder 60 years ago. He colluded with the Miguruma to assist with the progression of the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Behavior aside, I learned some things from the pure evil that dwells within him. First of all, I'll need a fortress in order to survive. And most importantly, the concept that God can be killed. All right, y'all, let's go kill God. We got all the keys. Let's go kill God. I am so excited to see how this ends. So we got to go here. All the way down. Y'all ready for this? This is probably the last sequence, right? This has to be. What else could we possibly get from this? Here we go. Enough talk. Call for that. Okay, so wait. This is before the thing. Hold on. I am going to go back a hair. Just, okay. What is it? Mako, what? Mako, what is that? Her face. Did she see a spider? I followed her outside. So we're going to call for the old man. Here we go. Oh, no, we're going to call for Rikako, right? Everything happening. All right, I remembered it now. I went outside, ignored the monster, and shouted, "Sheep! Sheep!" Suddenly, the world turned gray, and that person appeared before me. You dumbass! You dumbass! There you are. And 3 dumbasses? That's mean. Read the mood. I ain't Ogon Bat. I told you never come back here again. Oh, so each of the 3 was for a separate thing. I see. What now, huh? Huh? What do we do about this? There's no way to recover. We don't have to. Huh? I have everything figured out. I said that with a serious tone. Wait, does that matter now? Look, the monster's launching some beams now. There goes the city. What's happening? What is with your attitude? You went against the warning, so that's your responsibility, you sheep shit idiot. I got called sheep shit by a sheep. You're dead. I'll kill you right now. You need time to solve this thing, right? Huh? Resolving this incident wouldn't be easy. There were 3 things that had to be done. I had to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast. I had to deal with the master of the loop, who wanted this monster's resurrection. And I had to deal with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. The first one would be the hardest. I had to prepare for it, for the big act. Sheep, I need your help. Are we creating another loop? Can you send me back as far as possible? What is this music? Wait, this music is sick. I told you there wouldn't be a second time. They'll notice me if I do it now. That's fine. Let them know. The only risk of doing this is that you won't be able to control the dream again. That means that you and me both would be taken by the loop. No longer store our memories and just repeat the same things. I just came back. Why is there a floating sheep? It is so long to explain that. I cannot even begin to explain that. So, I'll go back using your powers, and you'll be noticed and consumed by the dream. But it'll all be fine if I just solve the problem, right? There are 3 problems. First, I have no idea how much time before the starting point I can go back to. Could be just a few hours. Next, it'd be a gamble whether you keep your memories. There's no guarantee that they won't be lost when I manipulate the dream. Lastly, you sure you can solve it all? Don't mess around. I'm not sure if I can do that flawlessly. I'll do it for sure though. At worst, I'll suffer some damage, but well, I'll still pull it off, I guess. Guessing won't do. Then I guarantee I'll do it. In exchange, you swear that you'll do your part. At worst, give me at least 1 whole day since the starting point, and make my memories as complete as possible. If I lose, just one thing, my guarantee will be void. Don't get uppity with me now. Well, if I don't turn it back, this country will be over. You knowingly left me no other choice, didn't you? Yep. I'd say this kind of resolve is actually necessary to beat this bad guy. Mess up and I'll kill you. Got it? Got it. Fine. Come. Shit from a million sheep. Wait. Oh, we're dying to shit? Drown in 1 million tons of shit is how you deserve to die after what you pulled. 1 ton per sheep? Just how many months worth of sheep shit is that? 100 million it is. I'm sorry. My apology went unheard. And we were crushed beneath a bunch of sheep shit. 5:10 Saturday. Oh, shit. Huh? I woke up. This unpleasant awakening and the general discomfort in the room. It was an awful inn that I'd visited. Hehehe. Awake, I see. Whoa, a hostess came in, just like that? At least it wasn't the needlessly energetic proprietress. Last night sure was fun. It's been a while, so I assume I don't really remember it. That's for the best. I don't want to remember it. Huh? Nothing, just talking to myself. Would you like some breakfast? I'm good, thank you. Are you staying again? I would rather die. How sad. I'll point about 50 people I don't like to this place, so you can take care of them. Thank you. I'm gonna check out. Thank you. What was with this place? Anyways, since I was staying here, that meant I checked the calendar on my phone and found out it was Saturday, May 10th. I'd get lost in the mountain at the night of the 11th, and the mist would come in the evening of the 12th. Everything that happens. And from what I could tell, I could remember everything. From what I recalled, this was Chemi's first restarting point. I was upset I couldn't tell her about this, but I hope she remembered everything too. Anyway, it looked like the sheep did what it had to do. Now I just have to fix the problem. Well, it'd work out. I wrote something down and left the inn. It was a list containing the things I needed and the things I had to do to solve the problem. I knew the 3 things I had to do pretty well. I had to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast. I had to deal with the master of the loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection. And I had to deal with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. Things wouldn't be solved if at least one of them wasn't cleared. And unlike before, I only had 1 chance. It'd be pretty boring if I messed up after all this resolution. I'd just, take it easy. Humming the song of the same name, I slowly parked my bike. Oh, take it easy? The Eagles, I think? After filling up the tank at the nearest place, I looked at the map again. The main road was packed right now. I had to pick the quickest route while avoiding it. I didn't know the lay of the land, but I knew my destination, so it wouldn't be hard to get there. From my current perspective, the me from months ago, had abandoned all responsibility and just wandered aimlessly out of frustration and an abundance of free time. I was different now. I had a goal, a place I had to go to, and people who needed me. Thus, I didn't have to hesitate anymore. I had to hurry. To Fujiyoshi. Hold on, let me just send a message really quick. Okay. The misty place once called the Werewolf Village. The misty Garden of God. All right. I went without any breaks, stopping only to refuel, and finally arrived. Honestly, I could barely stand, but my thirst and hunger were way worse. I had to rest at least once, seriously. My thoughts were dulled. I needed to raise my blood sugar. But there was something I had to do before that. Bing bong. Hello. I'm back, sheep. Sheep? What the hell are you saying, huh? What, you thought I wouldn't figure it out? You're the sheep, aren't you? I don't know what you're on about. Get out. I'm amazed you're trying to talk your way out of this while acting like that. Oh well. How'd you know? What? What? This is the sheep? You're the only woman with such insane fashion sense around these parts. The locals gotta go to 100 yen shop for these fashions. And no person without ulterior motives would recommend that road. That's all? What a stretch. Sorry, anyway, give me something to eat.
That's how they have everything here. That's also probably why they were so apprehensive towards us. You could have the almost expired stuff for free. Loyal to the role, huh? Shut up. I'll take the freebies, but I'd like to order some strange things. Sir, this is a McDonald's. I gotta say that, you know. As if that matters at this point. Damn, you're a pain. Here's a note. What the hell? Piss off with this shit. How much is this gonna cost? You can't get it? Just wait. Thank you. Leave the rest to me. You sure you're gonna go in that state? Shouldn't you rest a little bit? Do I look that bad? No, actually, you look like you're ready to take on the world. And that's what worries me. Don't overdo it and snap under the pressure. Sorry for making you worry. By the way, I just realized that I might have been used by you people without realizing it. Wait, why am I the one apologizing? Don't worry about it. This little... Well, whatever. I just want to be able to end it with a, that was fun. By the way, did the enemy find you? They have realized something's wrong. I'm on the run right now, but they'll have me soon. Their enemy was the mastermind, the creator of the loop. She was probably fighting her own battle already, one beyond my area of expertise. Well, I'll run as fast as I can. Maybe I'll be a good distraction while you do your thing. That'll help a lot. Please do so. Can I ask something now? Sure, go ahead. How long are you going to continue this act? This is the last time. Well, if you come back alive, I'll spare you the punch. She used me for all I was worth, and then she said she'd punch me if I died. It was kind of amazing, really. I couldn't tell if she was one hell of a tsundere or just insane. Bye. Yeah. I hid my impression and just got back on my bike. The tons of stuff I had on me made a rustling sound. Through my dozens of times being killed by Chemi, I'd memorized the path here so well that I was sick of it. I passed the small overpass, stopping my bike at the boulder, and took off my helmet. This might have been an Okiba too, a sign leading to Fushiyoshi and Yasumizu. I placed the bike under a tree by a side of the road, placed what I had on the ground, and locked the bike. Then I hung the helmet's ring over the chain lock. After that, I opened the large mountaineering bag and took out whatever I needed right now. A headlamp. It was a bit big, but it fit well, shone bright, lasted long, and was resistant to water. And this was a mountaineering stick. I had already unpacked it in the store. I had to make sure I didn't get hurt. With my time being limited, I had to buy safety with money. I put on the backpack, putting the weight of all the stuff on my shoulders. I had to hurry. I'd waste an entire hour just getting there. The distant sounds of water became louder, and I finally made my way through the darkness, and I arrived at Saranaga Rapids. I unhesitantly took off my pants, got into some loose trunks, and covered my feet in work tabby and climbing sandals. I placed my clothes in a waterproof backpack, closed it, and put it on again. Through my fights with Chiemi, I found out that crossing Saranaga was pretty dangerous. It'd be too pathetic if I fell and died here. I just couldn't let that happen. Anyway, it was time to go. All the rustling coming from the backpack felt like something was laughing at me, saying that my worries were for nothing and I was jumping at shadows. The cold stream of May numbed my skin, and it felt like I was trying to sap the warmth. It was trying to sap the warmth from my body. But I couldn't give up. If I did this, it would have all been for nothing. Too many people would suffer. However, I wasn't motivated by some sort of justice, a sense that I had to protect them. I was just interested in the fact that the struggle would end up saving so many lives. It was an amazing trade. I also wanted to get even with some people and set myself free of this one-sided obligation. It was a selfish motivation, but that was exactly why I could give my all to it. I made it through the water and reached the other side. Naturally, there was no girl sawing off her shotguns here, or the flashlight she brought. Not today, anyway. I arrived. Everything was as expected so far. No, I dropped the climbing stick in the water, so that wasn't great. It was within my margin for error, though, and I had to calm down. Getting distracted by my mistakes would keep me from focusing. I looked at my phone. It was out of service range, of course. The time was 12:53 a.m. Pretty early, and it'd work out. Excuse me. I changed my clothes and shoes and got off the cliff. Shit. My memory told me that the cliff was the most dangerous place, especially for a non-local like myself. I tried to be careful, obviously, but the other stick I used for climbing broke. I almost fell and reflexively used my hands, cutting them on the sharp stone. After making it up the cliff, I took out some whiskey, disinfected the wounds, and applied some first aid with a handkerchief. Thinking about what I'd do next, this wound was really painful. Maybe I had to loop back and... Of course, that line of thinking would become habitual. It was a good thing I'd over-prepared. I had only one life now, so I had to keep that in mind. With that slight shift in mentality, I got back to work. The first one of the 3 objectives. I had to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast, and this was actually the hardest thing to do. Thus, I had to be both extremely careful and extra prepared. I would be proving a hypothesis. I was really pissed that I hadn't thought of this sooner. I'd have loved to try it while resetting was still an option, but I was pretty confident I was right. If it wasn't here, it had to be in another place that I knew well, but this one seemed way more likely. I began preparing. I took out a 20-meter-long climbing rope. I had 5 spares, 100 meters, in the bag, too. Of course, they took up the most space in the backpack. Freeing one of them up, I tied it up as if I was preparing to hang someone in the feast. Passing one swivel ring through the rope, and hanging the other one on another climbing rope, I made a 40-meter rope. It was enough to cover a cliff this tall. With this, I now had a way down below the hanging pine. I'd fixed the stopper I'd already tied to my waist on the rope and created a lifeline for myself. At least, I thought I did, but I had no experience with this. Still, I had to do it. Holding onto the rope, I began slowly going down. At first, I spun around, messed up while handling the stopper, slid a few times, and was generally on the verge of getting myself killed. Eventually, I began stopping the spin by touching the grass and branches on the cliff. I figured out how to rappel down slowly. Finding what I was looking for while climbing down was hard work. I felt water drop on my forehead and thought it was rain, only to realize it was actually blood from my hands falling from the rope above me. That made me keenly aware of the pain and pressure from using my aching hands. It brought back my exhaustion, drowsiness, and muscle pain. It came with a mental fatigue, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Why was I doing this? The stupidity of it all came back to me. What if this was all for nothing? Of course it was. Shit. Before I knew it, I was muttering some profanities. I felt like it would help me shake off this urge to cry, the pain, the misery, the patheticness. Even so, it had to be here. The entrance had to be close. All of Yasumizu had taken it for granted that people had to be hanged from the pine. That wasn't word of mouth or anything. It was an idea that came naturally, and it was with them their whole lives. That meant that this was pretty much the work of God. However, the idea of hanging one side of the rope on the tree and then the other on the neck, then pushing the victim off, felt illogical. Were they doing it because the only cleanup they had to do was cutting the rope? Well, during the feast, the corpses did fall to Saranaga every now and then. The lack of sound had to be God's doing, but that wasn't always the case. Some corpses had been caught out on the cliff and fell into the riverbank. Whenever that happened, the body was not only not cleaned up, it became a very real bother, reeking and full of disease. If you just wanted to hang the victim, all you had to do was put the rope over a branch and pull it up. That was often done outside of here. If what mattered to them was dropping the body in the Saranaga, then pushing them off was enough. Even if they were just focusing on making a kill certain, there weren't many times they could actually do this. I didn't think that a murder method had only been done every several dozen or so years would become part of Yasumizu's common soul. That seemed especially unlikely when, for the past 500 or so years, the locals only used the feast to control the local community. In that case, I imagined that the truth was different. The hanging wasn't for killing, it was to meet God. That unique way of praying, where they joined their hands and hid their faces, had to represent the remains of the lifeline they'd held before God. Thus, I'd surely arrive there if I went down. I'd believe that. Believe. Suddenly, something appeared. About midway down the cliff, on one of the links between the climbing rope, I found a large boulder sticking out from the bottom directly across from me. It was large enough to stand on. There was a pine saplings on it, probably the children of the hanging pine. It looked suspicious. Excuse me. I had to get there, so I began swinging. Moving my legs and waist, I slowly created a swinging motion. The climbing rope made noise as I clung to it. The fear of it disconnecting and the fear of hitting the boulder struggling violently, but I managed to ignore them. When the swing was good enough, I waited for when I was over the boulder and stuck my legs out. I ended up having to grab onto the little pines, and my hands hurt like hell because of the prickliness. But that didn't matter now. I don't know where this is going. What is he looking for here? I adjusted my headlamp and started examining the place more thoroughly. Bingo. Right behind all the growth here, there was an aged wooden torii. I felt my vigor return, but I needed to press on. Behind the torii, there was an aged door sealed by decaying chains. I pulled on it, and the chains just broke, letting me go in. There was no way to hide a god, people of Fujiyoshi. I opened the door wide, hunched down, and stuck my head into the hole. It was big enough for a crouching adult to pass through. It was a hole in the side of the cliff, angled slightly upward. It was an artificial place created by digging through the rock here. It was dry inside, probably due to the slope and the door protecting it. All right. It wasn't exactly what I expected, but it was pretty damn close. Is this like a body chute? Now, I needed a secure way to get here from the bottom, create a camp, and take away the root from the top. Thankfully, the young trees here were firmly planted, and I had large trunks, so I could easily tie a climbing rope around them and make my way down. With this and that, I successfully went to the riverside below. I then got back up to the hanging pine, got my stuff, and took care of the climbing rope. Someone come to the graveyard before the mist began, so they'd know something was up if they saw the rope. It'd all go to waste then. I had to hide until the mist came. So did we, like, unrig the hanging? Like, did we make it so you can't be hanged by the tree now? You'll just slide onto that rock? This, too, was part of stopping the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the mist. It was absolutely necessary for the cause. I began creating... Oh, wait, is that where the mist... Is that like the mist generator? I began creating the riverside camp. Actually, it was on the rocky area above the riverbed. They couldn't see me from the top if I was here, and a flood due to rain wouldn't be a problem. Though it wasn't much of a camp, I just took out a blanket and lay down. After drinking some bottled water, I looked at my phone. It was past 3 on Sunday night. There would be rain in 24 hours, and Saranaga would gain some water. I had to get everything done in the hole until then and prepare for the great act. But, well, it was enough for today. Man, I'm tired. I think that's where they take the bodies for experiments. Wait, I'm confused. Like, I'm confused. I'd arrived at Yasumizu a day earlier than normal and confirmed a theory of mine. All that was left now was to enhance the proof and prepare the fakery. I could just go to sleep for now. I'd have to do things right after the night cleared, so I'd set a timer and just nap rather than sleep. There, good night. I easily woke up to the sound of my alarm. Honestly, the hard sensation on my back made it nearly impossible to sleep anyways. Even so, I thought I'd wake up in the morning sun. It just didn't come here. The settlement was right between 2 mountains, so of course I wouldn't get much sunlight. I was still sleepy, but this was the fated day. I drank down the rest of the bottle and got some calories out of some sweet bread. First, I had to take care of my wounds. Surrounded by a dim light, I took off the handkerchief on my right hand and treated the festering wound. I wanted to wash it off with Saranaga's water, but I felt like the hole in the middle of the cliff might have not been the only reason why the stream was considered corrupted. I washed it off with water from a new bottle instead, and I put some more disinfectant and a fresh bandage on it. It had been messed up while I'd been climbing yesterday. I then grabbed my friend the headlamp and checked whether the stopper, a potential lifesaver, worked properly. And with that, I was ready. Yeah, so I think this is to stop the hanging from actually killing someone. Upon climbing up to the hole, I went inside and turned on the lamp. I then tried going up the upward slanted hill. After some distance, the hill started slanting down. It might have been done to prevent rainwater from flowing in. And the inside, it was like I had expected. It was a pile of fist-sized stones. I had to remove them all. It had to be possible. It had been done by humans after all, and a whole 6 centuries ago too. Though, I would feel kind of bad about it. What I was about to do was basically tomb raiding. But then I had a thought. Someone who was about to kill God had no business talking about reverence. To make the job easier, I took out a small shovel from the stuff I had bought. I'd brought a collapsible bucket too, but it didn't look like I could use that. After thinking for a bit, I took out all the waterproof inner bags from the backpack, and then transported the stones using the outer bag. After filling a bag with tons of rocks, I crawled outside and turned it upside down. This was effective and didn't put much strain on my hands' wounds. Though, hard labor in a tight space certainly wasn't easy. The lack of sleep and fatigue were getting to me, and I wasn't sure I was working fast enough. I wanted to go home after repeating it just 3 times. Even so, I'd do my best. I wanted to go back after all. Oh man, come on, ancient people. Just how much did you have to bury it under? I know it's to prevent a god from escaping, but can you at least consider the archaeologist who'd look for it? Oh yeah, not likely. I began talking to myself more. Was it a sign of something dangerous? Or was I safe as long as I recognized it myself? It'd be bad if I started hearing the voice of God or Psycho Chiemi. I considered singing something, but stopped when I almost began singing Prayer to Shania. That felt like a one-way trip to madness. Weird. I didn't know if it was because of what I was thinking, but I began hearing auditory hallucinations. It was a crying girl. The return point was now Sunday morning. The moment Mako-chan wanders in had been the new routine. I still didn't see a way out. It came back to me, though it wasn't like I'd completely forgotten it. It just slipped my mind. This was the morning when Mako wandered in. What was I to do? If she cried here, someone who heard her would come over, surely. If that happened, they'd find my stuff, and me as well. And I'd look like a weirdo doing weirdo things, when with a girl at my side at that. What was up with that role? Was I some sort of kidnapper about to bury a child? I had to secure her myself. Anyway, mission start. Oh my goodness. Meh. My leg hurts. I'm hungry. How far do I have to run? Where's the doggy? The wolf is so scary. Oh my god. Hey. I called out to you, but what do I do now? Who? I'm a local. Alcohol? This seemed familiar. No, my name is Haruaki Fusaishi. Fusaishi. That's it. Haruaki Fusaishi. Fusayuki. No. Fusayuki-san. Fine. Call me that. Where'd she get the U from anyway? Fusayuki felt like some sort of anonymous message board's mascot name. Are you hungry? Yeah. Eat my face. Aw. Did that joke not work on modern children? I won't eat people. They're not tasty. With my joke missing the mark so badly, I myself became flustered. Okay then. Have some food. Come here. Fusayuki-san, are you a wolf? That reminded me that she was afraid of wolves that were completely unrelated to the ones in Fujiyoshi. Well, I wasn't one of those wolves either, but if I said that, it'd make things more complicated later. I'm not the wolf you're afraid of. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm a good wolf. Huh? She's eating burger? Oh my god, she's going ham. Hey, that's what happens when you don't eat properly. Hold on. Eat slower, Miko-chan. Here, wipe yourself. Man. Is that me? Oh, sorry. What's your name? I don't know. Oh yeah, she didn't know her name or where she lived. So you're just a lost cat, huh? Cat? That's the animal you think about when someone's lost, right? I'm not a cat. Right, you're saying ba. So, are you a sheep? Sheep are successes. Successes? What? All that talking of sheep reminded me of her. What the hell was up with her? It's bad to not know your own name. You can call me Mako. Then I shall. You are a good wolf, Fusayuki said. Yes, that's me. I'm a good wolf. Bad wolves need to be killed. Yeah. Wait, no. What a scary thing to say. What kind of environment had she grown up in? Mako-chan, you shouldn't say kill that easily. I shouldn't? Yep. Killing is a scary thing to do. Scary is bad. Good. Instead, you should say that you're gonna beat them up. Beat? Yeah. What's with these bas, Eddie? Why do you ba? Cattle. Oh! She's human trafficked. She's human cattle. Oh my god. That's fucked up. Strange? More like something you don't see every day. Don't see every day. Lost children are like kittens. I'm lost. Yep, and most men all fall for lost kittens. Meow. Meow meow. Yeah, that's the cat noise. Alright. Meh. It's fine. Don't force yourself. If you're strong enough, you can be whatever you want to be. That's hard. Sorry. That conversation went off the rails. I probably shouldn't have brought it up to a child. Would I also become a father to someone someday? What a scary thought. Are you full? Yeah. Good. I just ran out of bread, so... Wait, you ate it all? Oh, I didn't leave any for you. It's fine. I already ate. Sorry. You're a good girl, huh, Mako? Good girl? Yeah, no, that's a good thing. You can do whatever you want, but in the end, everyone will forgive you. But you shouldn't be too good either. God will notice you. Too good is bad? Yep. You should be a good girl who's a bit bad. A good girl who's a bit bad. Yeah. Wahaha. Oh, swing! Huh? Chimmy popped out of nowhere, sneaked in here basically. She slipped on some rocks and was all wet. In her hand there was a knife. Hold on. Are you the Chiemi that's overcome by despair to the point of wanting to kill me? Huh? What? Yeah. I figured I'd kill you with a little splish-splooshin this time. Killing is bad. Yeah, it's bad. Huh? What's this? Wait, why are you here this time? At this time? And why is Mako here too? Wait. Why did the starting point reset? Huh? Calm down, Chiemi-chan. Huh? Oh, yeah, the fun times are over. She disinterestedly threw the knife into the Saranaga. That's dangerous. It'll be useless this time anyway. No, it won't. Why? Because this is the final loop. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion and worry. Loop? Sorry. I'm gonna talk about something complicated here, Mako. With her? Yep. Why am I being menaced? Because you don't understand women. Wait, that's just... It's fine. I'll play over there. Try not to get swept away. I really wanted to keep watch over her, but this was probably my last chance to meet up with Chibi. A good act needed some hired hands, after all. So, why were you showing your darkest parts to Mako-chan? It was just fun. I mean, that freaks me out so much I'm actually sane again. Anyway, there's something we gotta talk about. I see you're as casual as always. Anyways, answer my next question. What did you mean by last loop? Exactly that. Things happened, and this is our last one. And with it, we only have one final chance. If we mess this up, my memories will probably start to reset, just like everyone else besides you. I'll forget you and become just a guy who crashed his bike and ended up in the village. What? Huh, wait. That's just... I don't want that. I'll be all alone again. Well, don't worry, because it won't happen. Why? Because I'll solve everything this time. What? You're overdoing it again. You're acting too cool. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Anyway, you've watched too many movies and TV shows. How many hundreds of times do you think we've failed? There's no way it'd work out so easily. It's not going to be easy. I've already worked really hard. This is actually the conclusion of all the other loops that failed. Don't you think we have the qualifications and skills to finally end this? Skills? Yeah. I need your help to finish this. As if I can help you. I've spent all my time looping meaninglessly and just getting in your way. You holding some kind of grudge? What are you, my ex? That's what I think, yeah. Well, I couldn't deny that we were kind of close a bunch of deaths ago. You have what it takes, Jimmy. You have a vengeful defiance against God, built up over countless loops. That'll be settled too, of course. Huh? Your anger and resolve will end this. Shoot God with this. I took out some ammo and handed it to her. Huh? When? Where? Who? You'll know when the time comes. Saw off your shotgun and wait until then. Wait, I don't get it. Explain. What are you doing here? I can't say that now. Why? I can't say that either. After all, she was from Yasumizu. That made me her enemy. In fact, she was the enemy in this case. She didn't have to know that I needed help for my act. It'd be bad if she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fulfill her role in this. Though I know I probably shouldn't be the one to say this, but just this one time, I want you to believe me. That's my final request. I looked into her eyes. She closed hers, thought about it for a bit, shook her head to shake something off, and nodded. All right. Thank you. Just so you know, pulling that off is pretty hard. When I do, I'd like a good reward and a full explanation. And now that's a familiar line. It's been so long ago that you forgot? No, you got me there. What would you want for a reward? Can you introduce me to a nice man? Yeah, leave it to me. Guess I'll just wait and see what happens next. Can you take Meiko to Yasumizu too? So that wasn't your last request after all. This is an extra to that. Oh well, I was the one who found her last time too. Why did you come to Saranaga? I couldn't find my place. Hey, don't make me say that. Sorry. No one else comes here, right? Right. Maybe Rikako-san to pay respects. Still, she should be busy with Meiko-chan today. Okay, then there's no problem. What's that rope? It's a secret. Alright, you villain. Is that all? It is. Meiko-chan, come on. Our conversations ended there. She soon dragged Meiko away. So I said, see ya, but neither of them even looked at me. Resolve. I had to introduce her to a good guy after all. I had another actor now. All that was left was the physical labor. I continued hauling the rocks. After all, I didn't know just how deep this hole was or how many rocks there were left. Nothing would be stupider than running out of time at this point. Even if there was nothing at the end of this, I had to find out as soon as possible. The answer to one of the final two mysteries had to be right here. And if it was exactly what I expected, I could get a weapon to finally get the better of God. My hands hurt, and the dusty cave made my eyes and throat feel unpleasant. But strangely enough, I felt vigorous. Strange, considering that nothing much had changed from how I was in the morning. I didn't forget to drink and eat. Mako ate the bread, so I had to make do with what I usually did. I wanted to eat veggies and meat. I wanted to rewatch some DVDs and flashes. I had to get some new shoes, and I had to get a good shelf in my room. As I worked, my mind was filled with unrelated ideas. In that case, I had to return and get myself some good money. Those thoughts raised my total motivation a lot. I'd solve this. I'd end this. I'd go back. I'd given myself a really long vacation here. Now I wanted to stretch, hop on my bike, and get the slow road back home. I'd go back like I came, alone. Even so, I'd have lost the emptiness by then. In the afternoon, there was a period when it was a bit sunny here, but as evening came, that faded too. There'd be rain tonight. I didn't want to lose my stuff in a flood, so I put it all in a waterproof bag and went back to work. My fatigue was at its limit. Even so, I continued digging and tossing aside all the rocks. It continued until after nightfall. But then, there were no more rocks. Instead, there was a layer of sand. Around 2, huh? The ancient people sure were clever. But I was close. I was sure of it. For now, though, I would rest. Normally, this would be the time I'd be getting myself drunk silly at Chiemi's or at the officer's place. Back then, I really didn't expect I'd end up doing public works here. The fatigue and muscle pain were just murderous. But I was so fulfilled that I found it kind of pleasant. I slept within the cave. This is the day the mist comes. The next day, I woke up with such brutal muscle pain that I couldn't even move. It had been like this since 2 years ago, when I'd gone skiing for the first time. I had no choice, so I spent around 30 minutes stretching, then left the cave. I charged my phone with a disposable battery and checked the time to find out that it was 6 in the morning. I had about 10 hours left. I'd find it. I began digging through the sand. I dug and dug and dug. I examined the sand for anything significant. I couldn't throw away the sand, so I pushed it to the side. I didn't find anything. I might have had to use the sand itself as proof of divinity. But it turned out that I didn't have to worry. After a few hours, I finally found it. So we finally meet Shinai-sama. No, that name is heresy to you. You should be called this instead. Oh, Kami-sama. Deep within the parted sand, I faced the thing inside. It was a skull. A human skull, pure white, and without a single scratch on it. It was most definitely divine. You'll see the light a day later, but don't worry. It won't be long now. Wait alongside your family, too. What does this mean? I carefully pushed it to the side and then began digging again. A hit. I found more and more bones the more I dug. And there were 3 skulls in total. I didn't know if it was all the sand here or the dryness of the place. But despite being 6 centuries old, they kept their original shapes and glittered like sacred ashes. If I wasn't careful, I could break them. But I felt like I had to beg these Okami-sama for strength. The strength to kill them. And found it. I found it. A relic left by these Okami-sama. I was certain of my victory now. I gently returned the remains of the soon-to-be ex-gods to the sand and left the cave. What is happening? I was finally at the decisive moment. Preparations were complete. Now I needed to create a good, no, the best ending. The first step, to stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other in the feast. I would call it, I'm Not Afraid of Wolves. Starring Haruaki Fusaishi, co-starred by 2 ladies that happened to join in. I would put up a good fight and kill God. She's singing. She's singing it right. Good job, well done. I think she's botched it every other time. Ah, there's Fusayuki-san. Mako-chan. Come with me. Why is he question mark, question mark, question mark? Yay! Don't. Why? That's. He's. Jimmy. Oh, shit. He is God. Wait. He's being God? Shut up! She pulled out the gun and pointed it at me. Her eyes were those she had seen when looking at God. It was made even worse by the fact that she saw God in herself, too. That would be over soon. Now is not the time. Look, the mists of Saranaga are about to overflow. That would be the moment I so desired. Shut up! Call everyone. What are you planning? I'll end everything. Now go. Is he gonna talk to is he being Shinai? Mako, you come to me. This time, Chemi didn't stop her. She just silently turned around. Fusayuki-san, what's that face? This mask? Cool, huh? I'm about to do my job as a wolf. Can you help me? Yeah. What do I do? Act like a good wolf. Act like a good wolf. When I touch your shoulder, howl like a wolf. Wow, wow? No. It's like, ow. Ow. He's gonna turn into the gods and then die. Everyone will be very surprised. I don't get it. Don't worry, you will soon. That way it all resets. He's gonna turn into the gods and then die. That way it all resets. We'll see what happens. I don't get it, because, like, doesn't he just die? They gathered. Oh, perfect timing. The mist has passed the cliff and mixed with the evening sun. The northernmost part of Yasumizu settlement, bordering on the Bloodwater Rapids, the graveyard and the hanging pine. This was the seed of their original sin. It was a scene necessary for their death. Oh, he's gonna jump off. He set up his, like, escape route. Maybe. Oh my god. So they're all freaking out. Kami-sama. Wow. They were scared. They were humbled. They knew the god within them wouldn't allow them to look away. Wow, what the hell are you? That was a very wrong thing to do. They couldn't even begin to do that. Resisting was bad. Strangely enough, he ended up not being wrong this time. Is this the finale of the game? Yeah, it is. I brought them. Thank you. Now. Hello, people of Yasumizu. I thought long and hard about this, but I decided to go with it, whatever felt natural. I am a Yomotsu Okami. I spoke using modern language. Yo, he looks sick. With the evening mist and the sun behind me, I begin talking while wearing the 6th-century-old relic. This is a day of mist. You would prepare for the feast and go to sleep. Then starting tomorrow, you would search for us hiding among you and trying to hang us. Ow! I lightly tapped Mako's shoulder. As expected, everyone shook, as if struck by lightning. Apologies. My wife currently has other business, so we two will be the only ones here. That's right, because it's a husband, a wife, and a kid. He knows all the lore. While you try to hang us, we would try to massacre you, one each night, to settle the score of the ancient grudge. How dreadful. That is what you have been taught by your ancestors, and that is what you would teach your children. Now, I came here because I want you to stop. Please never again hold a feast of the Yomi Purge. Oh, their faces were exactly what I expected. Please don't despair. We never actually wanted a feast of the Yomi Purge, did we? No. Ad-libbing it, huh? Okami-sama. I am the representative, Yamawaki. Yes, I know. Nice to meet you, Tai Yamawaki-san. She gasped so hard she forgot to breathe for a moment. You say we do not need to do the feast anymore, but why do we? I see why you are curious. Allow me to speak. Oh, he gave Chemi a blank. He gave Chemi a blank and he's gonna bail off the cliff. She's gonna shoot him with a blank and it's gonna be like they killed God and tell you the truth. A long, long time ago, there lived a god here. It was a mischievous god who fooled people, picked on them, and sometimes even devoured them, starting with the head. Thus, the mountain was its sacred ground. It was a dreadful place where no human dared tread. However, humans grew in number and lived as they always did. Eventually, the mountain was visited by hunters who wanted to find a new home and a place to live. Soon enough, there was a small village here.
Okay, so he's just telling the whole story of Yasumizu from the books. It sent wild animals, mountain dogs, and even wolves to torture them. That was when the humans sacrificed 3 of their own. I, my wife, and our little girl here accepted it. If everyone could live happily after our sacrifice, we had no reason to hesitate. That was the most painful lie. It couldn't have been true. The Okami-sama must have wanted to live too. They wanted to live alongside their family, but I would bear the sin of both of using the dead as well as killing God. Thus, all of us together laughed, ate lots of beast, and drank lots of sake. And after the final feast, we entered a small cave next to this river. Did you know that our bones are resting right under where I am standing right now? That mountain. I don't know what it is called these days, but it is in a small shrine overlooking that. After all, the fearful god sends the Okami-sama from there. No, that's... We had no idea. Ha! Well, that's only natural, I suppose. A whole 600 years had passed since then. By the way, this is what we were wearing when we were sacrificed. We were expected to become gods of wolves. That's why the 3 of us ended up becoming Okami-sama. Indeed, we were born 6 centuries ago and ascended as gods that ended up defending this place for about a century. We became ancient, fearsome gods. Oh my, my. Haru-chan, not now. It's fine, Chikamochi Kamoshida-kun. Oh, you know my name too? Of course, Mochi. Understand that she has a right to comment. But can you listen to me a bit more? Listen. Okay. And man, Sumeko-chan was a wolf. That's why you came from Saranaga, huh? Yeah, perfect timing. Do not mind me and continue, city dweller. No, Father Wolf. You purged me, caused me to fall under the woman servant, and took all of my powers. You detestable brat. As Haru-chan's voice became dense with rage, those who couldn't understand the situation shuddered. No need for that, God. Please listen. Does she remember? Or... I guess that's the other god. Story upsets us as well. With our divine blessing, the village grew large. However, not everyone was happy. Oh, right, she can read minds. Those who were told to protect our grave were made to live here. There was a barren land with little light, lots of mist, and ground hard to traverse. It was made worse by a battle that happened then, and the blood spilt in the river. That place was fearsome, yet they continued to defend our divinity. It was an honor and a respectable cause. But eventually, there was an emotional distance between the people living on the mountain and those living here. Those who lived under harsh conditions and those who prospered began to fight and despise each other. After a long peace, they forgot to respect the ones living here. That was when it happened. The people up the mountain put poison in the waterways here. They made a lot of people here ill. That's where the cholera came from. And to get back at them for this, the people from here willingly changed themselves into something scary. They covered themselves in Saranaga mud and attacked those living up on the mountain. I could still remember it. What a horrible event it was. Women, children, elders, everyone was stabbed, torn apart, or hanged. In the end, the victors were the people living up the mountain. They ate well and had greater numbers after all. However, they became afraid of the people here. They had reason to. We were at their side. They thought that the mud-covered attackers were our divine wrath. The anger of the Okami-sama, the gods they neglected and their priests treated as cruel. So they decided that they would steal God. After long plans and many dark conspiracies, they successfully stole our divinity. They took our appearance, even our name. They played with great God to create the name Shidai. Then they created his servants, snake, monkey, crow, and spider, and split the divine powers among them. Though we couldn't complain much, considering our own power was stolen from the old god. They began worshipping Shinai-sama, the false god, atop the mountain. They made everyone know that they were the rulers of this mountain. They left people here with their divine remains. We became simple servants. The old god had it even worse. He was called Mujina, Badger, and was quickly forgotten. After all, the ones who benefited from this now were the families worshipping the four servants, the ancestors of the modern-day village heads. And once our divinity and powers were stolen from us, all that was left was the fear. They were still afraid of the god worshipped by the disgusting rebels. The fear was so significant that they couldn't wash it away, and we became the fearsome divinities known as Yomotsu Okami. It was fear and reverence closely tied to this place. That's why I was always here, and as a defeated god, alongside the old god. We had no powers. Our powers were now being used by Shinai-sama. Shinai-sama, from when he was wearing the disguise of the Wolf Guardian, and finally, the other four guardians. I'll say it again. We had no powers. We haven't harmed a single person in any Feast of the Yomi Purge. We simply watched as people we were supposed to protect died. It was awful. Awful. Do you understand? The Feast of the Yomi Purge is caused by people, not gods. But that Kiyonosuke no Sato-san, your family tried to resist this. Once this is all over, please search beneath your storeroom. You will find records of the Nosato battle that began with your great-grandfather's generation. Really? The Nosato are not at fault here? No, not completely, of course. Though, unlike the Miguruma, who'd run many feasts and caused many inhabitants of Yasumizu to kill each other, and the Higuchi, who acted like nothing had happened, the Nosato can still wash away their sins. That will depend on what you do next. You bear the Nosato name, after all. Follow your predecessors and find everything out. A history hidden by human hands can only be revealed by human hands. I understand. But Okami-sama, the mist is so dense now. Can we really go without holding the feast? I am fearful. I won't say it's not dangerous here. The Miguruma people will try to make the feast No, they will come after you to stop you. But don't worry. My wife is preparing a way out through Saranaga. Saranaga? How fearful. Oh, we can take them through the tunnel. It will be okay. We are the Yomotsu Okami. Ba-chan, wait. Okay, Takumi-san. I can tell you're not normal. My body's Yasumizu grown, and I can tell that you're a god. Okay, buddy. But that doesn't mean I can believe you. I understand, Takumi Muro-san. I can't be certain that we aren't deceiving you. To steal back the Yomi. You are the young leader here, after all. Of course you would be worried about that. How much do you... I know everything. Of course I did. I know everyone here. I'd looped around here way too many times not to. They were all just normal, good people. They bore their poverty and unfair circumstances while stressfully striving their days like anyone, or surviving their days like anyone else. That was why they always killed each other. Okay. Let me finish this with some words for each of you. Now, Okami-sama, it was time for work. I needed your divinity to help me save your adherents. Takumi Muro-san. Oh, this is gonna be so... This might actually choke me up. Takumi Muro-san, we know you buried the victims of the Feast of the Yomi Purge from 8 years ago without knowing they were such. We know how you protected the problematic little girl, Chiemi Serizawa-san. We know the strength and gentleness you portrayed by always returning here, even when you caught a disease that almost saw you killed. Even if others don't share that sentiment, we, the ex-protectors of Fushioshi, thank you deeply. Your homeland shall eventually develop, and the old will mix with the new. There will surely be problems between them. You will surely waver and be distressed then. But if you believe in yourself and think things through, you will surely find the right path. As long as you are the way you are, God and the mountain will reward you. Please believe me. Okay. Kanzo Makishima-san, we know how you survived 2 feasts and carried those painful memories with you as you protected your granddaughter from the dark hand of Yomi. We know how these memories rendered you unable to face her. Please stop. She doesn't know.
But don't worry, your granddaughter is many, many times stronger than you realize. Right, Haru Makishima-san? Hoji-chan, I knew that Dad and Mom died in the feast. That you didn't have a choice. Haru, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. It's okay. So, let's go visit their grave together. I'm here for you. Oh, aw. I will stop the feast, so you can stop hiding in the shadows and join hands with your granddaughter and everyone else here. Please, believe me. Aww. Oh my god. I'm gonna do the teary-eyed. I'm teary-eyed right now. Tai Yamawaki-san. I saw how serious, sincere, and devoted you were to your faith. Even if Great Lord Shinai and his guardians were just an illusion, I saw it all. Your life is a very precious thing. Oh, I just wanted to hear that once. Please be more tolerant of the young ones. And please pass on the true story. And please believe me. Hold on, let me do this. Of course, I will. Kiyonosuke no Sato-san. Man, I feel like I know all these people so well. It's... Aww. I already gave some words to you. But if I'm to say anything more, you are a capable person, and you should become more open-minded. Ignore who is above and below. You know what it means to advance while holding each other's hands, don't you? You learned that in college. All in Yasumizu have a number of talents. Also, it was fun to do all those things with you, so don't degrade yourself so much. What do you mean? Nothing. Just please believe me. Kaori Oribe-san, I don't know any mother who has suffered as much as you. You lost your husband to the feast, then were made to live in a place like this, yet you still raised your sons well. So he really did. And I was prepared. Though, you should really be more proud of yourself, not just your sons. Your sons aren't all that you are, of course. You made everyone here happy with your food. Then surely you can make yourself happy as well. And it wouldn't be fair if the others didn't try to make you happy too. Right? Takumi-san? That's right. And Kaori-san, please believe me. I will. Yasunaga Oribe-kun. I don't know, should I believe you? At the very least, this doesn't seem rational. Good. That's how you should be. Think and stay alert until the very end. You will pass the path of Yobi and arrive at a safe place. You can't rest easy all the way through, though. Though, you should relax a bit once that's done. You're too tense for someone so young. Try skipping a class or two and search for something you really want to do. If you do that, you might just give yourself time to realize how much your mother loves you. Aww. And when it's all over, please believe me again. Yoshitsugu Oribe-kun. I ain't believing. Yes, and that's perfectly fine for you. You are like your brother, sorry. You have a strong sense of responsibility, love your mother, and are very anxious about everything. You're a normal boy when it comes down to it. And while your brother fights with brains, you fight with guts. You need to find a place where you can go wild more freely. There's tons of professions that need guts instead of brains. Instead of following your brother, try to chase untrodden land. Also, treasure your mother. Though there's a clear bond between you and her, harsh words will weaken it, little by little. That's a fact. Believe it. Alright. Mochi. I've been waiting for this. Good, and honestly, you don't need to believe. But you're interested in what's gonna happen next, right? Good. Then look forward to it. Though, the things you're not interested in might lead to something interesting, or just become interesting. It could be feelings, like love. Love? Try facing it head on. Otherwise, if you end up losing something, you won't even notice the pain. You already know everything, huh? I don't, but I do. Oh, she's crying. Haru Makishima-chan. No. God. What is it? Oh, Kami-dono. Ah, let me start by clearing everyone's misunderstanding. Yasunaga-kun, Mochi. This is a real god. That can't be right. She's our secret Super Haru-chan. Oh no, I said it. Yes, that's how it started out. After losing her parents and getting the cold shoulder from her grandfather, she wanted to get the adults' attention and created... No. Resurrected. This god. It's a bit hard to explain. There's God inside you all. After all, you were born and grew up in Fushioshi, and that's a fact. That is why you can't rebel against us. The guilt from killing us long ago on that misty day has been inherited by you as a memory of God. You also have even older memories of fearing the dark mountain and praying for peace. Thus, when Haru-chan tried to create a false mask, God could resurrect from the memories in a perfectly stable form. That's why Haru-chan is both herself and God. Isn't that right, Haru-chan? What's the point of revealing it? People will still think I'm simply insane. And you are insane yourself, no, city dweller? You rose 1,000 times, arrived here, and are now trying to trick a god? No, Haru-chan. And no, God. Haru-chan isn't insane. I also know how scary God can be. But you have a strong heart that lets you make even that your own. Even if God stops appearing, your strength will never fade. I am certain that only you can save Yasumizu. So become a villain. Be an evil that's free from everyone's idea of what's right, and fly as free as you wish. That strength will surely become a driving force raising everyone up living in this land. No. I want to see that. Can I really do that? Yes. I saw it with my clairvoyance. Do not be so brazen before me. The clairvoyance was stolen by the snake. This girl's body is mine. Me? Stop appearing. Do not make light of me. The mountain is Yomi, and Yomi is darkness. As long as people live here and continue to fear, I shall never fade. Yes, I know. Who said anything about making you fade? If you disappear, who will be the local god when we're gone? Well, I don't think you'll be able to do whatever you want, though. The outside world is full of various gods, concepts, and all that. But even so, this is your guardian, and everyone here is your family. You don't have to live as a lonely, forgotten god anymore, do you? Please, reinstate yourself. Wait, but Everyone, starting today, we Okami will no longer be Yasumizu or Fushiyoshi's gods. We return our Great Lord Shinai's and the Guardian's divinity back to the newly resurrected ancient god. Please build her a shrine and worship her. Please fear and revere her divinity. She once lost all her divinity to the sacrifices, then survived being trampled over by a fabricated god, then joined hands with the sacrifices and bloomed back into divinity. And please speak her name and make sure it is passed down. Oh, and do mention the Okami and Guardians in Shinai every now and then. It's important to know your history, and it'd be bad to forget. I'm counting on you, everyone. They nodded. Now you won't have to be so fixated on your fragile human body. Right, God? Please don't cry. You'll make Haru-chan uncomfortable. My apologies. Also, be kind to these humans. Very well. I promise. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. No, Okami-dono. Aw man, Haru-chan's all teary. I don't have a handkerchief or anything. Here, use the edge of my dress. Mochi, you literally never change, do you? To the very end, you are the only one who does not fear me. Yeah, you're Haru-chan, even with God. Will you protect me until I have a shrine? I'll protect you and Haru-chan. Yasun. What do you say? Yeah. She's like a little sister to me. Damn. Take care of her. Oh man. Do something about those clothes. Haru-chan? Depends on what you're like. Okay. Also, thanks for everything, Haruaki. Aww. Anyways, that's how it is. Good. Goodbye, Haru-chan. Another thing. Once this is over, take whatever you can within 10 minutes and go to Saranaga. You'll find my wife there. Follow her directions and escape this place. Everyone complied. Also, old man who cried wolf. You stay in the plaza. Huh? Now, sorry for keeping you waiting. Chiemi Serizawa-san. Oh no. Aw. Your life was one of torment at the hands of malicious lowlifes who wielded the might of God. No! You feared and suffered while clashing with others and seeking more power. You spent your life wanting to be stronger. That's why you began to see us and God. You're not God. Because of this, you gained the right to harm God. God can't be killed. Normally, yes, but it's not unkillable. Give it a name, get rid of its successors, create a hero that qualifies for the cause, and give him or her the right weapon. Basically, make everyone agree. And you can kill a god. I myself give you that right. Come to me, my daughter. Okay. I don't want to kill you. I called Mako over and hugged her tightly. Now, aim. A sawn-off shotgun slipped out of her sleeve. She couldn't resist at all. Well done on everything you did so far. At this moment, I felt like I was speaking for someone other than me. This is my last wish. He didn't say anything to Rikako? Rude. Shoot. Bang. The barrel spewed fire, and my body, still holding Mako, soared into the air. Not like I could actually die, though. Wow! That's so fun! Yeah, we rigged up that thing, and I think that was a blank. Seriously, what's going on in that head of yours? You'd be bad if they heard us, so shh. Good girl. And a bit bad. Oh, you do learn fast. Basically, I just bungee jumped backwards the moment Chiemi fired. The rope couldn't be too long because we'd end up hitting the cliff, so it was only about 10 meters long. But it was bungee jumping nonetheless. I prepared the rope during the little time I had after getting the mask. I only had one shot at this, and it actually worked out. With this, God was dead. Great Lord Shinai Yomotsu Okami, the two-faced god of fear and oppression, was killed by a fitting stage and a decent plot. He spoke his last words for each of the weak, yet good people of Yasumizu. He understood them well and encouraged them to follow a different path. Then he reconciled with the true God, the one given the dirty name of Badger, and passed on the rites. They no longer had a reason to fear the mist, blindly follow the fake laws of the mountain, or kill each other because of some legend. They would never hold the Feast of the Yomi Purge again. So, Mission 1, stop the people of Yasumizu from killing each other, had been completed. Even Chiemi, who was so afraid of the Great Lord Shinai and God, had literally defeated the source of her fear. I can only hope I fixed her murderous side, too. Anyway, the sun had sunk. We had to move before it was completely dark. I switched the other rope I had there and went down to the Saranaga. Alright, we'd made it down. But what was I to do with Mako? Considering the story I made up, I couldn't bring her with me. Alright, I just make her wait. Mako-chan, wait for me behind this rock. Okay, how long? 2 or 3 hours. You can sleep if you want, but if someone comes, don't come out. Okay, but I'm hungry. You can eat anything in that bag there. There's still lots of sweets. You can eat all that. You can't eat them all normally, but I'll let you do it this time. Yay! She ran off, and I turned around. Oh, you're here. Man, this mist's crazy. Can't see anything 10 steps ahead. Hey, sheep. You said the act's over, didn't you? Yeah. Sorry for the wait, Mitsuji. Mitsuji? Wait. Who's this? What the hell you were trying with the act anyways? Well, I thought you missed your ex and tried to chase after me in a weird way, so I figured out... Wait. Wait. That's his ex? Wait. What? That's his old girlfriend? No point in asking, huh? That's just the kind of guy you are, Haruaki. So you're as good as your word, huh? I'm saying it's a waste of effort. Behind her, there were 3 rubber boats with oars. So, what's next? A group acting all dazed is going to come here soon. Tell them something godlike and keep them safe in some lodging place. Wait, is this sounds like biking, actually. The latter part's fine, but what's with the former? Just play along with their superstitions. You know a thing or two about what kind of place this is, right? Yeah. What a pain. Just so you know, you shouldn't act like you did as a convenience store worker. Why was she a convenience store worker? I was only like that because of you. Not even I'm that unreasonable. That was some kinky stuff, huh? I'll fucking kill ya. Tatami guys. I can ask you about your powers, background, and the organization backing you, yeah? Well, we're never meeting each other again, so there's no point, really. Wait, so... was she the sheep the whole time, and she, like, used him from the beginning to do this? That's what you said the first time we broke up, yet here we are. What was that, anyway? An accident? Yup, that's what I'd like to say. But there's a bond between us and all that. Are you being serious? Yeah, that's how the world is. There's nothing more reliable than a serious Mitsuji. I'll believe you. And nothing's more reliable than unreliable than a serious-looking you. That's a choice, screen cap. Haruaki was punching above his weight class with her. She's a catch. Haruaki's kind of a scumbag. We laughed. Anyway, let's get serious. I'll be caught by the loop's master soon. You were still bearing it? What the hell? Of course I am. I'm working hard to buy you time. I see. So that's why nothing happened. Thanks. You helped out a lot. Guess I have all the more reason to hurry now. Well, do be careful. It feels all you do recently is send me to my death. Death. Well, you helped me out just now, so I hope that doesn't change. Just go back already. I ain't gonna welcome you, but if you die, I'll have trouble sleeping. Roger that. I'll try to survive. Now that I think about it, your death means game over for all of us, so I really don't need you to say anything. That's mean. Oh well, just go. You killed a god first, huh? Yeah. Now I'll be doing your job. I'll take on the Master of the Loop. Mission 2. I had to deal with the Master of the Loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection. This has to be Rikako, right? The one who didn't need as much preparation or acting skill as the first one. This one didn't need as much preparation or acting skill as the first one. All the info I'd gathered over the loops was enough to make me certain by now. I just had to face the person one-on-one and be completely honest. That was easy. But the person was the problem. I'd probably be walking on a fine line here. I had no idea how well my thoroughness, guts, and verbosity would hold up against the enemies. And once the final mystery was revealed, I wasn't sure I'd have what it took to properly retaliate. It was something I'd have to consider at the moment. I had to do it. I'm counting on you, Haruaki. I got up the cliff again and hid near the graveyard. Sorry. The mist was dense and I couldn't see much, but I was used to it, so straining my eyes helped a lot. I soon saw the people of Yasumizu absent-mindedly making their way down the Saranaga. Everyone besides the old wolf guy was there. Good. After confirming that, I went to the plaza. He was standing alone in there. You didn't run or go wild. I'm impressed. It's fine, you can drop the act. It's your job, isn't it? Taking care of such escapes, I mean. wanted to talk to you. Please stop the act. I'll make things easier. The hell are you? I can tell you're like me. But it doesn't make sense to think that you're with the Miguruma. However, he's putting his hand into his clothes to take out a weapon, surely. Unfortunately for him, I already knew all his cards. You destroyed my fortress. I'll get even by killing you. I'm your disciple. Well, I won't get into the details, but basically without you, I couldn't have saved them. I'm saying I'll let you live because of that, you old fart. His eyes were filled with a silent anger. Well, the police probably won't know what to think about the incident from 60 years ago. And if you have a change of heart and decide to protect Yasumizu, there's really no problem in letting you live. Don't act big with me. The Miguruma will start to crumble. Nothing will happen today, or in any other mist appearance that follows. That means there might be something good in store for this place. Your job and hideout will be gone. They'll find out about the waterway. And the people of Yasumizu won't ever see you as just senile. What proof do you have? You didn't realize? There were two people with guns back there. The one who's not Chiemi was aiming at you all this time so they could kill you from up close. You're old. You could only kill people in the mist while wearing a wolf outfit and using the authority of God. Excuse me. If you charge at me, I can easily dodge, get you on the ground, step on you, and kill you. You can only beat me with a surprise attack or by spiking my drink with a drug. But you can't do that now. Even if you stay here, the locals will be wary of you. This is no longer your fortress. Now, you either have to bow to them and have them protect you until you die, or call your Tokyo contact and go elsewhere. One of the two. This sure got boring. You had plenty of fun though, didn't you? No. I'll have a bit more. And he dodged this, youngin'. So he's coming at us. He raised his blade, took an unexpectedly fast step towards me, then tripped. I told you. Oh boy. His dagger went through his mouth and, oh my god, and into his brain. If heaven's judgment is slow, but sure, then I wanted him to die more painfully. This death doesn't suit a villain like... The grass is tied. Whose prank is this? Whoever it was, they have my thanks. I don't want them to feel guilty though, so I'll undo it. Anyway, I was satisfied with the result. I thought about this and that, but as long as he was alive, he'd always have been a danger to someone's life. That was all he'd done his whole life, and it was best to accept his death for what it was. Leaving his corpse, I went off to where I had to. Of course, he wasn't the one in charge of the dream, so he wasn't my real target. Extra mission, get rid of the latent threat, completed. Mission 2, dealing with the master of the loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection, would begin now. Not in the dining hall or back home, then maybe here? The culprit's plans must have changed badly because of Mitsuji's hard work. Good evening, Rikako-san. She was right there. Who are you? No need for that. You know everything, don't you? Haruaki Fus... Wait. So, but if she's the master of the loop, I guess it makes sense that she would know everything. The two acquaintances who had never met exchanged a greeting. It was a very normal greeting, but that was what made it warped and strange. What an honor. But I did not want this. I wanted us to play within the dream. She is the dreamer. Makes the most sense. I caught the sheep. No need to worry. I simply took her ability to influence dreams. That is all. Within the raising loop, she will become nothing but a powerless observer. You're not denying it? That you're behind everything? I just said I don't want this. I did not want this, but I am unexpectedly happy about this. Haruaki-sama, you know me so well, and spent so many nights and lives just to get here. I had never expected for this eternal feast to bring me something like this. Thus, I wish to ask you, Haruaki-sama, how did you find out that I pull all the strings? Huh? Well, I mean, you weren't there when everyone came. Huh? Is that it? No, not really. Please tell me, how did you discover me? And she'd gone back to the heart of the matter. She'd probably punch me if I said something like, "You're a spider. Of course you're pulling the strings." That's actually really good. I'd take it seriously. Of course, there were things I didn't understand. Or more like, I understood because I didn't understand them, though that was kind of complex. It was the spider. The Uematsu guardian and symbol. The spider. Japan had no faiths that revered them. The other guardians had archetypes that were clearly related to mountain religions. Even the wolves. The spider, however, wasn't. The Shinai faith was a religion created to control. Thus, there was no reason for it to include anything without a clear origin. In fact, it was completely unlikely that a family of prostitutes would use the Jorogumo, a term for orb weavers, as their messenger. After all, that was a yokai, not a god. Though the difference between them was minimal, but God still needed to gather faith. In other words, Jorogumo, Ogumo, and all those were just anomalies, strange incidences that could appear anywhere. Unless they garnered faith from locals for many years, were accepted and could live beyond just words, they weren't gods. However, the Uematsu clan actually had no divine authority despite controlling the most mythical section of the Shinai faith. It did have a lot of legs, that's true. This was strange. Of course, the Uematsu had a weakness in that people looked down on them because of their nature. However, the amount of suspicion, cruelty, and harshness directed at you was just unnatural. And that was despite being a good person most of the time, unlike Kyonosuke-san. I wondered why. The Uematsu had divinity in the Shinai faith too. That was when the spider archetype came to mind and turned my question into suspicion. The Uematsu, the spider, might have been some sort of exception to the Shinai faith, an unnatural entity. It seemed to me that the spider's god could be an outsider that didn't fit in with the mountain faith. The ritual to take in the corruption could have easily been the secret centerpiece behind the whole faith, no? It was a miracle that could cure everything, after all. It was something that any new religion would kill to have. Imagine all the adherents they could gain. And if it was the real deal, any cult or dogma with weird origins would forcibly add it to their teachings. That wouldn't have been weird, right? The historical documents prove that many outsiders had come to help create the Shinai faith. Some might have been people from some shrines that wanted to take the snake, monkey, or crow for themselves. Then, they also might have given themselves authority by putting symbols in their teachings. The current village heads must have been the descendants of such people, though that could have been a stretch. Now, who was to say that the Uematsu ancestors didn't enter a settlement during this time and ram their symbol into the religion? Heretics who believed in a warped god. It was included in the religion, but only a surface level. The truth behind it had been hidden by Uematsu and wasn't included. That made everyone here unconsciously feel that there was something unnatural, something wrong about them. Thus, they were looked at with scorn, and that was probably why they could take the disorderly profession of prostitution as their family trade. Though, that was just an assumption. You could tell me if I was wrong later. Next, it was time for doubts about her as a person. I'd experienced the looping phenomenon. At first, I thought it was something that happened once I died, but then I realized that that wasn't right. I'd keep my basis a secret, but I'd realized a few things once I thought about the loops that had happened without my death. For example, there were loops that happened without me having any memory of dying. I'd underestimated it, thinking it was only because some memories, especially ones of your death, weren't saved properly. However, there were definitely loops that happened without me ever dying. It was just the general image of the loop that gave me the idea that the mist, death, and rebirth were linked, making me assume that I must have died. He liked the big bad, that's funny. When I thought of this like that, I'd started thinking that the loop happened not with my death, but with the dream's master. That was the opposite of how it usually was in such scenarios. Normally the master's death meant the end of the loop, but most people have died many times within all this looping. Looking at it that way, the loop should have stopped a long time ago. The master should have died, and yet the loop didn't end. Thus, I began believing that the death of the master activated the loop. That would make sense. After all, they could try it again if they messed up. They could instantly take full advantage of the looping, as I'd first thought I had. Of course, it was possible that the culprit was in a safe spot far away, like Kami Fujiyoshi, or just the mountains. That would make them impossible to reach, but they could reach this place all they wanted. Of course, the Miguruma observed Yasumizu from a distance, so they could have done that easily. However, there was something strange. It's going to be the second loop, the one where Rikako died. I'd seen so many deaths, but there was one person whose corpse I'd never seen. It was Mako. No matter the route, I hadn't seen her final moments. That made her really shady. She'd seen that ending once, though, so I figured it wasn't her. She didn't know of the conspiracy. But there was someone else who seemed shady. It was you, Rikako Uematsu. I'd only seen your corpse once, when it was supposedly all over, but you were hanged in the hall. I'd looped soon after. Yep, that is the one loop that I remember that we didn't die. Well, I tried killing myself then, but looking back at it, the mists were already there before I fell. The looping was strangely linked to the mist. For all I know, I might have looped without actually dying. Besides that, I'd never seen any of your corpses. You were the only one who had left the game in unusual ways. The chief example of that was your Yomibito transformation. You'd gone insane and been locked in. But you'd stayed alive to be alive, right? Even if your madness was real, it should have been possible for you to survive inside your house for a few days. That was just some sort of act. You could have drank some water or hidden some food in yourself to survive. Well, I didn't think that it was a complete act, but even so, your actions were strange. The reality that you took in the corruption of the feast actually made my suspicions for you all the more certain. The Omibito transformation was just you taking Chemi Serizawa's murder penalty for her, right? That had to have been impossible. After all, the Feast of the Yomi Purge was an artificial killing spree run by the Miguruma. It wasn't something that could be cured by your ability. However, if there was someone who knew about the cameras, the Eye of Miguruma, and was capable of asking for something like that, someone who could bend the rules like that without undermining the Shinai faith, the Miguruma would readily accept their wish to die instead of the actual rule breaker. There had also been one time you'd told me to run. Had you expected for your desire to succeed for the same reasons? While thinking that you looked a bit shady, I'd found even more proof of that. If the culprits were really the Miguruma, like I'd said before, they were surely observing that moment too. They could use their safe position to easily press the loop button or whatever. I'd consider that the culprit had watched it all from the mountain with clairvoyance or something, then reset at certain times. But the culprit seemed too naive for that. Anyone who watched enough would easily understand that I'd kept my memories. They would recognize me as dangerous and take care of me. That meant that the culprit had to have the perception of a normal human. Thus, to make something happen in Yasumizu, it had to be someone in Yasumizu. You being the culprit would also explain why you'd prepare Mako as separate place. After all, you knew that the mist was coming. And lastly, you'd said this. Even if we don't meet again tomorrow, let us meet again in a different life. Hopefully a more peaceful one. It's true, she did say that. That wasn't right, was it? The Shinai faith either denied or forbid resurrection. That was why they said, rise not. It was forbidden for someone to go to the Yomi, then come back. Someone who could say that was either part of a different faith or knew about the loops. I turned out to be right on that. One more thing. I do not know what started it, but after seeing you, through the shadow of the leaves that day. This was a mistake that I'd made several times myself. You said something based on memories of an event from a previous loop. I did think you were extremely careful in that regard, but you weren't above slipping up. You'd said those words in a timeline where I'd moved to Yasumizu. When we'd first seen each other then, you were behind a rock, one of the Okiba at the entrance to Yasumizu, not behind some leaves. And well, that was the day after I'd crashed and ended up in Chiemi-chan's room. Our very first meeting, right? You also had memories of the loops. From your perspective, Did you have any other reason to hide that besides the fact that you were the one behind all this? Is that all? Yes. Is that not enough? No, that's more than enough. Up until you arrived here, I was very confused about what was happening. The start of the dream, which I had shifted twice, had been returned twice without my permission, and I desperately wanted to fix that. In fact, I did not know the reason why or have certainty that you and Serizawa-sama had been changing the dream. Though, I did consider the possibility when you said that you had already tried it. I knew I shouldn't have said that lightly. If it was true, and you somehow regained your memories, I would have been very happy. We would repeat the feast while we continued to gain new memories. Women like that kind of stuff, huh? We are creatures that can only die for love. These damn fireworks won't let you sleep near your damn area? Aw. Yeah, we actually didn't get that many down here, which is nice. Also considering it's like only Saturday. People are going ham. Especially us, the Uematsu. They sold love and lived by feeding off of it. That didn't make sense. It's strange to hear you speak of love. Why? Your god is one of grudges. You know that much? By process of elimination, yeah. It created so many miracles, yet its divinity went unrecognized because it was wretched. The spider god is forgotten. The Uematsu are the Tsuchigumo. You are a descendant of the indigenous people of the... Why you hit me with this again, game? I already fumbled this. Ashihara no Nakatsu-kuni, who were destroyed by the ancestors of this country, the Yamakatsu Kami League. Its symbol is an ancient, original sin. The guilt for this sin lies deep within everyone in this country. Our current prosperity was built on a huge massacre from long ago, and most have forgotten it, so they feel in danger. It was weak, but fatal, curse-like feeling that engulfs this whole country, and those infected by this are too numerous. If materialized, it could create a catastrophe that could destroy this whole country. In the dream, that was abstractly represented by that monster, right? Well done. She smiled bewitchingly and applauded me. This wasn't the silent, bashful Rikako-san from before. This was an entrancing, shameless Uematsu, her mask as a prostitute. No, I didn't know which one was the mask at this point. Indeed, we are a grudge-soaked clan that let the Tsuchigumo of dreams inhabit this body. She'd been acting bashful while hiding the sentiment in her heart. Hey Evan, what's up? We're just finishing the game up. Our desire is the death of all the people of Yamato. With that as her sole goal, she'd praise the devotion and sacrifice of the people of Yasumizu and use them. You and the sheep, who'd once reversed the fulfillment of this desire, are both detestable and lovable. I don't know what you mean. Hate me? You already arrived there. Thus, if I stop your memories at that point and make it so you don't remember anything else, you will surely reach the same ending. I couldn't deny that. When that happens, oh, I actually love you so much I can't bear it. I have to thank you for giving me a chance to bear myself to you in such a way. My heart and mind are so happy now. The sudden switch in tone and context of her words made me dizzy. To me, she was acting more enchanting, adorable, and beautiful than ever. You only love those who help you fulfill your desire. No. Spiders are greedy. We love all that we can eat. I'm not being contradictory. I really do love you. I hate the people of Yamato, but even that is lovable at this point. If I get to burn and consume them all, she rubbed her abdomen. I would call them all to a dream of hellish joys. It would melt, love, and play with the 100 million accompanying me without end. Also, I have seen any raging loops, so I have like no expectation of being able. Yeah, this is 0. It's we're like 35 hours in. So I really do love everyone. The spider's archetype was the Great Mother,
That was what this reminded me of. Especially you. She suddenly looked away like she was bashful. The situation was abnormal, but the gesture was one that could shake the core of any man. I don't understand. This is beyond me. You will understand eventually. You are aware, aren't you, of the conditions to bring back the Tsuchigumo of dreams? I don't. Your goal is the resurrection of that monster. But I have no idea why you have to repeat the feast for that. There's literally nothing linking the two. All I know is that the moment the monster awakened happened under very special circumstances. By that, I mean that all the Fujiyoshi people who were in Yasumizu when the mists were out had died, except for you. Aura. Oh, you noticed that much. I knew it. If that was your goal, I could understand why you planned this complicated, roundabout event. The Uematsu have no way of killing many people. Even if you killed one or two, you couldn't complete the job with your frail arms. There's also the fact that the Uematsu are shunned, so you can't survive the feast. Yes, yes. That's why you use the time period in which they kill each other. And if they fail, you restart. Yeah, I know that much. That was where the final secret lay. It pissed me off, but I had to ask her directly. But I don't understand. There's nothing in the legend linking the Tsuchigumo's revival with Yasumizu or Kami Fujiyoshi. There's no relation between the Okami and the Tsuchigumo either. All I can think of is that it's a massacre that utilized the feast. However, even so, I don't understand why the people of Fujiyoshi had to be sacrificed. I thought it might have to do with the amount of Yasumizu Yomi people who died, but that didn't add up. That explains why Kinosuke no Satoshi had been invited to the feast. Why him? His nature because of numbers? Or was he necessary? At the very least, he'd been ordered to live here by his family. It was someone's intent, clearly, but whose? Yours? Then why did you need to sacrifice such a strange group? It's weird, mysterious, warped, unnerving, unsettling, unreasonable, incomprehensible, and so scary. I can't bear it. Yeah, she's the one with the loop button. It's the last mystery. Why do you have to kill them? Oh my god. Because I'd made love to each of them once? Oh my god. That voice, that smile, they were both those of a monster. Yo. The Uematsu are a warped people. The grudge of the clan is profound, but we have to use it and its warped practices to survive. That's what you know as your ability to take in. The Tsuchigumo of dreams is living within we heads of the Uematsu as the manifestation of this grudge. To gather more grudge and make it swell, we reap and consume all the evil, sin, and faith. We trick the great spider of corruption, bleeding out and getting rid of the diseases we take to prevent the spider's resurrection. So that was why she was covered in blood after taking something in. Thus, the head woman of the Uematsu continued to live in this country as useful tools that healed everything. And that is how the family declined. You forgot your mission and desire used the divine power in the completely opposite way? Yes, I did. But there was no way the Great Spider would notice such trickery. It secretly, slowly gathered disease, birthed its children, and then let them escape. Then it would gather it again and repeat. The Tsuchigumo of dreams, the head of the Uematsu family, used this to get around the bleeding and the clan's eye to gather corruption. And now, right as the family is about to die out, it finally gathered enough to come back. All that's left is retrieving it. So, when you say you made love to them, I mean it, literally. And I put my children in them. Oh, she laid eggs in them. What a disgusting truth. I heard the Uematsu worked hard at purification when there was a cholera outbreak here in the settlement. But there was no way you could die, assuming your power is real. And you had to be very young back then. I knew Nosato, and she got it on back then.
Indeed. Don't expect the heads of the village to care about something like that.
Shit. I heard that Kaori-san was very sick when she birthed Yoshitsugu-kun, that she almost died.
I used my mouth to take in all the pain and corruption in her blood.
Shit. So you also took in from Haru-chan when she was going through the wolf possession.
Yes, Mushina-sama was very adorable. She benefited from what I was doing, so she silently allowed the spider's resurrection. The law of the Amatsukami is broken. The mountain's darkness and the Yomi's darkness would rule again. Oh, how wonderful.
Shit. The wolf guy is a huge scumbag. He might have done something by force.
I don't want to remember that.
Oh, God. Chikamochi Kamoshida?
Of course. I took it from him when his family were worried about his eccentricity. He was cute, so we got along well in Kami Fujiyoshi, if you understand my meaning.
This is fucked up. What about Yasunaga-kun?
He was a bit cute, so I slept with him when he was visiting Kami Fujiyoshi.
You are the lowest?
Don't worry, he thinks it was all a dream.
Last one. Chemi Sarazama? Chemi Miguruma? You took in from her when she was bitten by the rabid dogs they kept, didn't you?
Yes, indeed.
Why did you hide that from her? Yeah, we got a spider to deal with, Red Creeper.
Because that was the promise I made when I came under Shinai-sama's rule. Shinai-sama's corruption is divine punishment. We cannot allow you to take it. So I couldn't. Or, I just didn't.
You knew this, of course.
Chemi doesn't remember it, though. She was so surprised she forgot it all, it seems.
Of course, you knew about the necklace, too. So that means that when you said something like you'd seen it for the first time, it was just an act.
Yes, an act that saved you.
So, all the help you gave me and Chiemi had an ulterior motive. You felt that we were special.
Yes, yes. I didn't know the reason, but I could clearly see that you had the power to change the flow of the loop. Before you came, I thought that I could reach the ending I wanted by making her an ally. As a result, she'd continuously given Chiemi a good impression, making her less suspicious. If Chiemi, someone who could keep her memories, found out that she was the bad guy, her conspiracy would become impossible to achieve. But she didn't get there. Yes, she wasn't good enough.
That's why you were nice to me instead?
As I already said, it's because I find you lovable. You released my children and sent them to me out of simple curiosity. You're a wise, gracious, sinister wolf with a warped heart. Come with me. Let us enjoy endless pleasure on the path to Yomi, atop a great spider.
Path to Yomi?
The mountain is Yomi. The darkness is Yomi. Yomi is dreams. Dreams are the mountain. What the fuck? An endless dream and limitless pleasure. A happy, blissful hell. Let us enjoy it together atop the corpses of all the people in this country. I want to be with you, for you are the most lovable.
She said that with a serious tone. Apparently, a devil had just confessed to me. Oh, man. I was actually interested. And honored. But... oh.
Don't say anything more, Rikako-san.
Someone got in the way. Chemi-chan. She broke her promise to God? She didn't think I was dead? Several questions came to mind. Why are you here? But that was the first one I could say. I'm the fourth here. Sadly. Huh? What? Oh, I thought there were two Chiemis. I was about to be like, this shit is going batshit. Haru-chan, Mochi, and Nosato. Rikako-san. Wow, what a crowd. Mission 2 had an unexpected development.
Nosato-san was all about not leaving Uematsu-san here. Simp. So he got off the boat, and Haru-chan followed for some reason, so I followed her, of course. I had forgotten some unfinished business. And that was when I was freed from the curse. They were doing something, so I, who knew everything, couldn't let myself enjoy the afterglow of killing God. So she really had realized my plan. But even so, she couldn't resist God. I left the rest to Yasukun and Takumi-ni-chan, and became the rear guard. That means that the leader of this invasion into the final encounter is you, Nosato-san. Honestly, I feel for you.
Rikako-san, was everything you just said true? The looping Chiemi Serizawa told us about, our murder, and the monster. Is it all true?
Yes, Nosato-sama. My apologies for fooling you all this time.
Oh my god, I sneezed again, sorry. Rikako-san used her usual voice, but that made it stand out more. She bowed her head.
I was actually quite happy that you had feelings for me. I was simply too comical.
No! You didn't have to murder him like that.
Don't make that face. You are still more lovable than most. I do not mind making you the bed in which Haruaki-sama and I eternally intertwine. I'm telling you to shut up. You'll shoot me? Shoot. That will complete the final loop. You are the most fitting person to complete this pleasant dream. The perfect hell. Hate me for taking your beloved, and shoot me. I will take that as a congratulations and create my dream. I see. So you killed God, but you can't do anything about a god that reaches completion when it dies. What are you gonna do now, Haruaki? I will no longer support Tsuchigumo Dono's plans, but she is still a mighty foe. Man, this was troublesome. I would have liked this to be finished in secret. Mission 2 becomes unexpectedly lively. Now, I'm sorry you all had to gather here to hear this, but I still had to say it. I'm thinking of going with her.
What?
Everyone lost their expressions. Only Rikako-san looked at me with ecstatic expression. No way! Why? That joke's too far, even for you, Haruaki. I mean, I get him though. Richan's cute and a goddamn demon lord. That's way too interesting.
Rikako-san, please stop. Even if everything is true, there are no joys worth dying for.
My, such considerate words befitting a doctor.
Your life must have been painful, and your clan must have experienced great hardship. But I don't see the reason to throw it all away and walk the path of chaos.
You haven't heard me? I will rise again, complete, and create an eternal, blissful hell for myself.
That's not true happiness. I'm saying that I can make you happy for saving me back then.
Yo, Sephiroth just drops in from the ceiling. The boy from back then sure has grown. But it really is comical how you were so invested in your first woman. And how you still have feelings for her. Anyway, sorry. I'll take her. She jumped at me and embraced me with the innocence of a child. I love you. You'll finally fulfill the gamble from back then. Gamble? Gamble? What gamble, Haruaki-san? Oh, how pitiful. If you cut it out with the unpleasant secret, the man called Haruaki Fusaishi will trust Rikaku Uematsu. Haruaki Fusaishi will believe Rikaku Uematsu. I will survive for your sake, while you will survive for mine. Yeah, I will survive for Rikaku Uematsu's sake, while she will survive for Haruaki Fusaishi's sake. And if we both survive, you can ask Haruaki Fusaishi for whatever you want, and I can do the same with you. And if we both survive, she can ask anything from Haruaki Fusaishi, and I can ask anything from Rikaku Uematsu. And we both survived, Haruaki-sama, and we will continue to survive. I will not let you say that it was just a line to save Rikaku Uematsu from back then. I remember your words clearly. I know. I will consider it a promise made before the great spider. Was it that big of a deal? Yes, of course. Break it, and all that awaits you is destruction. Guess I have no choice then. Haruaki Fusaishi-sama will join the Tsuchigumo of dreams and join fates with mine. That is my desire. Now ask what you want, Haruaki Fusaishi-sama. I will grant you whatever wickedness, debauchery, or pleasure you desire. Oh, what a wonderful offer. That's just... Haruaki-san, you're too nice. Why do you try to save every girl by just saying whatever comes to your mind? I guess it doesn't matter if it destroys your body and country, huh? I can't even complain. You saved me too. I can't say anything against Rikako-san being saved. You idiot. You dumbass. Chane, calm down. Why are you so calm? You and he also... Well, it is a bit unfair since I can read his mind and I know what's going to happen now, but... He only taught me of evil. I will do what I want without him, and I will just take whatever I want. But Chane, Haruaki is the type of man who would teach an innocent country girl about evil. Do you seriously believe that a warped scumbag like him would make such a promise? Huh? Rikako-san hesitantly loosened her grip. Then she took a step back. Her eyebrows were furrowed in suspicion. Oh, how pitiful. Oh shit. Oh shit. Are we gonna find out who he really is? Because there's the Eto. I'm Haruaki Fusaishi, a graduate student from a Tokyo college. Who the hell is Haruaki Fusaishi? Oh my god, the main menu theme plays. Hold on, I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. Who is Haruaki Fusaishi? I really didn't expect to be caught doing marriage fraud. Huh? What? Huh? A guy like that doesn't exist. Though, I can't be sure. Maybe you'll find one if you look hard enough. Holy moly. Poor guy. I made this Haruaki something-san to share his fate with someone. What's happening? Oh, I'm not... Oh, my god, look at the wording. Oh my god, look at the wording. Look at the fucking wording. She can ask anything from Haruaki Fusaishi, and I can ask anything from her. He's not Haruaki Fusaishi. Well, that doesn't matter right now. I guess it's my turn to ask what I want from you. Oh, man. Oh. What? She suddenly took out a dagger. Everyone's got the same dagger. Oh, shit. You really are the best. The best. The worst. Nameless soldier. I will take this gamble to the next time, if you remember it anyway. The dagger went to her throat. Crap, I had to make it in time. I had to tell her to stop this conspiracy. At that moment, all light vanished. In the midst of that was a scream. So it was a scream so scary it seemed inhuman. What? I can't see anything. Hey, Mochi, where are you touching? Oh my god, Mochi, chill. What are you doing? Where are the lights? This was unexpected. What happened? But going at someone with a knife in the dark was just... Well, I, all talk that I was, couldn't even force myself to act. I heard something heavy drop on the floor. Then something metallic. Oh, someone flipped the lights off. Before me, I saw Rikako Imatsu lying on the floor. She wasn't moving at all. Was she dead? No, the dagger was clean and still in her hands. Hold her down! Chemi moved first, and then Kinosuke. One took the knife and the other held her hands behind her back. She was unconscious. What happened? Rikako-san, are you okay? You don't change, do you? It'll be bad if she wakes up now. Haruaki-san, what do we do? I like the question marks for his name. Let's tie her up and leave her. There was a rope deeper in. That's mean. You're heartless, old man.
I'm not old. Call me Hassan. And why are you all freaked out? I don't know about the way you said it, but I do agree about the way you said it, but I do agree that we should tie her up. We went and did just that. I am. She woke up. What if she bites her tongue or something? Let's gag her. Please, don't be cruel to her. Hey, if we don't prevent her committing suicide, it's going to be bad for all of us. Don't you think she may have been pushed to this point because of this? Because people treat her like an object or a disaster? This simp. Wow, Uncle's actually saying something good for once. Rikako-san, can you give me some time? I will admit that I have fallen for you. Hard, that I may add. Yeah, he's got the tier 3 Rikako sub on deck, dude. He's gifting tier 3 subs. But ever since I saw your dry eyes on that day, I've been haunted by an urge to make them wet. That might be the least romantic thing I have ever heard in my entire life. But even so, I can't give up on you at this point. Please, please let me try and make you happy. He was really straightforward, but that didn't really matter to her. The spider, the Tsuchigumo of dreams, is gone. She said something we didn't understand. Huh? 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 Where are you? Tsuchigumo. My everything. The god who taught me of love. I had no idea why, but I could tell. She no longer had any divine powers or scary conspiracies left. All that the Uematsu family, Rikako Uematsu, ever had vanished all at once. But even so, I ask that you, Rikako Uematsu, abandon the Tsuchigumo's revival and live out a normal, happy life as an ordinary woman, a person. I gave her those cruel words. And before... Alright, I'm gonna say it. He is not Haruaki Fusaishi. He is a Miguruma. He is a Miguruma who is bent on fixing all this. His real name is something Miguruma. I gave her those cruel words. Aw, Sag. See, that's all it takes, Misato, to make her eyes wet. Just destroy her dreams. She began crying. I felt bad. I had considered taking responsibility for her and taking her with me, but the one to embrace her and console her as she cried was Kinosuke no Satoshi, not me. If he chose to take that role, I had no business stopping him. I would just let him have it. Everything is solved now, it seems. Yeah, that would make the stuff with Shami a little awkward, huh? Is that good enough? I'll believe you if you say it is, God. A contract made for a god you would accept takes more than a lifetime to break. Well, Tsuchigumo Dono's seeds of corruption, children, are still within us. But now that I have my powers back, I shall have no problem removing and consuming them. Build me a shrine as quickly as possible, Mochi. Okay. Hey everyone. I'm Haruaki Fusaishi. Look at that. The swindler. Ouch. I'll still call you Haruaki-san out of convenience. Oh, good. But as a woman, I gotta say, that's a huge, no. I feel a bit bad for her. You can't tell me you didn't think you felt she deserved it. I did. I did. Such honesty. Well, anyway. Sorry, Rikako-san. Goodbye. Haruaki-sama. You dummy. Mission 2, dealing with the Master of the Loop who wanted the monster's resurrection, has been completed. Nothing more needed to be said, even if it gave me things to think about. I still don't know what to say to you. Don't worry, me neither. Even so, I believe you might have saved her, as well as the rest of us. Seriously, don't worry about it. I probably had better ways to do this. Well, probably. I hope I can talk to you again sometime. I don't want to see his face. Rikako-san. Dummy. Baka. Haruaki-sama, you dummy. Unfortunately, I find her lovable, even when she's like this. Same, actually, but I wouldn't admit that out loud. I shall protect her, and I have no right to stop you. Patiently and thoroughly convince her to change her mind. Talk it out with her. Of course, I shall not do anything one-sided, though I will help her survive. Good. I won't let Nosato-san convince me. I'll bite him to pieces. Rikako-san had become a completely different character. I suppose we can withdraw now. Wait a bit. There's one last thing I gotta clean up. We have to walk a bit for it, though. Alright, Nosato-san, Mochi, Haru-chan, you guys stay there. I think I'll be alright, but look after Rikako-san. I'll make you vomit. If that's the most you can do, then you're not much of a threat. I do not have to come with you? No. I'll tell them everything myself. Very well. Oh, Tsuchigumo Dono. You certainly had your way with me back then. Should I get back at you for that? What are you doing? Don't touch her like that. Stop them, Mochi. But this is fun. It's your job to look after Haru-chan and God. Alright. Anyway, time for the final job. We'll chase back to the people coming from the mountain. Help me out with that, Chiami-chan. Mission 3, dealing with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. Now, would it go peacefully or violently? Alright, you swindler. Harsh. This is kind of hard to ask, but yeah. Are you bothered by what happened between you and Rikako-san in the past? I really don't remember it, and even if I did, it wouldn't be anything more than a childhood kiss for me. It doesn't count. I didn't know if that was how it was, but I would just assume she was right. I couldn't say anything if she thought that. Well, I guess you don't know what actually happened. Yeah, I think everyone but the Nosato blockhead. I really can't call him that anymore, can I? Everyone but Kiyonosuke has forgotten it. Everyone was either dying or dreaming. Mochi probably remembers, though. He wouldn't care, would he? That's a good point. From what I saw, Haru-chan was reaching a compromise. I think she can handle stuff like that while God is still around. If you're right, she'll probably grow a great deal by the time it vanishes. Yeah. Though Haru-chan's God was real, it was still a mask she'd made to bear the pain she experienced as a child. When we'd just talked, she'd mentioned it herself, but the tone was that of God. It was something that she could do and say only through the voice of God. The wounds were just that deep. The same could probably be said for Chiemi. Can I say something too? Yeah. What's God, anyway? You didn't realize? I get the general concept, and I know it's scary, but I have no idea what it really is. Then I'd made the right choice calling her here. Mission 1 was way too hectic, so we had to postpone the answer to that until now. God is anything that's right. Rightness seemed like it was tied to intelligence and wisdom, but it was actually a concept as far away from those things as possible. Fixed decisions, preconceptions, obsessions, bases, obligations, and adherence to the old ways. The idea whether something was right or not chained people's minds before they could even think about it, whether something was intelligent or wise. Thus, mankind was bound by what was right, by God. Sometimes it was so bad, even they couldn't realize it. This interpretation of God really wasn't special or interesting in any way. The people bound by it couldn't resist their sense of right and wrong. Someone must have said something similar to that effect already. However, there were two things I hadn't expected. One, God was alive. And two, God could warp into something truly fearsome. I don't see dogs anywhere. The waterway probably isn't open. So they all had rabies, huh? I imagine they couldn't control them if they all did. I'm guessing they're actually dogs who had been trained to avoid water, while simultaneously getting injected with rabies. That's dumb. Why would they do something so horrible? Using beasts for their bringers of corruption fit the whole Shinai faith motif, don't you think? The Yomotsu Mujina, serving the Yomotsu Okami, and the Miguruma. Oh, hold on, I dropped something, sorry. And the Miguruma, the ones watching over them, were their primary followers. Was I stupid? No. You were normal. By the way, did you get tested? I did. Right after I got sent to college and started learning. The results were negative. No bovid, that's good. She wasn't infected. Rabies could linger in the body for a long time, and anyone infected ends up dying. It was a pretty awful disease. It didn't calm me down, though. It could have been a different disease, or it could have been a real curse. What a right way to look at it. What do you think now? I don't care about it at all. That's another relief. That alone made the god's murder all worth it. I resumed my explanation. God was alive. Why? Because humans sought what was right. They tried to be right. They all tried to justify their existence, actions, possessions, relationships, and tried to make everyone else see it their way. That was close to human nature. That was a belief that human nature was fundamentally depraved. There was no objective good in this world, but there were things that were right for the era and location. God, basically. People could justify their existence and live by obeying the god of that time and place. It was something that everyone submitted to in order to survive or live well. It was a byproduct of the desire to live and die the right way. Thus, people would want to prolong the lives of gods and were connected to their way of life. Huh? It's not collapsed? We made it in time. So, did the Miguruma always destroy this place using heavy machinery? That has to be it. And since that hasn't happened now... The path aside, how do they make the mist clear after the feast is done? The mist might come randomly, but how do you stop it? Uematsu had strange powers, so maybe the Miguruma heads do too. The tower lookouts observe the weather, right? Maybe this feast was special because Rikaku Uematsu controlled the weather through her dream manipulation. Hey Driz, what's up? How's it hanging? Pretty good. We are finishing up this game. This end sequence is really long, but we're finishing up this this visual novel. Maybe this feast was special because Rikaku Uematsu controlled the weather through her dream manipulation. The previous feast endings could be handled just by killing all the wolves on the morning the mist clears. Honestly, they messed up with the mist in the last feast, so the system probably wasn't that reliable. Then again, it could have been God pulling something weird, so maybe that was an exception. I'm out? Alright, have a good night, Red Creeper. Thanks for stopping by. To them, all that mattered was that the people of Yasumizu killed each other at appropriate levels. They'd underestimated the situation, and this happened. I see. God would change. Human society shifted, and with that, so did the standards of right and wrong. There were changes one had to accept whether or not they were good or bad. Thus, God would change, and so would personalities, dogmas, perhaps even existences as a whole. That could be considered a kind of evolution. Of course, it could mix with other gods too, and that could be considered breeding. More than that, God was infectious. Rightness was reflected in everything surrounded by human life. Words, ways of living, culinary traditions, and a lot more. Construction styles, clothing, art, etc. Those who embodied a certain god, sense of rightness, displayed it with every move they made. And they also gave this god to those who'd visited the place or were born there. It was like living being. It was like a living being. No. It was like a disease. A virus. I am not afraid of the mist anymore. We have God on our side now. And both Shinai-san and the Okami-sama are gone now. Little Chiemi doesn't have to be afraid of the corruption anymore. Do revere the new god, though. Don't want her to get all sulky. She's a bit too cute for that. Can I just pamper her instead? Sounds good to me. The rightness that seeded itself in human minds and lives, then multiplied, mutated, and spread to others. Oh, I know how we're gonna take out the Miguruma. We're gonna bring fucking Mako to the authorities. Because she was the human cattle. Thus, God was alive. It wasn't just a concept. It was actually alive. In my mind, it was like a mind-based organism. Though, it could only surface in such a dangerous manner because of Yasumizu and the Feast of the Yomi Purge, two abnormal setups. But God was dangerous, even if you ignored that. I'd mentioned before that there was a moment when God became dangerous. God was at its most dangerous when its name was forgotten. But we didn't bring Mako? We told Mako to wait for us and we'd be back for her. So I assume we're going back for her. God was fine when it was revered. God was fine when it was acknowledged. But what if that God became forgotten? They would just recognize it as a righteous and stop questioning it ever again. When distressed, people invoked God even if there was no religion involved. That was what kind of animals we were. Normally, such gods represented only righteousness and goodness within the heart of a single person, so that wasn't much of a threat. However, gods who had been forgotten only had their identities forgotten. They still retained their power to influence people. The forgotten gods, those who possess nothing but the name God, would be willing to create situations that no one unfamiliar with the god would be able to comprehend. The Miguruma had planned a warped plot that clearly wasn't worth the effort, and could even end them if exposed. And the people of Yasumizu had reluctantly accepted it and gone on to kill each other. That was all the fault of God. Of course, you could say it was directly done by Great Lord Shinai, or the Snake, but at the core of it all, there was a fear of death and darkness. The mountain was the darkness, and the darkness was Yomi. The mountain used to be a strange realm that birthed endless darkness and death. Thus, the people here had secrets could readily murder others and could hide that from the world. The truth behind the feast was the unforgivable loyalty to God. And that's the reason you were so afraid of God. Looking back at it, maybe you did the right thing by not letting me eat the food here. In certain timelines, I definitely ended up infected by God. The feeling of having someone other than yourself control you is very scary. You could be controlled without realizing it, but that was actually way more scary if you did realize. You just happened to realize it. That's why you were so scared. I can't blame you. Well, luckily, you got to meet and talk to God in person this time. All's good. Well, I guess you're right. In the end, people are still controlled by things, but a certain someone did a good job of playing God. Since not everyone there could understand the looping, that was the best option. I get it, but that kind of pisses me off. Just about everyone is influenced by others somehow. If you don't want that, you need to rebel, like I do. That's something the person who realizes it must do themselves. They had no business asking for help with it or having it forced on them. You've been free from the start, huh? That's why you're scary. You are the one who controls. You're the same side as God, huh? Want to shoot me again? I only have real shells left, so I won't. But, are we seriously walking to Kami Fujiyoshi now? Where are we going anyways? I actually don't know. Oh my god. It is way too late. Mamiya, it is way too late to be yelling like that. Oh. Hisako Mamiya appeared out of nowhere and swung her bag at us, but we managed to jump back just in time. Mamiya-san, you went back before noon today. What were you doing? Sorry, Zala-san, and this is... Oh, sorry, I'm the local informant. So it's you. What is going on here? My life is in danger. Huh? What?
What is this? Haruaki-san? Explaining it would take a while. Sum it up. I didn't want outsiders present for the performance, so I informed them about a potential mystery scandal with the Miguruma and had them leave for Kami Fujiyoshi. So this is your doing, huh? Everything, isn't it? Actually, I had Mitsuji do some work, but I couldn't fit it into the summary. Now's not the time for that. What's with these masked people? They have sticks. Is this the Sugisawa village or something? Is the problem here that blatant? Haraki-san, behind you. Who the fuck is this? Is this Muji? Is this the girlfriend? All hail Shinai-sama. Seriously? A wolf actor jumped out of the mist, clad in nothing but patchwork wolf costume. To me, as I was now, it actually looked comical, but the power of the weapon in his hand was no joke. He was about to hurt me bad. Oh, the god? Hashimoto? Oh! What the fuck is happening? Suddenly he was blown away. I heard him groan as he disappeared into the mist again and didn't get up for round 2. Are you okay? Chad Shimoto, he out here. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. But what's going on here? Sum it up, Haruaki-san. Oh my god. Oh my god. He got 360'd AF. A group that wanted to start a murder ritual in Yasumizu went into a panic and started attacking the journalists taking photos of them. I don't understand a bit of what you just said. You'll have to explain this later. Even if you have to cover your canned herring. Anything but that. It's fine. It's a chance to bolster your reputation as an ex-occult writer. Why do you know such details? Kir-chan, calm down a bit. What's up with you, Hashimoto-san? I must say, you're way too calm about this. If you die, you'll die if you underestimate the paranormal. Well, she's not wrong. Don't mind me much. Before we talk about the paranormal and whatnot, let's deal with the more mundane threat. Right as he finished those words, several wolf actors jumped out of the trees, making weird screams. Oh my god. Thank god I have headphones on. In that case, you can't use a gun against an enemy with a stick. What am I supposed to do? A stick flew by her, messing up her hair. Oh, Yashimoto's lariat. A wall of flesh. As Chemi dodged, Hashimoto-san moved into everyone's blind spot and blasted away 2 of the enemies. Don't falter. The other guy's scrawny, and the rest are women. Hey. Oh my god, they're going ham. Probably out of a sense of chivalry, and they first went for the scrawny guy. That pissed me off. And hey, it was 2 against 1. Oh no, they'd beat me. Yeah. Ooh. Wait, goats? Look at this. Look at this 66C. This Hashimoto 66C right now. That's so sick. Oh yeah. Hashimoto-san tackled one while Chami-san landed a jump kick on the other, saving me. Hit in the jaw, the wolf was knocked down in one hit. The mask fell off, and hey, he looked even scrawnier than me. What the hell? Oh, do I have a talent for this? Yeah, this is the goated, the most goated screenshot. Not bad, little lady. Yeah, she had great legs. True. Are you okay, Shigesaku? Oh, we must kill at least one. Let's go. They made it even better. This is awesome. Mamiya-san was actually doing good work just swinging your shoulder bag around. How did the 2 journos go from like F tier to like S and double S tier? Ura. Do you know what flails are based on farm implement? And she's dropping the knowledge while she's kicking their ass. Whoa, a flail's advantage was that you didn't need that much power to hurt with them. But this gourmet rider was so strong that it didn't matter. Was a bag full of rocks or something? The ones that hit in the head were knocked senseless. Ugh. Shit, there's more.
There's so many.
They just keep coming. Then I will just keep fighting. Hey, Haraki-san, you fight too. Come on. I hadn't expected Mission 3 to be an all-out battle with this group. It didn't last longer than 10 minutes. Everyone on their side was scrawny, while everyone on my side, myself included, were berserkers. Because of that, the dozen or so wolf actors that fought us ended up knocked to the ground around us. Though, I knew this wasn't over.
Looks like they want to talk.
The problem had a mythical solution. Mission 3, dealing with the Miguruma, the leaders of the feast. It would be easy if it could all just be taken care of by beating up these scrawny guys. But I had to defeat a false god that had controlled this place for centuries, using weird myths and superstitions. Otherwise, I would be unable to completely free Yasumizu, this village, from the confines of the mist. There were 3. They were positioned and presented a completely different way than the ones who clearly did all the dirty work. Their apparel was fancier, too. They were the Great Lord Shinai, Yomotsu Okami, that had appeared before the Hanging Pine. They were unarmed, signaling that they didn't want to fight right now. What's happening? Loyal to the role, he asked that. You seem to be strangely knowledgeable. They'd seen it with the Eye of Miguruma, huh? Of course. You don't believe you can leave this place alive, do you? That's our line, faker. Her eyes didn't show a hint of hesitation, and her words didn't show a bit of fear. God was dead. She had killed it. Thus, she had no reason to fear, obey, or tolerate a fake. One more step. What's going on here? Depending on your answer, I'll call the police. Sorry, that would just make things more messy. Leave it to me. You don't look very clean yourself. Let's leave it to him, Q-chan. Hashimoto... Is Hashimoto remembering loops? Because... he's very trustworthy of Haruaki right now.
Well, if he does anything strange, I'll just crush him.
I really can't ever beat you, can I? Now, I have a message for the Miguruma, from the old god of the mountain. They were shaken. If you understand that, then you must be important members of the family. Listen, the god has awoken again. The Okami and the great god are dead. The servants shall soon vanish as well. Upon leaving, the Okami said that there should be no more feasts. Thus, you have no cause to invade this sacred ground. Leave and tell this to everybody. Great Lord Shinai is no longer on this mountain. The head families will soon fade. Prepare yourselves, and wait until then. To my mind, it was possible that they would back out. After all, God was killed and replaced. That was the hard truth. The people of Yasumizu had changed their values and their outlook on life. Thus, the group that had gained power through God would know this truth and thus lose power. However, who are Yao? The false god asked that. It was old language. It was a simple question. Who are you? Among the many wolf actors here, the youths lying around us and the 3 in front of us, 2 of which had backed away in a panic. The elder in the middle stood out. His eyes were looking ahead. Beyond that mask, I could see unwavering black eyes and unshaken vigor. This wasn't the strength of a god. It was just the strength of a human. He used it to face me head on. He used it to ask me whether I had what it took to end this mad conspiracy. That was the challenge of the very last boss. Haruaki-san, what will you do? I'd lose if I said something bad. Don't make me make a choice. I'd lose if I showed any sort of hesitation. I'd lose if I stayed quiet for too long. I felt as if the mask was laughing at me. Neither are ye God nor divine child. Ye be no thing. So then why can ye defy God? You are no god or divine child. You are no one, so why can you stand against a god? That was a provocation. I know this well. That was why I had brought this over. And took it out again. The old wolf mask. The old man laughed. Katsuguchi, who had he killed God when he acted like God? Hey, Yuriark. What's he saying?
Sounds like poetry to me. Kagutsuchi, who killed God while acting like a god. Hinokagotsuchi is definitely a god that killed gods, but it wasn't intentional. Hinokagotsuchi is a really cool Yu-Gi-Oh card too. You have to double tribute and normal summon it, and it bounces back to your. You can't special summon it, and you have to double tribute to normal summon it. It bounces back to your hand at the end of the turn. But if you hit your opponent with it, they have to like discard their whole hand. It's a pretty cool card. He killed Izanami because his body was burning as he was born. He's not talking about Kagutsuchi. Kagutsuchi. Kagu no Suchi. That's a term for someone foolish and ugly. He was cursing and reproaching someone who acted like a god killed a god. Felt real good to be hell incarnate with Order Soul. Nice. Yamato is mountain land, while Narukami was Kaminari, becoming god. The mountain shows no sign of God's power, and the land of Yamato has no gods you can become. We already killed this god. After claiming that, saying we would take his place would just be wrong and self-contradictory. That's why the old man laughed. He knew that he couldn't back out because of something like this. Well, that was the right idea, considering Shinai's faith's theology. Well, that's very like a Japanese myth. After all, no god has ever died in this country. Exactly. What do you mean, Mamiya-san? Indeed, this was the right time. The border between the land and the living and the dead is the country itself. That's how it was with Izanagi, you know? Indeed, this was the right place. What's happening? Humans and gods, everywhere. Everyone who dies goes to Yomi. This god existed. I had to thank Mamiya-san for the explanation later. I put on the mask. Fool. Shut up. Just let me talk. It was a bit pathetic, but I would worry your power again. My name is Yomotsu Okami. Wow, these backgrounds go hard. Also debating I should get into Grand Blue via either online or local. I like the game a lot. I think it depends what you want out of a game, but I like the game a lot. If you're an argument that Okami is no more, then verily I, Okami, the great god, can also not be. What is it? It's like foolish, or like proud fool that you are. You think that you are plus there, but I have an invincible reversal. If you call yourself Okami, then just as well I am Okami, the great god, the wolf-faced god that had reigned. I don't know. No, this isn't Fujiyoshi. This is Yomi. Saranaga's myths were all around us. This song fucking slaps, dude. This is the best song they've played yet. The fact that we're both here means that we both died. Then that god would arisen at any time the mist cometh. And that god would resurrect whenever the mist comes. What an appropriate thing to worry about. The solution was simple, though. No, because the mist of Yomi will never come to this mountain again. And why is that? So he wasn't satisfied with a direct answer to his argument, huh? Let me speak. This is the final story between us. The continuation of your story. After all, storytelling was my specialty. After the Feast of the Yomi Purge, the wolves left the village. However, then came the Saranaga mists, and the wolves rose up from Yomi to kill people. The people were scared and killed more and more people they thought to be the wolves' allies. The Feast of the Yomi Purge had become a fearsome massacre. But then, it was found out that the wolves hadn't actually died. They had just fallen off the cliff, weakened, caught by someone, and locked up in a dark prison. That someone was the snake. Shinai-san had turned out to be the wolves. The snake was using the feast to create an uprising against the wolves. To the wolves, the snake said that the ones who went against God's will were the humans, and continued to tell people that the wolves were bad. The snake, of course, being the Miguruma here. The snake would then wear Shinai-san's clothes, appear before people, and control them completely using frightening words. However, the wolves weren't tricked. After all, the badger, who'd come to the feast late, came to their prison and told the wolves the truth. Oh, look at the cute little badger. Aww. With the badger's help, the wolves escaped the prison and returned to the village. Regrettably, a lot of blood had already been spilled in the name of the Okami. The wolves were sad that their names would from now on invoke fear and hate among the people. Thus, the wolves chose to set this straight. First, they went to the dream of a human girl who was born with the blessing of the snake, only to be marked by the wolves and chased out of her home. They told her to use powerful smoke and fire to burn all the guardians. She believed their words, and after lots of trouble, she obtained the powerful smoke and fire from a faraway land. Then she returned back home and used it to burn down the snake and its fellow guardians. That's Chiemi! With them at last punished, the wolves took everyone on a journey far away. With that, Mujina, the badger, and the old god who was once the wolves' servant, had now taken its place as the new eternal god of the mountain. One of the guardians, the crow, was allowed to stay and be watcher of the Yomi, to prevent any from rising again. With that, Shinai-san was gone, leaving only humans, the crow, and the new god, bringing forth a new age of peace. The new god occasionally brings the mist as a reminder of the wolves. It's a good mist that protects people's dreams, takes away diseases, prevents fires, and promises prosperity so that people began to love it when they came. However, misty nights were when gods walked the earth, so the people cleansed, sheltered, and dreamed to not get in their way. Upon seeing that, the new god said, "Well done," and they lived happily ever after. As I finished talking, I felt I could hear God giggle with a bizarre sort of amazement. Well, that was probably good enough. By the way, I'd chosen to say nothing about my daughter. I'd leave that part of the plot to the daughter herself. So, people of the snake, time has come for us to retreat. Let us pass through Yomi and go far away. With that conclusion, I took off the mask. The fear of Almighty God should this old snake bring, wherewith should it yieldeth mist, become clouds in the sky, and release a rain of change. Did it work? I don't know. The words were a bit too complex for me, but I think I heard a snake in there. They were whispering each other for a minute or two. Eventually, the masked old man began moving again, looked up, and spent a few seconds. After a brief but intense moment of prayer, he opened his mouth. Understood. The two seemed perplexed. I told you we shouldn't be doing this in the first place. I knew we were raised not to go against the head, but I can't stomach him any longer. My stupid son and late father should know the meaning of karma now. Youngin, sorry for making you act like that. You can go now. We'll take care of everything. Huh? What? Okay. Should I report you? Things would be bad if the healthcare center came. Well, this village might disappear then. What would those without savings do then? I hope they don't go nuts. You're still looking down on Yasumizu? Chimi-chan, that's not it. Fujiyoshi people still need Fujiyoshi. Huh? Are you saying we shouldn't report him? Yep. No, stop. Don't make me keep quiet about such a scoop. I don't know what's what, but why not do this? Let's watch if these people, the Miguruma, still keep doing bad things and see if we can fix them. But if it looks hopeless, let's investigate them ourselves. Hashimada-san, what's with the sudden professionalism? It seems very fishy to me. To be a pro is to stay calm. Don't worry so much and just watch. You'll see something in the paper in a few days. Something about a strange event in a remote village. What's wrong with you all? Come on, get up, all you. He turned around and threw away his mask. I couldn't see his face, but his long gray hair, large neck, and defined jawline told me he was really vigorous for his age. The fancy mask he dropped made a clattering sound of wood and gravel. God once again returned to the earth. As if he felt nothing about it, the old man didn't even turn around as he shouted as a wolf to the wolf actors and left. We don't get to see what he looks like. Oji-sama! I looked at Chiemi. The Miguruma have no granddaughters. That's Chiemi's grandpa? Now, retreat. We watched as the wolves left without showing a hint of divinity. Oji-sama? The current head should still be Chiemi Miguruma's dad. So I don't know. I was told that the previous head lives elsewhere. I never even met him. I heard that after the first feast, they didn't have another one for about 40 years. Maybe it wasn't because there just weren't any mists. Let's stop there. At this point, I don't want to know if there were good people among the Miguruma. Alright. You should think about what to do with Mamiya-san. She really wants to know what's going on here. Kyoko Hyose. I'm actually a fan of your articles. I saw the New Year's Soup special report in January's Apple page. Huh? Really? You're the first reader I've ever met. Wait, don't change the subject. Well, I'll just tell you as we head to your car. It's probably safe now, but it's hard to walk, isn't it? It is a bit scary. Don't worry. We have a shotgunner with an illegal sawn-off here. Hey. I see you're quite a character. Well, alright. I'll play along. And so, this misty night passed without any werewolves appearing. Not everyone made it out unharmed, but it seemed like a good ending to me. All missions clear. Now I just had to return. I briefly told Mamiya-san about the feast, and that they helped prevent it. While she did wonder how I knew about it, I considered telling her about the looping, mostly because it seemed interesting. But I was too tired to talk for that long. That was where I ended the interview. She made me exchange phone numbers, eager to interview me someday. We then met up with everyone in the hall, and we all went down to the Saranaga. I looked around for Mako, but I couldn't find her anywhere, though I noticed that my backpack was completely out of food. Some writing stuff was gone too, and there were some clumsy letters on a waterproof bag. Thank you, Fusayuki-san. And that was it. I didn't get it, but I can only guess that she was satisfied with something and just left. I was kind of worried, though, but I had no doubts that she would grow up strong. What? And that no one would ever catch her again? Monka S. Going down Saranaga on rubber boats was pretty easy. The fantastical mist surrounded us was very beautiful, enchanting, and I could totally understand why the people of the past thought it was Yomi. Eventually, the mist ended, and so did the forest. Rikako-san was watching as the mist grew more distant. She was silently crying. Yeah. I might have taken her side if everyone in Yasumizu were irredeemable scumbags. The moment I thought that, Chiemi and Haru-chan pinched my ass like they just read my mind. Haru-chan supposedly could read minds, but she's actually sussed it out herself this time. Huh. It'd be hard for anyone who's not Mochi to handle being her boyfriend. As we arrived at the crossroads and got out, I saw Mitsuji waiting for us with 3 4-wheelers nearby. Fuck, you're slow. Sorry. The dream's over, right? Is your sheep back? Yeah, it's all good. Good. Were you worried? I was. Some of the others flipped their boats. I'm sorry, Okami-sama. Oh, she's just a sheep, so don't worry. What the hell are you saying? What happened to the whole thing about being gods? You could reveal it to these people. Oh, really now? So that's why you're carrying your mask right in front of them. Oh, I almost forgot. Nosato-san, I used this for the act, but this is actually a human sacrifice relic I dug up in a small wayside shrine in Yasumizu. There were bones there too. Clean it up, give them a proper burial, display them, do whatever you want there. Understood. Well, I have no talent for archaeology. You'll probably have fitting people come sooner than later. Speaking of which, Where's everyone else? They're in a hotel in Kachihara. They'll soon go out on a bus toward Atami. Well, leave them to me. You really are part of that kind of organization, huh? Heroes of Justice. What? Wow, I've got an impressive ex. Don't say that, you dumbass. Anyways, you'll hear from us again, so better brace yourself. Huh? Haven't I died enough? Sorry, poor wording. I'll make sure it doesn't get too crazy, so don't worry. Then I will unblock you. You had me blocked. Goddamn, you just get shittier by the minute. It's normal. It's the world that's insane. Oh, yeah. Get in. I mean, are you? Mitsuji Misamine. My ex, broken up recently. Her job is an ally of justice, and we coincidentally bumped into each other here. What kind of intro is that? Mitsuji, this is Chibi Serizawa-san. She got into a loop hell because of a certain someone, and we dated each other for a moment. So she's the rumored ex. She's also a casual murderer. Rumored? And stop putting all my pain into just 2 or 3 words. Well, that's kind of my fault too, so I have no place to talk, but you're as bad as always, huh? I think dissing me should become a trend. I just want to go to sleep now. I want to bathe too. I want to kill Haruaki. I want to kill Haruaki Musashi. What are you all, the Three Stooges? My apologies. And you're the babysitter. Well, get in. What about you, Haruaki? I know you have a bike, but you want to ride? No, that's fine, thanks. Let's part ways here. I see. Alright. Huh? I really don't hate how merciless you can be. Stop minding us and just be honest with yourself. Nope. And come play tribute at my shrine someday, city dweller. Haru-chan, look here. Hassan-man, you can go now. And bring something good when you come back. See you again. Yeah. Tell the others that... Nothing. I'm supposed to be dead. Yeah, whatever. Good night and goodbye. I said that and turned around. Dummy. That was the last thing I heard from them. Then I heard them no longer. Been a while, my beloved bike. Though, I'd hop on that later. A power drive, some stream walking, cliff climbing, excavating, acting, fighting, negotiating. No day has been as exhausting as this one. I finally remembered that my hand was injured, and the fatigue had numbed the pain. I'd just sleep. I really wanted some sleep. Okay, we're still going. I woke up surrounded by mist. What? I woke up next to a pile of corpses? Oh no. As if. Wake up already, Haruaki-san, and take me somewhere far away. That kind of stuff wouldn't happen again. Oh, okay, nice bait. Nothing strange would happen in reality. There's absolutely no such thing as werewolves. I whispered to no one. Then I gathered my stuff and left. The place where the convenience store was supposed to be was empty. It was all just forest. Of course, that was all just a dream. I didn't get lost anymore, but I felt like I'd soon forget this road. That was what dreams were like. Haru-chan's whole thing was just a juvenile delusion. Mitsuji's organization was just a public peacekeeping agency. God was purely psychological. There. All of that had to be products of reality. The endless Saranaga, the rotting Yomibito, the monsters, a certain someone's love. It was all a dream. That was how I'd chosen to look at it. And so, I returned to my normal everyday life. What is your normal everyday life, Haruaki? One day. A while after that, Mayor of Fujiyoshi Village resigns due to corruption scandal. A pet company in the Kachihara area goes bankrupt. Has to put down a lot of dogs. Ooh. That's it? I expected more, considering you told me to read it. After the incident, I gathered local newspapers and mimicked the previous Nasato family heads. Yet those are the only relevant reports I could find. Though, it wasn't nothing. It would be rash to underestimate this. A village mayor, probably a Amiguruma or someone related, resigning was someone that simply couldn't have happened there before. Something that simply couldn't have happened there before. Even if it had, it would be something that went unnoticed. The people would simply decide through secret power struggles. This could only mean that there was something a lot worse than just corruption, and this made it out to the public because they simply couldn't hide it all. The same went for the pet shop. If the Amiguruma had really used rabies for the corruption, it would be national news. After all, it was basically a form of bioterrorism. Hell, with all the rabid dogs they had, the disease must have spread to other mammals, like rats, according to what I'd looked up. If these rabid animals spread all over Japan, would no longer be considered rabies-free, and that would cost the country a lot. Otherwise, they were just unhygienic dogs trained in a weird way. Or maybe the elitists hid it to prevent panic and loss of resources. Well, there was Mitsuji's job too. I hadn't heard from them yet, and I got nothing when trying to call her myself, even though I sang the Buddhist ash rock. Well, whatever government or secret organization, I hoped her group did whatever they had to in the background. Apparently, the situation in Fujiyoshi was stable. There was a mayoral election, and the Nosato head ended up taking up the post. The reason why they skipped the Higuchi was probably too complicated to release for the public. I was informed of this through an email left by Kinosuke. He was outside the village right now, along with Rikako. He'd rationalized this with his family by saying that he would seclude himself with her and keep the danger that was the Uematsu family away. Bold. He could easily contact his brother, current head and mayor, and get info from him, and I could probably learn more if I contacted them. But this was their problem now. If I went any deeper, I'd just be a rubbernecker. I did find out that life in Yasumizu carried on as always, which was good enough for me. Oh man. Did the fact that I've been trying to copy the previous Nosatos mean that I still hadn't recognized the whole events as a dream? Or maybe I had some lingering feelings. I could still see her at the edge of my vision. Was it that hard for me to end it? Weird. My flashback was extremely vivid and still failed to leave me. Yo, self-proclaimed Haruaki-san. Yo. I almost screamed. Almost. Pretty nice house you got here. Way above what other students have. Yeah, I guess. Ah, here's a present. Thank you. Sea cucumber manju? Where'd you get this treasure? Oh, I'm hype as hell now. Chimi-sensei, how did you get in? Lots of people left just now, so I slipped by as they went out. The auto lock didn't stand a chance. The front door was actually open, too. They always come in droves, so I just left the door open. Friends? Editors. I've been meaning to mention that pile of new books. Complimentaries. Huh? You're an author? Don't tell me. Kind of. I saw this one on TV. Oh, and this one in the student co-op. The authors' names are all different. Which one's the real one? They're all fake names, aren't they? And wait, Haruaki and Fusaishi? Switch them and you get Fusaishi Haruaki. Haruaki can be read as Yome, Fusaishi Yome, Fusai Shome. That's Japanese for alibi. You were just messing around, huh? I didn't. That's my pen name for when I'm barely working. You're messing around. And wait, you're seriously a famous author? You're a winner at life. Don't look down on us commoners. I'm actually living in constant fears of deadlines, editors, and writer's block. What is your real name? Yeah, you already know. She chased me around my office and studied for a minute. Then... oh well. Right. So why are you here? I asked for your address from Mi-chan. Mi-chan? Mitsuji-san. Oh, are you two friends now? She told me over and over and over to forget about you. Seriously, why are you here? I've been rejected by 5 companies since then. Oh, harsh. And there's summer break at college. Oh, it is that season, huh? So I figured I needed a change of pace. That's when I remembered that there's a Casanova who said he'd be fine with taking me in as a mistress. Yeah, in a dream. I don't think it was just a dream. You sure about that? You're talking to a real wolf who looped around and snagged three women along the way. Oh dear. I guess I gotta stay by your side, so I can kill you again. Big words. Well, do you think I've become a better woman? I think you have poor taste. Pot? Meat kettle. Denying that would have pissed me off, so I said nothing. Point for me. You know what? First to 10 can make the other do whatever they want. You'll run the set, the first to 10? Huh? I came here to break your rules. Ooh. Victory theme. From now on, I want to give, not just get. You said that we become more and more insane if we're together, right? So I figured I'll be your enemy instead. I'll be your rival, a thorn in your side. What do you think, God? How bold of you, human. Hehehe. She always smiled, stuck out her tongue, and ran off ahead of me. A cheerful, insane, weird girl. That was very scary. And interesting. I'll play along. I'd catch up to her. Put this on then. Is this Michan's? I got the bike after we broke up. The helmet's new too. Yeah, they're dorks. They're adorable dorks. I see. Give me one before I put this on. I've been holding back for so long. Crap, what a surprise attack. If you're gonna say that, I guess I gotta just do it. Just as she asked, I kissed her. Congratulations. You are the 13th woman to be kissed by this guy. Congratulations. You felt defeated by a kiss for the first time ever and revealed your score to try to save face. Okay, let's go. Hi. Hey. Oh my god. Wow. So comfy. It's not that fast though. Put your legs on the step and hands on the belt or the frame. Okay. This doesn't bring us too close, huh? Don't bother me while I'm driving or I'll be knocking on heaven's door. We're saving that until tonight, huh? Woohoo! Well, that's only if you don't crash and die again. I learned how to do some maintenance. Immediately used it in a book I'm writing. You tend to become really uncool when you're too uppity. Just keep that in mind. Well, you keep in mind not to go on a random murder spree and kill me. Wow, good one. I guess we gotta keep in mind that we don't have any resets now, huh? It's true. I turned on the engine. Let's go. Okay. Aw, yay. Just as the previous journey led to a dream we can no longer return to, this one would surely lead us to moments so great they could never be repeated. Wow, that's beautiful. I actually really like that line. Yes! This game was great. Oh my god. That was so good. Oh shit. Sorry, I clicked. Unlocked Revelation mode. By setting it on in the options, you can replay the game with additional thoughts and flashbacks by Haruaki, as well as added scenes from other characters' point of view. Bah, I'll be waiting there. Mako? By followers, primes, and viewers? No way! Get that ass banned. Where's ban? I'm blind. Hold on. Okay. Wait.
Wait, what am I doing? Okay. Oh, sorry, I clicked. Okay, ending, true. Watch hint corner? Yes. Why not? Hey, thank you for coming all this way. A long, long nightmare has finally ended. As an expert in dreams, I apologize for putting you through all that trouble, but none of this would ever been resolved if it wasn't for you, and I never believed that this would all end so cleanly. There was a casualty, but in his case, it seems that was true when they say heaven's judgment is slow, to be sure. In incidents like these, it's not uncommon for there to be people who are saved at some sad price. I sure as hell didn't expect her, of all people, to be saved when it was all said and done. How sad, how sad. I was set up. I was betrayed. Haruaki-sama, you foolish dummy. But how did you end up like this? The execution of Haruaki's contract should have been in time. In which case, it should have just ended with you committing suicide. That is something neither me nor my main story know. Have you no shame, Sheep-sama? You clearly know, do you not? Well, yeah, I'm at a disadvantage. Let's move on to some explanations. Oh, it's already over, you say? Whoa there, Chief. Did you forget the Raging Loop is the story of Haruaki Fusaishi, the worst quitter in the world? The incident may be totally over, but there's still much for you to enjoy. Yes, very tasteful content at that. Even I, who was tricked in the main story, agree with that. True ending, lovey-dovey road trip with Shimmy-chan. You know, I've been wondering this for a while, but who comes up with these titles? Me. The content of the ending here, so explain slowly about what happens next as a game. By reaching the true ending, you have unlocked Revelation Mode. I think you can find the Revelation Mode function. The option's already at this point. It's off right now, but you can start right away by switching it on. That was the flattest line read I've ever heard, but by turning it on, Revelation scenes will show up in the main story. Revelation scenes are various pieces of information outside of Haruaki's viewpoint that were shown in the main story. Mostly the emotions and conversations of the other characters. 3, Yomi, and 5, Wit in particular show the thoughts and secret actions of the wolves there, as well as the schemes of a certain mastermind throughout the entire main story. Need to know how it ended. Now that I think about it, it should have been obvious that Rikako was the dreamer since she gave the tutorial. Oh, true. Okay there? Yeah, for now I can take off my mask, blah, blah, blah. Alright, so Revelation scenes contain all sorts of mysteries of Marvel left out in the main story. For example, this one. How did I end up as that thing in the darkness? Or, what was that living enigma Haruaki-sama thinking deep down? It also includes the shameful farce that Sheep-sama and Haruaki-san kept playing over and over from the start. Is this your idea of a counterattack? It is indeed. First of all, how dare you act as an Oh my god. Okay, there's a lot of words here. Sorry. I've been talking for 6 hours. Please forgive me that I'm not reading all of this out loud. Okay, I just want to kind of look at what it means. Yeah, I'm obviously not going to do Revelation Mode on stream, but I might play around with it a little bit. A star turning into a star does not mean you have read all the Revelation scenes, so be sure to read the chapter from beginning to end. Oh my god. Also, if you use the jump to the next point, all the Revolution scenes will be marked as red, like with the non-Revolution scenes, so exercise caution. It's a long game though, so... Did you see the extra button at the title screen? There you'll find stories that serve as sequels of sorts to the main story. By completing the main story, extra is now unlocked. Oh my god, there's so much to this game. How many hours did I get out of this game? I can look in a second. Let's see. Steam says I got 35.6 hours. Okay, here we go. This game was amazing. Absolutely, absolutely amazing. I loved it. Incidentally, this ending may also have a revelation scene, or maybe it doesn't. For example, like this. What? Okay, so let's turn on revelation mode. Let's look at extra. Huntress versus Bear. In the land, illusion comedy. In the land of the Great North brings us to a trial, a fight with the new god, the bizarre adventure of an unfunny hero and a swindler. Boy and girl versus In from Hell. Sheep versus stack of reports. So what is this? Oh my god, there's so much more stuff. I have to tap out though for tonight. I'll check this stuff out on my own, or like maybe YouTube it. Yeah, I'm just going back to the main menu. Sorry. I'm gonna save here. Okay, so we got 2 things left to do. I have to make a tier list of all the characters, because that was redeemed by Red a million years ago. I also have to use the bathroom, and then we have to do an outro. So give me 1 minute to use the bathroom. Then I'm going to make a tier list of the characters, and then we will wrap up this 6-hour stream. Oh my god. Okay, I'll be RB. Alright, we're back. Oh, man. Okay, so let's put on some music. I'm going to put on just Raging Loop OST. Let's do this one. No, let's do this one. Yeah, it's a good one. All right. We'll put that on as a little bit of background music. And then I need Tier Maker, Raging Loop. Oh, okay. Create a Raging Loop characters tier list. Is everyone on this? Oh wow, you can already see it. Okay, cool. Oh, this was me. This was my last one. This was my first one. Hey Driz. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, I have a live 2D model that I'm looking to reveal. I see that you just retweeted it. Haha, thank you, thank you. We're getting close to the next reveal step, I think. Yeah, we're at 23. Okay, so this is my... Wait, why is it not... Oh, it's too cropped. Oh, it's because I'm not scrolled enough. So I have to like... Okay. This was not my quality tier list to start with, though. I had a quality tier list. So this is unfortunate. Yeah, this is the intro song. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just gonna make the tier list flat out, right? So we're gonna go S, A, B, C, D. And let me add a tier. This will be, because there are frankly SS tier characters in this game. Oh, shoot, I stretched it now. I have to, like... Okay. So. And I have a lot to say about all these characters, too. Don't worry, I'm putting them outside your... Oh, wait, I can do this. Yoink. And this is entirely going to be, like... Not, like, how good they are as a character. Not, like... Well, maybe it'll be some of that, but... Okay, this is my tier list. Everyone's in D tier. Okay. So, yeah, I guess there's a lot to talk about here. We probably have another good 15 minutes of talking here. Okay. So, where do we start? I have to start with my GOAT, actually. I have to start with my GOAT. Hashimoto-san is an SS tier character. From humble beginnings, this character is OD. He crushed the only feast he ever participated in. He literally has a cool head at all times. His 6-6C is busted. It took out a whole ass wolf man. You thought the GOAT would be Mochi? Nah, Mochi fell off pretty hard, to be honest. Mochi's one of my favorite characters, but my absolute GOAT in this is Hashimoto. Like, bar none. He is too sick. Okay. While we're doing Hashimoto, Mamiya, in a surprise comeback, is like S tier. She is such a good character. They made her out to be so, like, high maintenance and obnoxious early on. And out of nowhere, she turned into, like, this like, great, like, her lore knowledge. How do you approach a man with a 6-6 and a command grab? I don't know. How is Gordeau low tier? Gordeau 6-6C into 2-2A cannot be contested unless you shield it if you have a 6-framer. You can contest it on a 5-framer. There's a 5-frame gap. But, you can't contest it with a 6-framer. Or I think it's a 6-frame gap. So you can't contest with a 6-framer. Okay. But Mamiya became OD in the third loop and in the post game. Like, she was actually super strong. She shit the bed in the second loop. But if you think about her background as an occult writer, where she knows everything about the occult, and she gets hit with this literal, like, you are in an occult scenario type beat, how do you not freak out? All right. Sheep slash, so I'm going to do it this way. This is literally the convenience store worker. This is her true form. Okay. This is like, you know, government agent, whatever, Mujina or whatever her name was. So convenience store worker is C tier. Though I do think it's cool that a bunch of us called that was his ex because she was so hostile to him. I think I was talking to Zenharu. Hold on. I was talking to Zenharu. Let me see if I have this. I don't want to leak DMs or anything, but it was a really funny interaction. Okay, we were spitting like stupid theories back and forth, and I was like, the convenience store girl is Haru somehow. There's entirely no basis on this. Let's see. Hold on, I just want to see. Let's see. Sorry. I just want to see if one of us called it in here. Convenient. Oh, yep. Zenharu called it. Convenience store girl is Haruaki's ex that he wanted to run away from. And then I hit that with the Pogyu.
Yeah, the store being divine was pretty obvious, I think. Okay. So, C tier for the convenience store worker. For the sheep itself, B tier. Like, you know, she pulled through in the end and had some funny lines, but not a great character, honestly. All right, let's see. Mako. Mako just kind of disappeared at the end. I bet there's a revelation mode for her. We can figure out what happened to Mako. Yeah, the sheep was funny a couple times. A couple funny memes. Mako's really cute. Yeah, that's about all. Better than sheep. Not by much. Mako, the best thing Mako did was the funny loop where she was the badger. Where she just kept pointing and saying Fusayuki-san. I am surprised that Mako doesn't remember loops, actually. It felt like when she was the badger that she remembered loops. But, whatever. She did pretty good at the end, too. Like, Mako was the cutest character, probably. That doesn't count for nothing. But, like, I don't think she's an A-tier character. Kaori. Ooh, Kaori. Kaori was the closest character to making me, like, absolutely start crying in this story twice. Haruaki's speech to Kaori and her note to her sons when she died. Oh my god, I was on the verge of tears. I think Kaori is low S, high A. Probably high A tier for Kaori. She had some amazing scenes. The poisoning scene was nuts in the first loop. She was the crow in the second loop. She didn't really do much. She just went crazy, right? And then in the third loop, she was goated. Oh no, in the second loop, she died with that note. Yeah, no, she was a great character. Absolutely tournament playable, you know. Tai Yamawaki-san can fucking bite me, dude. This character sucks. Tai sucks. At no point did she ever get redeemed. Her best moment was literally grandma jump scare. Like, get the hell out of here with that. Like, she had nothing going for her. C tier character, I'm sorry, Tai. She was a wolf who did nothing in the first loop. She was a wolf who did nothing in the fucking first loop. In the second loop, she just grandma jump scared a bunch. In the third loop, she was helpless and did nothing in the feast. F tier. Get out of my face. Yasukun. Yasukun's pretty dope. Absolutely masterminded. I like Kaori more than I like Yasu. Absolutely masterminded the first loop. Super goated. Second loop, he was on our side. He and Haruaki did pretty good work. He didn't do anything terribly exceptional though. And then the third loop, he like chatted it up with Mamiya. Yeah, Yasu's cool. Like he's very, very smart. And he was one of the power players, and he was like a power player in all the feasts. But none of his dialogue stands out to me. Yeah, he's got the Shiki drip. I like Kaori more, and I definitely like the journalists more. Like, he's not an S tier character by any means, but he's very strong. And I think this is just preference here. Kaori versus Yasu. Chemi. Oh my god, where do I start with Chemi? I mean, she's very high tier. She's better than Mamiya, free. God, she did so much. The Eternal Dates. All the plays she made. Her wolf route was a little sus. And, like, she didn't really exist in the third loop, which sucks. But that got made up for later. The ending was adorable. It's very close. Hashimoto's better. I'm sorry, Hashimoto's better. But I don't know if she's bottom of SS or top of S right now with the current cast here. But this order is correct for me. Haruaki. Protag-kun. Yeah, I like Yasu as well. I think he's very strong, but Not a standout character. Haruaki, while being the pro tag, was not that, like, I didn't like his sense of humor. He was kind of pervy, especially towards Haru. He, like, I don't know, man. He's not really, like, his speech at the end of the 4th loop was amazing. Like, that shit had me in my feelings for all of these characters. Like through him, I could appreciate every single one of these characters more. I love all these characters now. And it's like, and that's because of Haruaki, right? I like him more than Kaori. He's probably S tier. Yeah, he has some, I mean, he's a novelist, right? He's a novelist. It explains why he knows so much about so much random shit, right? He researches for his books. Yeah, he was very smart too. I don't know if I like him more than Mamiya. I might. Maybe I'm overrating Mamiya because I'm liking more and more characters more than Mamiya. Yeah, that's you know what? That is a shame. That's a damn shame. It's a character flaw. And, like, I don't care if there's, like, you know, age of consent bullshit because it's Japan or whatever. It's still weird. It's still uncomfortable. Kanzo surprisingly coming through, like, a lot toward the end. I really liked Kanzo's interaction with Haru and that. But he was a feeder in so many feasts. Oops. This guy's like... He's like bottom of A. He's a very good character, but he's like frustrating. He's like here. He's like top of B. Yeah, Kanzo... And like, by the end of the game, you understand why he does everything he does. Like, you understand Kanzo by the end of the game, and he's actually a sick character. But... God, is he frustrating. He's like here. Yoshi. Sorry, bud. You're only slightly better than Tai. Yoshi did not come through at all during the game. I don't even know what could be said. I don't even know what could be said for him. Like, I don't know what could save Yoshi. He doesn't have a whole lot going for him. He's just that, like... Yeah, Yoshi's a mid as fuck. Like, B tier. Yeah, he was so mid. Haru, big fan of Haru. And like her god persona as well. Huge fan of Haru. Especially in the 3rd loop, obviously. Probably easily more than Kaori. Like easily more than Kaori. Not as much as Mamiya. I like her more than Haruaki though. I like Haru more than Haruaki. So, like, maybe like this. Chimmy gets bumped to SS. I think Haru goes in S, but Haruaki goes down to A. Ah, that's so close. And again, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of, like, character ordering, but I don't know. We'll tweak it. We'll tweak it a little bit at the end. Nosato, what a fucking sleeper pick on Nosato, dude. Like, Nosato lands like here for me by the end of this game. He was in hard F tier, like the worst. He was the absolute worst pre 4th loop. Like pre 4th loop, he was garbage, dog water, dude. Rabid dog water. Nosato got so good so fast in so many ways. I think Kaori's better. I think he's better than Yasu. I think this is like perfect placing. Oh my god, Rikako. What a roller coaster. Rikako. I used to call him Jerkface, but I can't anymore. Dude, he's so dope. Rikako. What a roller coaster ride. Definitely not S tier. Such a good character though, like so cool in concept.
She falls like here though. And this hurts, but like, yeah, I agree. I think she's like low A, even though she's like the main antagonist in a way. But I guess that's how it goes sometimes. I do feel comfortable doing this again. Back to S, and we may send Chimmy up to SS. I don't know yet though, because like I might even just make SSS SSS for Hashimoto. You have no idea how much I like respect Hashimoto. He's so goated. Old man who cried wolf. Okay. Hot take. Not a fan. He's like here. He's like hard like here. His twist was so stupid. Like real talk. His twist was so stupid. And like I don't care that he was the murderer from 60 years ago that you just like inserted in the scene. You literally like in the scene before you mention the murderer and then you just say this guy's the murderer. It didn't hit too hard. Like it was cool that like, oh, this is where he fits into all this, but also at the same time it's like I did not care that much. Do not really feel for the old man who cried wolf. Yeah, exactly. Takumi, you want to talk about a month 1 meta pick that like falls off because all he does is knowledge check you? That's Takumi Muro. He was so goated early. He was so good early. And now like by the end of the game he was like useless. First loop, yeah, he was great. Second loop he was great. Third loop we killed him and took over the snake role. He was always solid though. Like yeah, day 1 I'm the snake. He's literally the month 1 meta. He's not as good as Yasu. He's better than Kanzo though. So he goes like right here. Which I think is fair. He's a great character. He's super cool. I loved him in like the fucking early game. And like he was the character I was really latched on to. And then Chikamochi I liked a lot too. Yeah, the others just the meta developed them. That's what I'm saying. Chikamochi I like a lot. I like how quirky he is. He's super smart. He had a lot of cool scenes. His like the humor around him was kind of dumb, but the humor in this game in general was kind of dumb. Like only a few things made me bust out. Takumi is Wark. Yeah, that's so true. Okay, easily above Mako, easily above Nosato. Are you better than Kaori? Are you better than Mami Kaori? Yes. Are you better than Haruaki? Probably not. So then the question is, are you bottom of S? I might be a little biased and put Mochi at bottom of S. And again, it doesn't affect the order. He had a lot of really cool plays. I liked how his story resolved. Yeah, I like Mochi a lot. I think bottom of S is fair. And the question is, do we move Chiemi up to double S and disrespect Lord Hashimoto? The question is, do we disrespect the GOAT by putting literally anyone else in a tier with him? And I think the answer to that is no. I think this is my final tier list. Let me just look over it one more time. Mochi's time as Wolf was pretty cool. Yeah, he did pretty good as Wolf. Okay, easy. She's easily second best. Are you third best? Is Haru better than Mamiya? That's really close. Is Haru better than Mamiya? No. Haru is fourth. This is like the Wagner Seth, the Wagner Seth Uniclear discussion, like who's third and who's fourth. And then Merc always hanging out over there, like nobody thinks I'm top 3. Haruaki and Mamiya are the same to you, and then Haru's a little better than that. Yeah, I buy that. I buy that. I really liked Haru by the end of the game. I was happy to see her, like, resolved. I tell you, that fight scene at the end. The fight scene at the end made it for, like, so many of these characters. Then Haruaki himself. Is Mochi better than Haruaki? No. Is Haruaki better than Mamiya? No. I liked Mamiya so much by the end of the game. It's crazy. Haru is a 2-for-1 deal, indeed. She's a stance character. Then Mochi, then Kaori, then Nosato, then Rikako. Are you better than Rikako? No. Are you better than Yasun? No. Are you better than Takumi? This one's close. This one's kind of inconsequential, but this is kind of close. I think this is correct though, just because of how blockheaded he was in so many of the like loops. Mako, man, Mako is in poor company. Oh well. And then the sheep, and then the old man. Yeah, A is like that's where you get on a tier list, right? Where it's like, yeah, a lot of these are kind of like whatever. Like I think it's kind of like these two. These two live in a group for me, and then like these three live in a group for me, and then Kanzo. That's kind of where I'm at. But like not enough to like I could maybe do this. But then it looks too symmetrical. I hate when tier lists look super symmetrical. Yoshi is better than the old man, you think? Yoshi didn't get anything though. It's close. This is another one. This is like who the hell cares, honestly. This is like, oh yeah, you know, Akatsuki's a little better than Gordeau. Yeah, the old man was never really cool. And then I think Tai, and then this is the clerk. The clerk, again, literally didn't do anything. Yeah, ship it. This is my final tier list. Ship it. Thanks for watching. Okay, let's go to the outro. Loved his mom even though he didn't know how to show it. True. Okay, let's go. You already know the drill. Oop, what happened? Oh, all right. That was a long one. 6 hours and 11 minutes of streaming. You finished the game? I did. I just finished. There is a post-game thing, but I'm not going to stream that. I might just play around with it in my free time. Game was absolutely amazing. A couple announcements to end the stream. Thank you for everyone who stuck around. A lot of people stuck around, and I appreciate y'all. 6 hours. I thought this was going to take closer to 4, but it's all good. Started a little late as well. Okay. Announcements. Model reveal is live on Twitter. !reveal. I only need a few more retweets to show some more of it. My live 2D model is done. It just needs to be rigged up. You will see a different version of me by the end of the month, probably. So, super exciting. Look out for that. YouTube videos. Follow me on YouTube. Subscribe to me on YouTube. 24 hours after every stream, I upload a VOD of it. Pretty much uncut at this point. Once I get more time to edit or like some inspiration to edit, I will start doing that. And then no stream tomorrow, or I guess it's today now. Sunday. No stream Sunday. I am going to be at a friend's place during the hours that I would otherwise be streaming. But I am off on Monday. So look out for a stream Monday. I'll post up next week's schedule. It'll probably be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at least, and then we'll see. The week after that, I may be out of commission for a little bit. We'll see how that goes. Oh, let's find someone to raid. Late night raiding? It's gonna be different people. People who don't normally stream. Or people who I don't normally raid. Oh, Kurno's streaming. Okay, perfect. So we will stream Kurno. Thanks again, everyone, so much for chilling. Y'all are the greatest. And be good to one another. It's tough out there. Okay, let me set up that raid, and then we will catch you Monday.
I don't think I saw you go for them today.